Dungeons confirmed 5 years back. Now Sky, New York is not visible because of black smoke. Chinese fortress no longer protected. In the city, romantics on Sky Vital definitely not love. Egyptian pyramids no longer attractive attention. Horrible monsters were spreading everywhere, causing significant damage creations. Human civilizations that were results. Perennial labor. In different corners, planets simultaneously arose, and with them a multitude monsters. Subsequently, this incident Steele call universal panic. It's past 5 years old. Young man with dark hair was rising by stairs from dark rooms, heading towards the light. On the island of Hokkaido, in the city Sapporo, located the most big dungeon, Chikaho. It located for gates, Parka Odori. Here was many people. Warriors who attracted attention girls. Traders who offered their products. Boy accidentally crashed into the shoulder passing past Warrior. Warrior looked around, trying to understand who is in it crashed, and the guy went further. Around was noisy from talking surrounding. Main, the hero, is a budding adventurer, Haruki Karaboshi, 27 years old. He's sad by the fact that was returning with nothing and alone. In Japan, those who went down into the dungeon to fight monsters, exposing my life risk, they called adventurers. Boy, I thought that necessary apply more efforts on work. After all, similar situations help find work. He imagined how the veteran says that was adventurer, therefore easily copes with stress. He passed by girls who were running towards the blogger Tatsun. Everyone was gathering around Tatsun, and Karaboshi was paying all his attention to his phone. He was scrolling through his phone. It turned out that he also had his own blog, but it was getting few views. He drove home by car. The weather was clear outside. The guy was driving, looking out the window. He was driving to a destroyed area where workers were doing reconstruction. The area had recently been restored, and the guy drove up to a storage room. He felt tired. Opening the door to the storeroom, he was amazed by what he saw. There was an earthen passage dug in the room leading down, and there was a staircase too. The young man went inside and was amazed by what he saw. He approached the pit to take a closer look. The young man realized what kind of pit it was. The things from the storeroom were hanging in disarray on the wall of the pit. This dug earth turned out to be the entrance to the dungeon. The guy was confused and did not understand how this happened. He stood there, looking at the entrance. On the wall among the things, he noticed something that he definitely cared about. He started screaming and crying, panicking when he saw it. It was his snowblower, which cost 300,000 yen. Karaboshi saved and worked for a long time to buy this device. Without a snowblower, he had a hard time dealing with the snow in the winter. He was worried about how he would survive it and remove the snow. Sitting there on the ground, he saw something that interested him. He picked it up and looked at it carefully. There was a button on this plate, and he pressed it, and then the screen turned on. The tablet began to glow strongly, and Karaboshi did not understand what was happening. The tablet began to penetrate the guy's body. The guy was shocked by what had just happened. He didn't understand how this thing had entered him. Realizing what had just happened, he was scared. Now he was thinking about how to get the tablet back out. But then a window appeared in front of him. The sound of engines from cars could be heard outside. They were military vehicles. They were getting out. They had come here because they had received a call. The military said that they had found an underground passage in the garage and were looking for the owner of the house. A young guy came up to them and said hello, but the military didn't pay any attention to him. They were worried that they were late and wanted to call to find out more. Haruki came closer and spoke to them again. The soldiers, seeing the boy, were frightened, not understanding where he came from. He remembered that he had always been unnoticeable at school, and thought that this would change when he became an adventurer. The soldier apologized and asked to see his documents. He was eager to get rid of this awkward situation and become popular. The soldier asked him if he had gone down to the dungeon. He replied that he had not. The soldier said that it would be possible to go there when they installed protective barricades there. They installed several sandbags and nets at the entrance to the garage. To the boy's surprise, they finished the job quickly. The soldiers asked if the boy had lost anything in the dungeon. As soon as Karaboshi started talking about the snowplow, the soldiers immediately told him that they sympathized with him. They got ready and started getting into their cars, telling the guy they were leaving. He thanked them for their help. The soldier asked him if he was going for a run. The guy said yes. They warned him to be careful just in case, even though protective barricades had been set up. Karaboshi thanked them for their work and concern. The soldiers saluted him and then turned their attention to the boy's multicolored shirt. The soldiers, having done their job, left, and the guy also went out for a run after them. He changed into his work clothes, took out his sword, and got ready to hunt. When he was ready, he went through the turnstile, putting his card in, and entered the garage and was upset that there was no one there, and he, closing his eyes and putting his right palm to his chest, said for it to appear. A sign appeared in front of him and behind it a window with data. It turned out that this device only works in the dungeon. There are many types of magical artifacts that can be found in treasure chests or after victory. They have different abilities that allow you to increase human abilities. The sign had all the information about Karaboshi. He sat on the descent and thought about the new device and was eager to figure out how it worked. He pressed the letter H, hoping to find some kind of guide on how to use the device. A newbie icon, the letter H, appeared on the screen. The guy thought about it. Surely, if the rank is A or C, then it means the best. By collecting skill points, you can use them to improve an artifact or skills. Clicking on the skills, he found a table where there was all the information about strength, speed, endurance, etc. The table was like in the games. The guy noticed another skill called stealth and was surprised why it was not at maximum. He sat and sorted out the skills. He didn't understand what one item, which was called special, was for. He also noticed the item, accelerated growth. With it, you can earn more points after defeating monsters. The guy's eyes lit up with this improvement, and it exceeded his level. He brought it to the maximum, but later regretted it, because he put everything he had into it. Then, hoping that he might someday redistribute the points, he stood up and rode further down into the dungeon. As he walked down the stairs, he noticed gems that were glowing everywhere. The boy was delighted with what he saw and looked pleased. It was light inside the cave, and the walls were radiating light. He pierced the wall with his blades. It seemed to him that the ground here felt like clay, and he hoped that it would not fall off. The guy noticed something and saw a monster behind him. It was a huge centipede. According to sources, a centipede is a low-level monster. It moves slowly, and its weak points are its antennae and head. Karaboshi was scared and didn't know what to do. He knew that the monster navigated using its antennae, and if they were cut off, it would not be able to attack him. So he planned to first disable it, and then finish it off by hitting its head. The boy was on guard, and the monster began to attack him. He was able to dodge the blow of the centipede, and it almost did not touch him. The boy was already beginning to be afraid of it. Although it was said that it was slow, it was able to damage the boy's armor. Karaboshi was an optimist and believed that he could handle it. This time, he decided to attack the monster first and ran towards it to attack. He started to act on the run and cut off the antennae of the monster. Then he was going to hit its head with all his strength with the blade. But the monster was strong and alive. The centipede hit him with its tail. The boy was able to jump away from the blow. He thought that even if the monster was faster, it was still stronger than him. He decided to hit the same spot on his head that he had hit earlier. The guy pierced his head with a blade with all his might. The monster's skull broke, and he fell. And the boy was surprised and could finally relax. He sat down on the ground and was tired. That's how his first experience was. Getting up from the ground, Karaboshi decided to split the monster before the others came running. The guy's heart was pounding hard, and he was feverish. He felt unwell. It was a level-up illness. He was sweating and breathing deeply, without strength. He had never had such an attack while working in the Chikaho dungeon. It could be due to growth acceleration or because of the centipede. He started to divide the monster. He got a lot of experience for such a weak monster. After dividing it into parts, he found a part that could be used as armor. He wondered if it was okay for the first time, and he was getting tired of doing it. Karaboshi finished cutting up the monster. He was thinking about how to use its parts. They could be made into a suit of armor and sold for a good price. But there wasn't much room in his bag, so it was difficult to carry it all out. Now he had to decide on the rest of the parts. There was also centipede meat. The guy didn't know if it was edible at all. Previously, ancestors divided them into edible and inedible. He cut the meat and tasted it. It was slippery. He chewed the meat. The centipede meat was tasteless and odorless. He washed it down with water. It was edible, but there was no point in it if it didn't taste good. When the dungeons appeared, land prices skyrocketed, and there was a shortage of food. And vegetables became a privilege for the rich. So he decided to save the monster for a rainy day. Karaboshi returned home. He washed himself and sat down at his laptop. Now he was eager to make updates. He went to the site Become an Adventurer, where all adventurers share their experiences with each other. This site was useful for a newbie like him because after the first visit to this site, the level of survivability increases. The site had a wiki section that described all the horrible monsters and how to fight them. There was also a message board for exchanging information and fresh blogs that everyone reads every day. The guy clicked his mouse and completed his update. Since he found a dungeon in his house, he thought everyone would be interested. He wrote a blog about his first experience in a dungeon and expected a lot of reach from his post. But after an hour, he only had 3 views. Karaboshi was upset that he had few views. He did not expect such results from such a good blog. He thought that the view counter was broken, although he was eager to believe it. He started crying because no one was reading him. He thought his blogs were as good as the best ones. Then he saw that the Adventurer Bacon had a new blog. Rankers are people with the highest ranks on the Become an Adventurer website in different categories. Different companies sign contracts with them. They get free weapons and good money for their ranks. One such ranker is Bacon. He is a popular ranker and trains newbies in his spare time. He is also a muscular, strong old man who prefers not to wear clothes and goes into the dungeon alone. He does this for fun. Ranger Masatsugu, on the other hand, is determined to win, and he actively storms and explores dungeons. He is a great strategist and an unwavering hero. He holds the record for the longest foray into the Shinjuku Station dungeon, which is considered the most difficult in Japan. Masatsugu had no updates. The protagonist, crying, thought that he might be on a sortie. He was eager to become Bacon's disciple. He continued to study this site. There is only one other top-ranked girl in the Adventurer site, Shigure. She has been training in the dojo since she was a child and has never lost. Karaboshi didn't think he was as cool as them. Shigure didn't have any updates either. The guy's views didn't change. He got upset and slapped the table. Then this guy pulled himself together and came to his senses. After all, he has this weird magical thing that needs to be studied, and in his garage there was a dungeon that this guy needs to explore. He believed that he would become stronger and would finally be noticed. He stood on the windowsill and shouted, "Forward to the dungeon!" Karaboshi fought with the centipedes and killed them, finishing them off in the head. He was getting tired, as he had already killed more than 100. He felt a little ashamed of killing them, because it seemed to him as if he was killing little children. His resistance to illnesses improved. He continued to explore the dungeon and made a map of it on a notebook. One of the ends led him outside. The guy came to the conclusion that the place where he was the end of the first floor. As he went further, he saw something on the ceiling. There were just a dozen scolopendras. Karaboshi was perplexed and could not believe his eyes. Now he did not want to fight. Terrible monsters attacked him from all sides. He was not happy with this. He fought them off with all his might with his blade. He managed to cut off one of their heads on the spot. And the terrible monsters continued to attack him. One of them was eager to hit him on the head. The guy was able to assess the situation well and hit the monster to kill. He was proud of himself for being able to destroy it with one blow. He had killed one monster yesterday. It had been a long time since he had come to the surface. Here he had begun to lose his sense of reality. He stood among the bodies of the dead monsters and suggested that it might be due to accelerated growth. He divided the terrible monsters into parts. He remembered how he competed in Chikaho with other adventurers, and here he was able to kill 200 monsters in a couple of days. Even if his strength was growing very quickly, he did not notice it, and he also looked at his blade. Even if he gets better physically, his strength will be at its maximum and he won't have to deal with beginner stuff. And it was time for him to take up arms. He came to the stairs that lead to the second floor and opened his sign. There was no boss on the first floor, and no skill points were assigned to him. He went downstairs. The guy believed that someday his powers would grow, and he hurried to the second floor. He looked around, and it looked exactly the same. He had heard that the terrain didn't change until the 10th floor. The dungeon became more difficult as you went deeper. About 10% of adventurers made it to the 10th floor, which was considered average. There was no information about the lower floors, and they said that the size also depended on the level. The boy was curious about the terrible monsters from the second floor. He noticed that some plants were growing there. They were moving, and the boy did not understand what was happening. Bulbs began to emerge from the ground. The bows began to slowly and ominously approach him. With each step, they closed the distance between themselves and Karaboshi. Their movements were terrifying, and Karaboshi was literally overcome with terror. He stood there, not believing his eyes, in complete shock from the realization that these disgusting and frightening creatures were those very bows. However, despite his fear, he gathered all his determination and fury, drew his trusty blade, and fought with incredible strength. He exterminated them all one by one, leaving no one a chance. His sword, wounded but still sharp, served him until the very end of the last blow, until the final swing, until the end of this bloody fight. The bows lay on the ground, cut and disarmed, showing no signs of life. Their bodies were cut with a sharp blade, and a sharp, unpleasant smell emanated from them. The young man looked at all this with a growing feeling of nausea, and he felt worse and worse. He hung all the boughs in front of his house and thought of becoming a monopoly on selling vegetable monsters in Otama. Such bows are often hunted. He looked at the broken blade and planned to go to the weapon shop tomorrow. The salesgirl was bored sitting in the empty store. Time was passing slowly, and she involuntarily began to wonder whether she would be able to meet the quota today. She was becoming increasingly interested in how the day would turn out and whether there would be any results. The boy ate delicious food. As he expected, Kitori cooked the best eggs, and they were much tastier than the centipede. He was glad to hear that. Kitori's house. Kitori was worried that he was having a hard time. He did this as a token of gratitude for his constant help, and believed that neighbors should help each other. Kitori and his wife had once harvested onions together before she was killed by horrible monsters. It brought back memories for him. He was upset that she had died before him. He missed her. Hearing the old man's words, Karaboshi became sad. The boy apologized with an awkward smile for the old man having to feed him. He felt uncomfortable, albeit briefly. The old man, however, only smiled good-naturedly, thanked the boy for his company, and asked if he was going to go underground again. The boy nodded and calmly replied that yes, he was going to go there. The boy first went to the assessment center. A girl with glasses noticed his scolopendra shells. She looked for their owner, who was standing nearby. Then Karaboshi came closer to her face, and she got scared. He asked her to evaluate his shells. She asked in a frightened state if this was all. The guy said there were about 200 of them. She was surprised and eager to know if he owned them all, and he proudly said that it was true. She examined them and asked them to wait. Then she said that the evaluation was complete. The guy had 216 shells in total. She valued the undamaged ones at 1,000 yen, and the scratched ones at 100 yen each. He was told that if the amount of 153,800 yen was acceptable to him, the money would be transferred to his card. He was shocked. Then he thanked them and left. The guy got another 5% from the points from the site, and altogether he had 164,460 yen. He was grateful to the centipedes. Now he had money for gas, and he was burning with desire for something else. He was immediately surrounded by a multitude of amazing things, and his eyes lit up. He was delighted by what he saw. The walls were lined with armor. On the racks glittered swords, daggers, shields, and armor of all shapes and sizes. He looked at the swords that were on display. Many adventurers use a two-handed sword. He thought that if he went into a dungeon with such a sword, it would be the spirit of adventure. But he thought that a dagger would suit his image. After all, he would stand out with it. He imagined others admiring him, fighting a big monster with just one dagger. He looked at the daggers and saw a werewolf dagger that cost 1,000,000 yen. He thought that this was an expected price for a mid-range weapon. The saleswoman approached him. She asked him if he liked the dagger. She took out the keys and said that she would open the display case for him. The guy was surprised that she noticed his presence. He was more worried now than when he fought the centipedes. The guy was happy, and the girl called him. She smiled and offered him to hold or even try the dagger that was lying on the display case. The guy's heart beat faster and faster from excitement. His palms got sweaty, and he took the weapon in his hands with bated breath. He gripped the hilt of the werewolf's dagger tightly and felt an unexpected surprise. He couldn't lift the dagger. She said that weapons made from dungeon materials choose their owner. If the adventurer is a mid-level 1, he can't use it on high-level monsters. Since this dagger did not suit him, the girl suggested that he look at other models. They were more expensive, but in combat they were simply excellent. The guy looked at them and liked one of them. He pulled the dagger out of the case. It was a bit heavy, but quite comfortable. The salesgirl said it was a silver wolf dagger. The guy tried it out, making a couple of maneuvers. The girl said it suited him, and he agreed. The guy asked her if they sell gear that doesn't fit the buyers. She said that they have customers who come to them and buy them based on the looks and price. And then these customers come back to her to get their money back, treating her rudely. The guy thought that she must have a very hard time. But she doesn't let such customers just get away with it. She told him not to worry. He told her not to worry either, as he was definitely not going to give the dagger back. She asked him what level he was. He said he was still a beginner. She noticed that the guy's armor was worn and had a lot of scratches. He told her that he was just inexperienced. She sat down in front of him on the edge of the display case and calmly told him that what he was doing was very reckless. She added that she did not want him to die or get hurt. The girl asked if she was right and started crying. He, trying to calm her down, said that she was right. The girl then suggested that he put on better armor. The guy replied that he would buy it for her. He bought the armor for 50,000 yen, the silver wolf dagger for 98,000 yen, and the strange mask for 500 yen. In total, he spent 148,500 yen. She thanked him for his purchase with a bow. This girl's name was Yuduki Akane, 27, works as a shop assistant at the Ichibishi weapon shop. She was very happy that she had completed the day's plan. She was finally able to sell the mask with the horrible smell that no one was eager to buy. It was easy for her to breed Karaboshi. She was burning with a strong desire to go and boast about this achievement to the neighboring store so that everyone would know about her success and admire her courage. It turns out that you can't use the silver wolf dagger unless you reach the intermediate level. From wiki sources, it is known that the silver wolf is a monster that lives on the 6th, 8th floors of the Chikaho dungeon. Its fangs are used to create weapons for intermediate levels. She wondered why Karaboshi said he was a newbie. But then she no longer wanted to bother him with that, and Karaboshi didn't understand why he was stocking up so much. He went down and came to the first floor of the deep dungeon of Chikaho. After the dungeon appeared in his garage, he did not understand why the Chikaho dungeon attracted everyone. There were many people around him, and they went after monsters and discussed which section they would exterminate monsters in. Until now, Karaboshi had been fighting monsters from the 1st or 2nd floor, but today he was eager to change everything. He put on his new armor and walked down the corridor with the crowd. He decided to go to the lowest, deepest level of the dungeon and continued to go further and further. As he progressed, his level rose to the 2nd. As he thought, the level increases as you go down to the lower floors. And he also gained skill points, and it seems he can get them outside the dungeons. While he was looking at the sign, a monster was approaching him behind him. He reacted to it immediately and pierced it with a dagger. The monster turned out to be weak, and the young man realized that from now on, the centipedes would not cause him any problems. It could also be because of the blade, because the shop assistant said that it was good in combat. Thinking about it, he blushed. He continued on his way, and he went down and hoped that now there would be fewer people. But even if so, there will be more monsters. Then he noticed behind himself that something was wrong. A rabbit was jumping towards him. It crashed into the guy and jumped back, and another adventurer was running after it. He remembered that it was a killer rabbit monster. The rabbit slid back. Its attack was powerful, and the boy was saved by his new armor. This monster, according to Wiki, is a deadly rabbit that attacks quickly due to its powerful paws. The meat and horns of males are expensive. It was strong and was eager to kill the boy. After his attack, the guy came to his senses and the rabbit started attacking again, and he was able to defend himself from it by crossing his arms. He quickly pulled out his dagger and threw the monster back with strength and determination. The rabbit landed on the ground with ease and immediately began to attack again, jumping straight towards him. Karaboshi watched its every move carefully, trying to anticipate the enemy's next move and not make a mistake. He made a quick strike as the rabbit flew closer to him. The rabbit fell to the ground and the boy instantly finished it off, leaving no chance for salvation. Karaboshi was sitting tired after the battle, 3 boys came to the place and they were looking for the rabbit and found it dead. He told them that he had killed it, but they did not notice it. He looked at the ground and saw that it was shaking and thought that a monster was coming. The 3 were discussing the rabbit and hoping they had bought time and said that the monster parade was approaching. The boy could not understand what they were saying. The guys hoped that their bait would hold off the monsters and ran down. And the main character got up from his place and ran to the exit side. The girl was walking along the corridor of the dungeon. She was in a crowd of people. Someone turned to her and asked if she was Karen by any chance. She replied that Karen. These guys said that they posted on the recruiting forum and thought it was trolling. She replied that she was counting on them today, and the guys that they were counting on her and were glad to meet her. They introduced themselves as Lars, Shikama, and Haria. Even though they had just met, they asked her how old she was. She was 18. They were surprised that she had just become an adult. Lars stared at her and asked if he could rely on her, and she looked at him and shuddered. They laughed, saying that it was better than the newbie staying with Shikama. The girl was eager to test the equipment. Since she was new, they suggested that she not overdo it and stay close to them. She listened to them. The guys told her that they were going down below the 9th floor, and they all continued their journey together. The girl began to feel unwell, and she looked tired. She was in such a state due to killing high-level monsters and could not get up. The guy suggested that she rest, but she replied that she was fine and that there was no need to stop. Shikama noted that she was brave for an ordinary girl, surprising the girl. After all, adventurers usually do not go below the first 2 floors, and below it is more dangerous. They heard strange sounds, and the girl got scared. Haria sat in front and watched what was happening at the end of the tunnel. They asked if the terrible monsters were here yet. He answered that they were not there yet, but they would be there soon. The girl was very worried, and anxiously asked them what to do now. It was obvious. They all immediately started running away from there, trying to leave the dangerous place as quickly as possible. Karen didn't understand what was going on. They told her there was a parade coming. She was eager to clarify, and Shikama said it was a monster parade. On the source Become an Adventurer about the parade, it was written that it was a movement of monsters en masse. There may be different reasons for this, but adventurers at this time should stay away from it. The girl stopped and looked back. There were many rabbit monsters, and she shouted to the others to run. The boys ran forward without her, without looking back. She loudly asked them to wait, but they answered rudely, asking why she was so slow and couldn't go faster. The boys were in a hurry. Shikami said that if he didn't help her, he wouldn't be a man. They were arguing and quarreling. The girl didn't understand what was going on. They looked at each other carefully, exchanged brief glances, and then turned their attention to the girl with a strange and incomprehensible look. The girl thought they were going to fight, and she couldn't believe that there were such strong people next to her, and she was glad about it. She was going to stand behind them to avoid getting hit, but Shikami stood in front of her and pushed her further back with his shield. Karen flew back, and she didn't understand what was happening. She fell very hard and was already lying far from them. Shikami said that someone should become bait. Karen was in shock at what was happening, and the boys ran away from there. She tried to tell them to wait. She looked fearfully towards the approaching parade. The killer rabbits had already completely surrounded her from all sides. She was so scared that she couldn't even move or get up from her place, as if paralyzed by fear and despair. The killer rabbits looked at her with their burning eyes and angrily. She couldn't help but cry, frightened when she saw them. Through her tears, she whispered that she didn't want to die at all, and desperately asked for help, hoping to be saved. The young man ran towards the parade. He looked out to see what was going on, and he saw the killer rabbits moving in a crowd. He noticed that they were surrounding the girl. Looking at his skill chart, he decided to go to her aid, even if he had little experience. His skill points were at 0, and his rank had changed to G. He put on the mask and knew that he would need every point of power. Meanwhile, the terrible monsters had already begun to attack the girl, and they were jumping towards her from all sides. The girl screamed in fear, but the guy managed to save her and killed all the rabbits that attacked her. The girl was surprised that she was able to save herself. The killer rabbits now began to attack the boy. They attacked him from all sides, and the boy fought them with one dagger on his right hand. He held up well, even if he only had 1 skill point. He felt different, his body was burning, he was nauseous, and his head was just splitting. But despite his fatigue, he began to like it all more and more, and a real spirit of adventure and courage was awakened in his soul. He was very tired, and had difficulty breathing, trying to regain his strength after a long and grueling struggle. Now he could relax and was glad that he had survived. The girl came up to him. She was scared, and the guy thought she was scared by the mask. She apologized for the strange sound. He said everything was fine and thought maybe he should take off the mask. The girl touched his hand and in tears thanked him very much for saving her life. He was about to tell her something, but she said she thought she was finished and kept crying, her tears falling on his hand. She cried loudly, and the guy was glad that she survived and was able to save her. They divided the dead monsters into parts together. The boy thanked her for helping him collect all these materials. The girl said that her name was Karen Kurosaki. Karaboshi also introduced himself. She wondered when he would take off his mask. They were about to return. She offered to let him carry one of the bags. They walked together, and she asked him if the boy was a ranger. He replied that he was only a newcomer. She was surprised that he fought a crowd of monsters despite being a newbie. He replied that something pushed him to do it. She couldn't believe it, and the guy was shocked too. He was able to do this thanks to the skill panel, but he couldn't explain it to her. Karaboshi told her about the 3 guys he saw when he went to the monsters, and asked her if she knew them. She got upset and told him that she met them on the forum, and these guys took her into their team. The job of an adventurer is to protect people. The young man could not forgive those who were reckless in their work and abandoned the weak. He understood that there were times when it was better to abandon your comrades, but he could not forgive the actions of these particular guys. Akane asked the appraiser to see the document of her store's income, which had increased by 200% compared to last year. She asked how her store was doing, if everything was okay, and the appraiser asked her to shut up. She explained to her that even though they were both managers, she was her boss. Akane replied that it was because she worked longer hours. Akane thought that this time, everyone was only interested in results. She asked her who had the upper hand. She, who was a young girl with a decent result, or the average-looking and old lady evaluator. And she was very angry at her words. While they were arguing, someone came into the store. The girls greeted them with business-like smiles. But when they saw who it was, they froze. The guy said he wanted to sell everything he brought, and asked her to check the materials. Akane recognized her buyer. The guy brought her killer rabbit horns. When he said there were about 100 of them, they were surprised. Akane knew that killer rabbits couldn't be handled by a novice, and since the females didn't have horns, there could be more. And if he handled them all, he was clearly not a novice. The appraiser finished appraising the material, and she gave him the reward for 101 killer rabbit horns in the amount of 202,000 yen. The guy was satisfied with everything. She asked him if he wanted to use the team function. She explained that this function allows the reward to be divided and paid to each participant, and for this, service points are awarded, and therefore the offer is quite worthwhile. He agreed to this, but Karen refused and said that she did not help him fight them except to carry the horns. Since she was carrying half of the horns, he offered to take half of the money for her help. Akane was surprised that he killed the monsters alone. The appraiser explained to them that half of the amount could not be paid. Akane called her, and Karaboshi recognized her. The appraiser said that if she reread it, she would have to work extra time. She was very particular about overtime and didn't want to be yelled at by her boss. Her answer didn't satisfy Akane. Akane told her that this explained why she was working so slowly and asked the boy to wait a minute. He complied peacefully. She then took 2 cards and handed them to them. Akane thanked them for waiting and transferred the entire amount to their accounts, dividing it in half. After thanking them, they left the store. The appraiser asked Akane why she did that. She replied irritably that it was an important customer. Akane explained to her that the customer was bringing them the money and that the boss's orders were not that important. The appraiser assessed this as rudeness to the boss and the customer and said that she would report it to her superiors. Akane didn't care and told her that she would thank her someday and smiled. Karaboshi said goodbye to Karen. She asked how she could thank him. He answered that she couldn't because he was burning with the desire to save her, and he did. But she was still burning with the desire to thank him. She asked him to tell her if he could repay her with anything. The guy couldn't understand what she was talking about and thought he had misunderstood something. The guy's communication skills were practically zero. He was poor at expressing his thoughts and building a dialogue with other people. He got into the car, took a deep breath, asked her to forget everything that had happened, and drove away, leaving behind all the worries and troubles. Karaboshi couldn't get home and stayed at a hotel. He immediately fell onto the bed from fatigue. How he lay there, without taking off his mask, and only noticed that he had been wearing it all this time. And he understood why the guy at the reception looked at him with such a frightened look. He ran to his room without even thinking about it, and he thought he looked very strange. He thought about how when he was wearing the mask, he didn't worry about anything, as if it was all a dream. And today, everyone noticed, and he felt that he existed. He liked this night mask. He came to a place called Strong Tavern. Karaboshi finally decided to go there. This place was often written about on the forums. One glass of beer there cost 2,000 yen. But he thought that today was a special day, so he allowed himself to do it. And the guy who was sitting next to him ruined everything by pushing him. He didn't even notice it and thought that the wall was soft. Another adventurer approached him, and they started talking about the guy in the creepy mask. They said that he didn't even look like a newbie. Karaboshi heard their conversation. He put his beer on the table and suddenly began to cry with joy. He was very touched by the fact that strangers noticed him and began to discuss him. He was eager to drink to the fact that he was no longer as transparent as air. Those sitting nearby were surprised that there was a person there. The waitress brought an order for the empty seat. Having drunk enough, he decided to return to the hotel. Back at the hotel, he wrote a blog about the battle with the monster parade. The guy believed that it would definitely attract an audience. He also remembered that Karen also blogged. He found her blog on the site. The post was called, "I Was Saved." She wrote that she would never forgive those adventurers, and the one who saved her wrote a huge thank you. The guy, reading this, smiled, but then noticed something. She had 114 posts and 1043 were bookmarked. He closed his laptop, turned off the light, and got ready for bed. Meanwhile, in the private chat, Escape from the Monster Parade, people started talking about him. But they didn't believe it was all true. One chat participant didn't understand how they knew the guy's nickname if they had never seen him. Morning came. The young man took out his laptop. His post was viewed by 5 people and bookmarked by 3. He opened the curtains and felt happy to know that someone had bookmarked him. He was finally noticed, and it filled his heart with warmth and hope. He started to get ready to go home and planned to go down into the dungeon and level up, but when he saw the mask, he changed his mind about going home. He, thinking about what happened yesterday, was not eager to find that girl. He came to the Chikahaho dungeon, but could not find her, and he realized that he could write to her on the site. Finally, he was able to find her. They wished each other good morning, and the guy asked how she recognized him without calling out. It was the first time in his life that someone had called him. She replied that it was his mask that stood out. He forgot he was wearing it. He blushed and was glad he bought the mask for only 500 yen. He was eager to tell him about those adventurers. Then he looked to the side and noticed those guys. She confirmed this, and the guy, telling her don't go anywhere, followed them. They looked at him as he thought. These 3 had come to check if Karen had survived. If they saw that she was alive, they would threaten her, or even kill her, so that she would not tell the truth. He decided to answer them, as he did to people. Those guys noticed them, looked at each other, and started walking towards them. Karaboshi couldn't believe it and froze in place, not knowing how to react. In the huge crowd of people and in the presence of this girl, he did not understand at all what they were thinking, and he felt lost and insecure. They were clearly in the mood for a fight. The young man was feverishly thinking that if he dodged the shield, an arrow would immediately follow him, and if he managed to dodge that, then a sword would follow. He could not find a way out and felt how fear was taking hold of him more and more. And Shikami quickly took action and struck with his sword. Well, he was able to dodge. Something pierced Shikami's sword and sent him flying. Shikami fell to the ground. The man suddenly stopped them and asked sternly what was happening right now. It was the ranger, Masatsugu. The crowd was noisy and admiring him. Karaboshi did not understand when he managed to appear between them and even managed to catch the movement of Shikami. Karen turned to him. But Shikami interrupted her and said that they were the ones who attacked them first. He shouted that they had unleashed a parade of monsters on them, and he didn't think they were finished. Ranger was furious with anger. The crowd also began to believe him and discuss it. Ranger asked if it was true. The young man replied that on the contrary, they had gone underground with this girl and had come across a parade of monsters, and that those guys had abandoned her to buy time. He asked her worriedly how she was feeling. Those guys screamed back, indignantly asking why he believed his words, and began to claim that they had risked their lives for all this. He glared at them and said that they had raised their weapons against a man, so their opinions didn't matter. Shikami told him to look at the guy. He defended himself by saying that by looking at him you could tell it was self-defense. The police approached them and asked the ranger what to do. One of them admitted that he was his fan. The young man believed that the police would sort everything out. A frightened Karen asked in a trembling voice if everything had gone well. The guy answered tiredly that it would have been nice if it had ended there, but he doubted it. The police took the boys away without explanation or questions. They were indebted to Masatsugu for helping them deal with the three. Ranger, seeing him, asked his name. He answered him and said that on the site his nickname is nothing. Masatsugu laughed at him in response. Ranger told him he was quite strong. The young man stood there in indecision, not knowing whether it was sarcasm or a sincere compliment. Ranger continued that he was not afraid of such a situation, and this was probably because he spent a lot of time in the dungeon, and it had become a habit. Mentally, he agreed with him. He also noted that he was unnoticeable, and said that it was amazing. Here the young man did not agree with him. He told him that he had a kind look, and it would be better if he did not appear in the city for some time, because he might be threatened with an assassination attempt. For now, he decided to deal with the three of them. The young man was not eager to bother him, but he was eager to do so because other people might think that all adventurers were like that, and he had gotten into trouble for that too. In any case, he would be in Sapporo for a while. After learning this, the young man decided to leave the problem to him. He said these guys were rotten to the core, so something had to be done about it. The guy knew what he was talking about and walked away from the crowd. The guy decided to check someone's status for the first time and looked for him on the sign. He was eager to be like him. Almost all of Masatsugu's skills were at their maximum. The young man was surprised to see his status and thought that he would never become like that. He had rank A and divine armor of Shinigami. And if he has divine armor, then the god himself helps him. He was eager to see more, but the button disappeared. Ranger had already left. He was eager to learn more about him and see his basic skills. Karen told him she had been looking for him. She persistently asked him to take her with him to the dungeon, looking at him imploringly. She said she meant another dungeon, which was located at his house. He didn't understand how she knew about all this. She said she found his nickname, and told him that he was the guy who wrote the article about how he had a dungeon at home. When Karen has free time, she reads the latest added articles on the forum, and the guy realized that one of his readers was opposite him. She asked if they were being sent. He was eager to convince her. He said it was very far from here, and her parents would worry. She said it was fine and assured him that they were used to her being away for long periods of time and wouldn't worry. He agreed. They got into his car. Karen decided to risk her life and try her best, just like the boy. He thought that she probably knew the feeling of losing something precious. And they went underground. A few minutes later, they were leaving the city. The young man took her to his garage. She thought it was cool to have a dungeon next to the house. Karen asked where she could sell the materials. He told her nowhere, and that there was nothing there. The guy told her not to ask questions, and said that there was nothing here, and it was impossible to even order anything from an online store. But there was a dungeon here, and that was good. She knew that centipedes lived here from the young man's article. He told her that they were not dangerous, but he warned her to be careful, because they could break the armor. But in reality, Karen had no armor. She had simple clothes with a cape, and her weapons were a root staff and leather boots. Her weapons were not popular among adventurers and were quite difficult to handle. He thought she was a maniac because she read all the latest updates, but she didn't choose the best weapon. A centipede appeared in front of them. He told her that everything was fine and that they were weak, but she was still terrified. The boy kicked the centipede's head, which made the girl even more horrified. She asked him if he was disgusted by doing this. The boy replied that they were cute. He argued that she was moving her paws in a funny and amusing way. His words made the girl feel worse and worse. He told her that the centipede, although dangerous, would not kill her, but another, stronger and faster monster could easily do so. And if she turned away from them simply because she was disgusted or afraid, then she would definitely die without any chance of salvation. He sternly asked her if she was a little girl who was afraid of every little bug, or a real adventurer who boldly faced any danger without fear. She moved closer and concentrated, preparing to hit the centipede's head hard to disable it. After she finished her off, she felt sick, and the boy noted that leveling up was unpleasant. Karen asked him when he became an adventurer. They both became adventurers this year. The young man, when he was a student, was busy with studying and working. When he was working, she explained that his company was shady. She then became interested in why he was so strong and she was not. He replied that he thought it was because of his equipment. When he said that she would become stronger after killing some centipedes, she became eager to exterminate them all. They fought with the centipedes. They had already exterminated 100 monsters. The girl easily dealt with them alone, but leaving her alone was dangerous. The girl suggested that they take a short rest and catch their breath. He watched her closely and noticed that she never complained, showing amazing fortitude and fighting quite bravely, despite all the complexity and difficulty of this work, without showing the slightest fear or fatigue. The young man looked closely at her skill table and noticed that she had a magic power item. At this time, the girl sat motionless and afraid, wondering if the centipedes would appear in her nightmares, causing her to wake up in a cold sweat at night. Looking at her tablet, the young man learned that she could use magic. The skill of magic is not fully understood, so little is known about it, and almost everyone dreams of owning it, and one of them was right in front of the guy. He was eager to learn more about it and see it in action. But since she hides it, she probably tries not to use it. Newbie adventurers often harm others because they don't know how to use their skills, and sharing information with strangers is dangerous. He asked her if she had any magic. She asked him why he was asking. He regretted saying it so bluntly and made excuses that, with her equipment, she reminded him of a magical girl. She replied that sorceresses wear dresses. What he meant was that if someone has a magical weapon, then that person, accordingly, has magic. He wanted them to share the skills they had with each other. The girl specified that she would share them when she reached an advanced level because it was dangerous. As the guy thought, she was defending herself and was well aware of her skills. He wondered if there was any benefit to the skill luck, since he didn't have it, and it could be related to magical abilities. In a way, it was all like a lottery. And suddenly, there was a shaking in the dungeon. They thought it was not a good sign and decided to get out. The sound was like destruction. They ran and thought it might be a parade of centipedes. In front of them appeared a giant centipede, which appears after the 8th floor and can easily kill, and is very poisonous. And it is also fast and has great charm. They were preparing to fight him. The young man was in front, and Karen was covering him from behind. In fact, giant centipedes were supposed to appear here, as it is a very rare monster. Rare species, like mutants, appear rarely and can be stronger than the boss. He did not give in to the young man's blows and was quite strong. The young man couldn't cope with it, but suddenly Karen hit him with a full magical attack. The girl managed to kill the giant centipede. Then they went outside. It was so beautiful outside, but the guy never thought about it. They noticed a building there that said they were selling and buying equipment and materials. But when they went down into the dungeon, it wasn't there yet. Usually before they open a store, they do an assessment of the area. They look at the population to see how much they can buy. And they don't open a store in a place where only 2 people live. And it was all weird. They were still happy about the store opening. They went into the store with the girl, and the saleswoman was in an incomprehensible state. She told them that they didn't have much stock yet, but they could look at everything. But in fact, there was nothing there. It was a saleswoman from the Sapporo store. She cried because she was sent here. The guys decided to come back later, but the girl stopped them. She told them about her salary at her company. Despite her work, just because she got involved in another store, she was demoted. She kept crying. The boy asked her to buy their materials, and she got angry and said that just because she was sent here, it didn't mean she was incompetent. She looked at their material and saw that it was the shell of a giant centipede. She asked them if they really wanted to sell it. She explained that armor made from the shell of a giant centipede was much better than the one the boy was wearing. And since he already had the materials, it would be cheaper than buying from scratch. But the boy was still eager to sell them, because he had barely escaped with his life that day. If the level is too low and the equipment does not accept you, then you still cannot use it, so you need to become stronger first. She decided to leave a little and buy the rest, and at the right time, so that he would have them. Her good person, even if she doesn't think so. She counted and valued the shells of the giant and domestic centipedes and said she would pay 138,000 yen for them. He asked her to split it in half. But Karen said the guy should get more because she hunted them because of him and never learned how to do it without him. The saleswoman hurried them and told them to decide quickly. The young man asked Karen to take half and answer a couple of questions in exchange. She agreed. He asked the saleswoman to evaluate one more thing. She asked him to show it, and he put the bag on the table. He said it had fallen out of the centipede's stomach while they were collecting materials. She asked if a simple or detailed assessment was needed. She explained to him that the difference between a simple and detailed assessment is that the simple assessment is done by her, and it will take about a minute and will cost 1,000 yen. But the detailed assessment will be done in a lab that uses different equipment, and it will take about a month depending on the complexity, and it will cost 100,000 yen. She explained that a detailed examination is being carried out by experts from the Mitsubishi laboratory. They decided to go with a simple assessment this time, since it is obvious that this is a magical thing. She looked at it and judged it to be true and magical, but it was small and said the interior looked like a school classroom. She offered them 100 million for the bag. They were surprised by this assessment. She said that there was nothing surprising about this, since the prices for cargo transportation are now simply off the charts. They wanted to sell the bag for 100 million, but they decided to keep it for themselves. And they thought it was the right decision. They arrived at the young man's house, and Karen took a good look at him. She noticed a laptop on the table and noted that no one was using the computer at the moment. She envied him, because in big houses there are restrictions on electricity, and now the prices have gone up. He invited her to sit down. He gave her a drink and she was touched by his gesture. It was delicious water from his well, and he said that after this you'll never be able to drink tap water again. She asked him what he was eager to talk about. He asked her about magic, and she apologized for keeping it from him. Said it was the right decision, because it would be dangerous if someone knew about it, and that it would be uninteresting. An adventurer has such a life which is filled with adventures and battles. He thought it would be better if he used her magic, and there was no one in the dungeon and she could use it in peace. He told her that if she used it often, her powers would seem to grow. She said that she would start working on it from tomorrow. He wanted her to show it to him now, but she found it difficult to use outside the dungeon. The young man also asked how long she had owned them. She said she didn't know, but when she walked through the dungeon and took the staff in one hand, it became easier for her to control the magic. The guy came to the conclusion that the model is enough for the dungeon, and it accumulates on the staff, after which Karen releases it. She asked if that was all he was eager to discuss with her, and then he asked where she would be staying the night. She said she would be staying here. The young man was shocked by the girl's answer. Masatsugu wrote on the site that it had been a while since they had seen each other, and everyone started commenting on his update. They asked him what he had been doing on the expedition. He exchanged messages with them and answered their questions, and he asked them if they knew the name of the guy from Sapporo. They said they had never seen him, but if necessary, they would find him, and they asked why he needed him. He said he had a good look and was very good at hiding his presence, and he thought he was a very interesting person. Now they were interested in him too. Karaboshi asked her if he had misheard and where she was going to spend the night. She replied that she was here and would spend the night in another room. She explained to him that she wouldn't be scared even if he had a whole collection of creepy masks there, but she didn't realize that she was barely an adult. He took off his mask and asked her if she knew where they were. She replied that they were in his house. He explained to her that this house was located next to a dungeon. If suddenly the terrible monsters broke out, they would destroy the house first. And as his only adventurer in the area, there was no one else to protect the village except him. He told her that since they were the only adventurers here, one should guard the entrance to the dungeon while the other prepared a shelter, and therefore asked her to go to the hotel and prepare a safe place there. She replied that she understood everything. The boy thought that he was now saved, because rumors spread quickly in the village, and neighbors could take him for a bad person and hate him for no reason. He took her to a hotel that was not far from here, and for the next 3 days they hunted centipedes in the dungeon, and every day they killed 100. And then sold the materials. Karen learned everything pretty quickly and dealt with 2 or 3 monsters alone, and her magic also increased. And the guy's skill with the blade increased, even though he didn't put any points into it. It looks like he grew on something while he was hunting monsters. The girl fought the giant centipede with magic. It was the 100th centipede, but the girl was not tired yet. The young man said that was enough for today, and suggested that they rest and continue tomorrow. Karen asked him if he had anything to do. He said he needed to level up too. She apologized and said she was eager to train because the boy always covered for her. He told her not to apologize and to take the next day off. She was eager to go further he would go, but he told her to rest. The girl obeyed him. The young man entered the dungeon through the turnstile. He was not eager to yield to her in strength. His moral and physical condition were important to him. He went down to the first floor, then to the second. He believed that being prepared for danger was part of an adventurer's job. There was nothing interesting on the third floor. He saw a black raccoon there, which has powerful and fast claws, and they come from the tanuki monster. He growled and started to attack him. He was faster than a killer rabbit. That didn't mean the boy couldn't handle him. He swung his blade and managed to hit him. Others were attacking him from all sides, and he was in a hurry and eager to finish. He was able to kill about 100 black raccoons. He also managed to level up 6 times, and his backpack was full of tanuki meat. He planned to make tanuki soup when he got home. Then he went to the 4th floor. In front of him, he met the floor boss. He was larger in size and was in an attacking stance. Since he had no assistants, the guy was confident that he would defeat him. The monster stood on its legs in front of him. The young man liked its position. He made the first strike with the dagger, and the floor boss blocked it. The monster managed to make a scratch on the young man's armor, and he enjoyed the fight. They fought with all their might, and then the young man jumped down and managed to hurt the monster. There was a big light above him. The dungeon started to glow, and that meant defeating the boss. He was sure that he should get something for defeating the boss. He didn't have time to collect the material, and the dungeon had already swallowed the boss. In the ground, he found a large raccoon claw and iron. Since it was left by the boss, he thought that the iron might be expensive, so he decided to evaluate it. And then he hurried to the 4th floor. He looked at the sign and saw that the points had not been added, and he was eager to find out what the requirements were, and he found 5 points for which points were added, or vice versa. He had a new item, imitation. This meant that it helps to imitate the enemy's movements, and this fighting style appears spontaneously. All this is interesting, but he was not going to pump this skill yet. He went down to the 4th floor and was surprised by its appearance. This floor was beautiful, with dark green and light clusters. He thought the color palette of this floor would be hard to replicate. Then he realized that he thought this because of his job in publishing. Looking at the walls of the floor, he thought it was a professional shift. On the road, the young man noticed a flower. It seemed to him that he had seen such flowers somewhere else. The leaves of the flower opened up, and there was something inside them. Then the plant jumped into the sky, leaving potatoes on the ground. The boy couldn't believe his eyes. He thought this dungeon was wonderful because there were potatoes, meat, onions. If he could get through the whole dungeon, he could make himself some curry rice. The plant had already begun to dry out, and the guy was surprised that this monster could only give him potatoes. Now a large bud appeared in front of him. The guy commented on it as a big potato. The plant attacked him from all sides. The guy was standing behind a big rock and couldn't get close to them. Even if he was the boss, he knew he didn't have an infinite supply of charges. He waited until the monster weakened and approached it when it had already self-destructed. And there were about 100 potatoes on its branches. And when he was about to collect his reward, he noticed something among the plant remains. He went to the gun shop because he was looking for the saleswoman. But she was busy doing repairs and told him that they were closed. He was about to leave and go to Sapporo. The girl told him that it was not necessary, and he asked her to serve him in that case. She noticed that he always killed 100 monsters and asked him what he had managed to get. He brought a large boss claw, a magical iron that yields strong material. This iron was used in the boy's dagger. It was considered valuable, and if you had about 1 kilogram, you could make about 10 strong shields from it. He put the potatoes on the table and asked what it was. The girl replied that they were stones. He said that couldn't be because they had fallen from the boss. She replied that they were hard and potato-like, but their price was 0 yuan and that she wouldn't buy them. He said that if she did a detailed appraisal, they might be magical, but she replied that to her they were just stones. The saleswoman showed him a rare magic pot. The guy replied that, more precisely, it was like that, and she specified that he had put some stones in the pot for transportation. It turns out that this pot increases the amount of everything that is put into it, and if the amount varies depending on its mass, then it turns out that they will get hundreds of kilograms of these stones. And if they put a gold bar in there, then the pot would literally become a source of gold. And she added that now it was just a garbage generator. Meanwhile, Karen wondered where the young man was now. The guy was upset that they were just rocks. She knew he was upset, but I wanted him to fill the store with trash. He asked her how much the thing was worth if he hadn't ruined it. She said about 1 trillion. because it was rare. Hearing this, he became even more depressed. She said that he would find another one like it and invited him to the sale tomorrow. His new update got 4 views and 1 like. He was banging the table in frustration because he had screwed up today and he didn't understand why he should like it. In the morning, Karen came to him. She asked if they were going to the dungeon or if he wanted to go to the lower floors. The guy's eyes were bruised, and he answered that they would go to the gun shop first. Because the saleswoman said she had a sale today, they wanted to, and there Akane was sitting with Kitora, chatting about something. She apologized and told him that customers had arrived. He told her to call if she needed his help. Akane said goodbye to him and thanked him. She looked at the boy sullenly. Akane, pretending not to notice the boy, asked Karen where he was. Then she laughed, and the boy was upset because she had noticed him before. She asked them to come in and wished them good shopping. There was some equipment on display, but only a little. They tried on gloves and wondered if the gun would slip out. Then the boy asked what size the shoes were. She said it was his size. She showed them how she measured their size and asked them to address her as Akane-sama. Then they looked at the dagger and the staff. The guy couldn't lift the dagger. She said it was from the dungeon. She had no idea what kind of dagger it was. She said that the shop was a warehouse. Karen showed them her shoes. Then the young man asked her if she could lift the staff. The saleswoman asked them to buy it if she could lift it. Karen held the staff and liked it. The young man was jealous that she had mastered a high-level weapon so quickly. The saleswoman said it was worth 1 million. They immediately put it back. They wanted to know its starting price. She said it was worth 10,000. He was eager to buy it for 20,000. She said it was obtained on the 20th floor of Chikaho, so it was worth at least 50,000. After a bet, they agreed on 35,000. Akane was upset that they dropped the price so much. The guy looked at the dagger and noticed that it was not sharp. She said that it was a cursed dagger. He thought, since it's cursed, what can you do with it? Because it's not even sharp. She explained that the more monsters he kills, the sharper this dagger will become. He was delighted with this weapon. But he did not understand why no one bought it. She answered that no one needed it, because it was a dagger. Akane said that it was hard to fight monsters with a dagger, and there were few madmen who used them. She asked if he took it without any trickery, and when he asked how much it cost, she answered 1 million again. Then she told him not to leave, that she was joking, and would give it away for next to nothing for 300,000. The young man was eager to leave her an order. She asked him what he needed. He needed a carving knife and medicine for adventurers. She was eager to know if he needed anything else, he would let her know. Karen asked the guy if he beat the boss yesterday. He thought she must have read his blog. Then, crying, she asked if she was a burden to him. He said no way, and explained that he was just walking along and just bumped into him. She was burning with desire to become stronger as soon as possible. The young man understood well and suggested that they defeat everyone today. Then they went on adventures. They fought together with the black raccoons. There were quite a lot of them, and they attacked from all sides. The girl tried out her new staff in action. While the young man fought and moved forward, Karen covered him with her magic. It was interesting for them to fight together, shoulder to shoulder. After the fight, they were very tired. Karen told him to count his strength, even if it was great, and give his all to the fight. During the fight, he fell, and she was worried about what had happened to him. He apologized and told her that she had become much stronger. She said that the new staff was much better at conducting magic than the previous one. She didn't want him to stray from the topic and think about what he had done. He promised her that next time he would be more careful. Then the young man stood up and looked around, but then something like an earthquake began. Then it stopped. They thought it was a slight push. He suggested going back to hunting, never thinking about what Karen had said. This time they brought 352 materials to the gun shop, and they were undamaged. They put all this in a magic bag. They warned the saleswoman that they would be doing this for another 3 or 4 days, and she was not happy about it. They asked her if she felt the earthquake, and she asked if there was one. It all happened suddenly, and there was no sign of trouble. Everyone was busy with their own affairs. The young man and Karen were about to eat tanuki soup. Then the monster invasion began. It was dark outside, but morning was coming. The young man was sleeping peacefully, but then he suddenly jumped out of bed. He put on all his gear, grabbed his dagger, and headed to the dungeon. Looking down, he had a bad feeling. He called the police and said that strange sounds were coming from the dungeon where the entrance had opened. He asked them to come quickly. They said that they would send him a rapid response force, and they gave him all the instructions and hung up. Then he called the hotel where Karen was staying. The phone rang in her room. She answered him half asleep, and he informed her that there was a risk of an invasion and told her to get ready and come to him as soon as possible. She responded quickly, and the young man was upset that he woke her up. He approached the dungeon, entered the site, and the number of visits there increased. Akane was also awake at this time and approached the young man. She said she was receiving supplies early in the morning and said his medication had arrived. He said he would buy whatever was available. She asked him what was going on. He said that an invasion was coming. She was about to run away when she heard this, but the young man did not allow her. He told her that she couldn't do that because she was an adventurer too. She asked him how he knew she was an adventurer. He could tell by her walk and movements, and for a simple shop assistant, she knew too much about everything. He asked her to sell him medicine. Karen ran and asked the young man if the invasion had begun. He replied that everything was quiet for now. Akane brought the boy medicine. He told them that terrible monsters were appearing everywhere now, but at different times. He asked Karen to explain what was going on when the rapid response forces arrived. He was going to go down to the dungeon to hunt the boss. The girls warned him that it was dangerous, but he knew that it could only be stopped by killing all the monsters. But perhaps there was another option. It was to kill the boss who was leading the invasion. He was eager to kill him if he had the chance. Karen was eager to go with him, but he told her she would stay. She asked why. He replied that she would be in the way. He told them that only he could get past the monsters without being noticed, so she had to stay here. She suddenly burst into tears and begged him not to commit rash and thoughtless acts. Like the last time, they came to an agreement, and the young man set out on his journey. He was completely reckless. At that time, Masatsugu was fighting in another city. Ranger led the adventurers into battle with the monsters. They followed his orders without question. He believed that they would be able to cope with this defense, because there were many of them. He protected everyone he could. They fought centipedes and other monsters. At that moment, Bacon called him and asked where he was. Masatsugu replied that he was in Hokkaido. He also asked how they were doing. They were fighting mid-level monsters. The rest of the rankers were with Bacon. Bacon informed him that he would send 10 strong fighters and a rapid reaction force to help. They had a lot to do. On the forum, adventurers exchanged information about what was happening. They fought to protect Japan. At that time, Kabaroshi was looking for the boss. He had 2 skill points, one for a rainy day and the other. All kinds of monsters moved together, and behind them, the young man noticed silver wolves. He was afraid that they might notice him, as they have an excellent sense of smell. He checked his sign, and he threw a stone at them. The young man believed that he would succeed, and the stone potatoes were his best weapon. He focused only on the silver wolves. He kept throwing stones at them. He knew that the rest would be held back, and the squad. Now he threw stones at all the monsters. He was getting sicker. And at that moment, their boss appeared in front of him. It was a huge silver wolf. This silver wolf turned out to be a mid-level werewolf. The guy ran away from him and believed that he could handle him. He got hit. The werewolf hit him hard and he flew further away. He took heavy damage. Then he got wounded in the chest by its claws. He also managed to wound its paws with a dagger. The werewolf approached him and stood looking at him. The young man lay on the ground and did not know what to do. People fought with monsters. People built their own barricades to protect themselves from them. Karen fought the monsters bravely and helped everyone as much as she could. And about 5 minutes passed from the invasion of the monsters, and only the weakest of the monsters remained. But there aren't that many of them. And they've got reinforcements. They thought the invasion wouldn't be crazy. She was worried about Karaboshi. She saw Katori and told him to leave here. He said that she was very worried about him. She explained that she was an adventurer and that it was her duty. But she realized that she had spent a lot of time in the dungeon and was no longer the girl who couldn't do anything. She helped people deal with monsters. To do this, she was eager to use distance and magic. But since she is not in a dungeon, her power did not work properly. Akane rushed to their aid. They hurried to restore the barricade, and Karen began to help the wounded. Akane threw gloves at her and told her not to touch the wounds with her bare hands. She asked not to spread the infection. Karen told her that if she had defended the barricade instead of standing aside, no one would have gotten hurt. Akane said she didn't understand what she was talking about. She told her to pretend and that everyone would know she was strong. Akane said that if she was weak, it wasn't the other's fault. If she had time to talk about it, she advised her to spend it usefully. Karen asked why Akane wasn't fighting with the others. She was just protecting her shop. She didn't like the fact that her shop was so close to the dungeon. One man told Karen that if it bothered her so much, then she should become stronger for the next invasion. Karen and everyone else were defending the barricade. The young man lay on the ground, wounded. He didn't understand what he was doing. He had no desire to escape from there. He was worried that if this monster got out, someone might die. This will happen because he ran away. And because of that, someone could die. So he decided not to run away. The werewolf smiled at him. He noticed that the wolf looked like a man. He took the daggers in his hands and stood in a defensive pose, crossing them in front of him. The werewolf began to attack with his claws. He defended himself with all his might. The werewolf was monstrously strong. But the young man tried to be attentive and concentrated. He was able to anticipate his action and dodged his blow. The werewolf screamed and continued to attack the boy with his huge claws. Little by little, he began to see his movements, his weight, but he himself was not in the best shape. And he felt weak. But the fight became even more interesting to him. He told the wolf that he was good. He attacked him with his daggers, but he could only get to him with his blows little by little, and he was eager to make his next blow from below. Then he vomited blood. The werewolf managed to land a quick attack on him. He held on as best he could, but if the boy got hit again, he might not survive it. He put on his mask, barely moving. The young man tried to get up from his place when the werewolf was burning with desire to attack him again. When his claws were just a little bit away from reaching him, he was able to jump down and attack the werewolf from above, crossing daggers. He then moved his daggers, attacking his chest. He was actually able to seriously injure his opponent. They both fell to the ground. The werewolf lay motionless, but his eyes were looking at the boy. Karaboshi was very tired. He had fun fighting him, but it was the limit of his abilities. The werewolf looked at him, grinned, and lost consciousness. The guy also looked at him and was too weak to lift his head. And he fell down, already without strength. He woke up, he felt something heavy on his stomach. It was Karen. The guy raised his head, the girl was very worried about him. The girl looked for him everywhere and thought that he had been eaten and cried because of it. He apologized to her and asked her what was going on outside. She wiped away her tears and told him that it was all over now. All the people were alive. The cities of Oita and Akita were safe after the invasion ended. After killing the boss, the invasion ended. The adventurers continued to discuss how dangerous the bosses were. Masatsugu informed everyone that everything was over in Sapporo and there were no casualties. He asked them about the situation in Shinjuku City, as he could not contact Bacon. He received the messages above. They told him that Shinjuku was destroyed. The defeated monsters lie in a pile. Looking at this pile, one of the soldiers says that this was the last one. I don't understand why everything ended so suddenly. His partner tells him that according to information on the network, the invasion ends if you defeat the boss. But the soldier was curious who did it, and in response, he heard that it was a young girl. One of the soldiers began to prove that as soon as the girl entered the dungeon, the invasion immediately ended. The guy standing behind the girl was surprised. Was it really her? And the girl says that, yes, Karaboshi-san defeated the boss. The guy began to imagine the moment of glory. How people lift him up saying his name. And with joy, the guy thinks, this is what the feeling of glory is. But in reality, the soldiers did not understand who the girl was talking about and asked if he was her boyfriend, telling him not to be modest, to which the guy was pleased. The military continued to talk. They expressed gratitude and that the girl was small but mighty. The guy behind the girl realized that he had not pumped up stealth, and he did not understand why he was being ignored and wondered if he had become persona non grata. The guy was interested in whether they were leveling up themselves, and he realized that he was tired and very sad. That's why he wanted to go home. Suddenly, the girl, squeezed between the military in uniform, screamed, asking for help. Suddenly, everyone's attention is drawn to the fallen werewolf next to them and the man who threw it. This man introduced himself to everyone. His name was Karaboshi. and he explained that this werewolf was the boss of the invasion. Everyone looked in surprise, and from the crowd someone said, "How long has the new man been standing there?" Karaboshi, noticing Akane, asked to deal with the werewolf. Then Karaboshi said that he wanted to make a couple of orders later, and he giggled a little. The guy standing behind the girl, noticing this, was shocked. The girl, with an inspired look, looked at Karaboshi and began to ask him if the orders were big, and if he had a lot of money. And the guy standing next to him was surprised to realize that someone had no money and no orders. Karaboshi understood. It meant war. He turned around and started running, and turned to Karen, saying that he would need help, to which he received confirmation in response. An hour later, the girl was sweating and hoping that Karaboshi would say that this was all a joke. In front of them was a giant pile of different undead monsters. Akane clutched her head from what she saw, not understanding why there was so much of it, and asked him to stop. But then they saw a guy raising his hand with a card up, shouting that he had an adventurer's coupon. Akane, having found out, started screaming no, and began to fall to her knees. It turns out that with this coupon, you get 5% more money from sales. Later, the boy learned that the invasion at Shinjuku Station had failed to be stopped that night, and now the area around the station was occupied by monsters. Despite the presence of great adventurers, all of this was due to failure. First, the absence of Japan's main power, Masatsugu, and the disappearance of their replacement. Second, the simultaneous appearance of monsters in 63 locations. As a result, the adventurers retreated, and this news spread throughout the country, engulfing fear and despair. The next day, the girl asks if there is bad news about Shinjuku again and wonders what will happen to Japan. The guy looking at the tablet says that Masatsugu wrote about the operation to liberate the station, and that top ranker who should be able to handle it. Although the guy is uneasy that it is better not to go to Shinjuku now, continuing to say that with their level they can't help, the girl sadly confirms. But the guy turns around and says that therefore they must become stronger. The guy, picking up some potatoes, says that defeating potato monsters is easy. The girl lying on the ground asks if that's true, and asks Karaboshi not to say anything, because he's cruel. But in response, she hears that she's rude, and can defeat them if she watches where they're aiming. It's all about speed. Adding, he says that he understands that this is too difficult for her. These words anger the girl and says that she will do it. The guy tells her to try again, to which the girl sighs and turns around, and she starts aiming her stick at the growing potatoes, and she says that even she can do it if she tries. The guy watching what was happening was in shock. The girl stood contentedly, hoping to hear praise, so she asked him how he was. The guy, looking at the dead plant, began to say that she had finished with the plant before it shot itself, and now they would not get potatoes. The girl was confused. The guy gets angry, not believing how the girl could do this to his potatoes, and he hears from the girl that he can always come and pick more. But the guy tells her that the ghost of the potato will appear to her in nightmares, after which the girl begins to cry. Then he shouts at the guy to go and plant potatoes in his garden, and he calms down. He can grow potatoes at home. Hearing this wonderful idea, he agrees, to which the girl replies, "Please." That same night, the boy came to the place where the potatoes were growing, and he collected it with satisfaction. Having collected all the potatoes in special boxes, the guy said that the transplantation operation was successful. Looking at his potatoes with admiration, the boy realized that he had never thought of mass-producing potatoes, and that Karen was smart. Having prepared the soil for the seedlings, all that was left was to wait a little, so the boy entered the house. In the morning, the guy wished good morning to the potatoes and headed straight to the potatoes themselves. Then, literally a second later, he was already in a state of indignation, because all his potatoes had wilted. The guy didn't want to believe what was happening. Taking the withered potato in his hand, the guy's eyes filled with tears. And the guy said that it seemed like they couldn't live outside the dungeon after all. But suddenly the boy notices the potato's movement. It began to tremble and shake, and he understands that the potato is alive. But he immediately thinks how to help it. The guy's gaze falls on the jug standing on the table, and he thinks whether this jug is needed. Taking the jug he saw, he asks the potato if he needs this thing, and he starts burying the potato in the jug. Suddenly the boy screamed at what he saw. because the potato glowed and acquired a living appearance. The guy was very happy and asked if the potato was better. Holding a stone potato in his hand, which was straight from the dungeon, the guy asked if the potato needed nutrients from there, to which the plant nodded. The guy stood in shock, and then the guy asks at the top of his voice if the guy, that potato, understands everything he says. In response, he sees nodding again. Having transplanted the potatoes into a pot, the guy was amazed and wondered if the day had really come when he could talk to plants, and then he asked the name of the plant. In response, he saw a negative nod. This was unusual for the guy, and he decided to come up with a name for the plant. The guy started suggesting names like lace, pring, potato, and potato fan, but in return, he got a punch in the face from the plant. At the end, the tortured guy asks how about the name Rhea. In Greek mythology, Rhea was the goddess of fertility, and the plant apparently liked the name, because the flower became prettier from hearing it. Turning to Ray, the guy apologized for putting him in the box, but he began to justify himself by saying that he did it for a reason, and he wanted to grow potatoes, but the plant threw its fruit at him, which landed in the guy's palm. The guy looked at the potato and was shocked why it was dry. The shocked guy asks not to tell the plant that it can no longer produce fresh potatoes. But unfortunately, the plant makes it clear that this is so. And then the guy asks if it is because of him. Rhea, giving a positive answer, asks the guy to apologize for this. The guy knelt down and bowed, apologizing. After some time, the guy is hunting with a girl who calls him from behind, to which the guy asks what is going on. The girl suggests taking a break, as they have been hunting for over 2 hours. Kara-san replies that he is not tired, but the girl firmly says that they will take a break. The guy reluctantly agrees and starts to leave, wondering if it was magic. The partner thinks that he has been in the clouds lately. The girl standing in the middle of the dead monsters thought that Kara-san would not forget to cover her in the fight with the monsters. Turning her eyes to the guy himself, she asks him if something is gnawing at him, can it help with anything? Kara-san, taking a handful of soil in his hands, thought about fertilizer for the plant. Would it be suitable for the plant, and was there a special fertilizer? Would nothing happen, since the soil in the dungeon was dry, but he watered the soil before replanting Rhea. The girl was shocked, saying that everything was even worse than she thought. Having finished their business, they said goodbye until tomorrow, and praising themselves for doing a great job. And Kara-san went home. After him, the girl says that he scares her. Karaboshi-san seemed like a strong man to her, but it seems she was mistaken. He went against the invasion alone and always fights for hours on end. But he thinks it's because he's missing something. He was acting strange today. Having decided to talk to the guy, the girl followed him home. Entering the house, the girl heard Karaboshi pronouncing Rei's name, and asking Rhea, why not? He should stick it in here. The girl was stunned by what she heard. Continuing to hear what Karaboshi says, at least a little, and you will like it yourself, you know. The girl was even more shocked. And I thought, could it really be? Karaboshi-san lives with a girl, representing them as a couple. The guy tried to convince Rhea to add fertilizer, saying that it was just a little bit. As he heard Grohat Rag, having decided to check what had happened, the hero left the room. Karaboshi was shocked to see Karen lying on the floor. Under the article, Brave Adventurers Let's Retake Shinjuku in the comments, the topic, Volunteers for a Nameless Campaign, was discussed. In topic 300, it was written that information appeared that the dungeon is some kind of disaster, and asks if anyone will go to help. In response, they ask whether it is in Shinjuku. But no, it is in Chikaho. And they added that those who are there now are unlucky. Topic 304 was about the inaction of the adventurers, to which topic 305 was about defending and justifying the adventurers, explaining their actions. The discussion ended soon after apologies were written. In the house, Karen, seeing the plants, was angry and asked what this monster was doing there, to which Karaboshi introduced the name of the plant and said that he brought it from the dungeon. The girl repeated whether he brought it. Then she began to ask what the hero was thinking about when he brought the monster home. The Karaboshi began to say that she was good even though she was a monster, to which the heroine replied that it was still a monster. The guy did not give up, continuing that monsters also needed to survive and they could become friends. and he asked to look at the adventurers in Chikaho, asking how they were different from the monsters. After all, they provoke monsters and kill them. The guy wanted to say that it was not a matter of whether they were friends or enemies, it was a matter of survival. The guy continued that there would be no problems with Ria, because they were friends. And at that moment, the plant threw a potato at Karaboshi. Noticing this, Karen voiced what was happening, to which the hero replied, "If he hits, it means he loves." But this angered the girl, and she, preparing herself, suggested to pull the plant out by the roots. But the young man asked to wait, thereby stopping her. And he said that it did not hurt him. And the heroine asked him to calm down. The young man pushing the cart was glad that yesterday he managed to convince Karen, but he did not know what to do with Rhea. Having reached the garden, he called Mr. Katori-san and said that he brought him more meat. Katori-san waved his hand and asked if it was monster meat. Then he added that it was quite good, and he felt awkward in front of Karaboshi again. So he asked him to accept something from him, and he handed the boy a plant similar to cane sugar. Karaboshi asked how many years the gentleman had been growing them. The answer was that they were last year's seedlings. He asked if that was true. Then he added that they were beautiful. Then the young man said that he thought that for such a size they grow for more than 5 years. The gentleman answered that yes, but if you use compost for monster meat, then everything grows faster. Then Karaboshi asked if the gentleman could share some compost. The answer was, of course. Kitori-san added that, by the way, he found something among the meat. He didn't know what it was, so he gave it to the guy. Karaboshi took it in his hand and looked at it in surprise. The hero returned home and informed Rei of his arrival, and asked why Rei was still angry with him. After all, they had sorted everything out yesterday. But the plant was in an offended mood. The young man sighed, said that there was no other choice, and began adding compost to the pot, as Rei immediately perked up. And then Karaboshi said that he knew that the plant liked this soil. After all, monster meat contains useful substances for plant growth. And reaching into his pocket, he asked if Rei wanted. Does he want the stone he took out of his pocket? It was a magic stone. It is rare and can fall out of a monster's body, and its purpose is unknown. And he asked again if Rei wanted the stone. The plant immediately grabbed the stone. The guy asked, smiling, if Rhea had forgotten anything, meaning where the thank you was. And Rei started to fight. Then Karaboshi said, okay, and asked not to make a fuss. And he thought that he was giving her treats, and she was fighting. The boys fight. And then Karaboshi noticed that Karen had become much stronger, and in pure firepower, she surpassed him. But thanks to the skill Accelerated Growth, Karaboshi levels up faster. Therefore, they remain on par with Karen. The guys find themselves in a place where they sell and buy equipment and materials. There are 350 silver wolf carcasses. Karaboshi tells Akane, who is standing at the entrance, that he hopes she will buy it. That girl answers that it's fine and will count everything now. Karaboshi and Karen were surprised, and that girl started counting. Having calculated everything, Akane announced the final amount, which was 187,500 yen, and added that an order for Karaboshi, a carving knife, had arrived. The guy said how fast it was, to which the girl handing over the knife said that it was express delivery and asked if she wanted him to sharpen the knife. The boy said yes. Akane began sharpening the knife. After a while, she returned the knife and apologized for the wait, and Karaboshi asked how much he owed. Akane remained silent. Then the boy said her name loudly, and the girl simply responded with the word what. Karaboshi asks, what is wrong with her today, and where is her everyday energy? In response, she hears that she can't always be like this. Then the young man says, that's understandable, but you've even become polite. Akane didn't understand what he was talking about. But later she said that he was right, and if he was worried, she asked if he could listen to her. Karaboshi says yes, and Akane starts telling that their leader in Sapporo has gone missing. It all started with the collapse of the store. At first, she thought that the leader was hiding from the angry bosses. But after checking the history of the electronic card, it turned out that the leader went to Chikaho. The hero asks how much time has passed since her disappearance. It turned out to be about 5 days. The guy thought about it, Corinne summed up that there was only a record of the descent into Chikaho and the number of days of her disappearance, and where the head is approximately in the dungeon is unknown. The guy then asked Akane if she would go on a search. The girl remained thoughtfully silent, and Karen, turning to Akane-san, added, "That's right, because Akane is incredibly strong." But Akane replied that she had to look after the store. Besides, the branch manager or her superiors would not forgive her for shirking her work due to her colleague's absence. The boys listened to her silently. Afterwards, they asked her why she didn't take a day off. To which Akane replied, "Did she have any?" The guys, shocked, asked again that there were no days off. The girl answered that in this place, work was no different from a day off. The guys agreed. Akane added, "Therefore, if she creates a quest, will Karaboshi take it?" The guy was inspired that this was his first quest, and he said that it depends on the details. Akane said, "In that case, the quest is find the branch manager. The location is Chikaho within the first 8 floors. The hero repeated about the 8 floors. Then asking why she went there, Akane explained that she had taken a quest from the equipment factory to obtain materials from the Silver Wolf, and in order to meet the deadline, she went into the dungeon herself. Then it dawned on the boy that in Chikaho, silver wolves appear from the 6th to the 8th floor, and she should be somewhere there. And asked about the deadline. After all, searching until they find her is pointless. There might not even be a bone left of her. Afterwards, the hero said that he saw no point in taking up the search, and besides, was he suitable for it? Akane immediately said, of course, and gave him a month, asking at the end if he was going. Karaboshi thought, if they take it. And then Akane added that they should take Karen's magic bag and gather the necessary supplies for this period. Karaboshi, continuing to think, said no, we still won't take it. After hearing this, Akane fell to the floor and began asking why he had kept up the conversation at all. The guy apologized, and he added that he had some circumstances and he couldn't leave his home. Karen immediately thought of Rei, and Akane, angry, lowered her head and said that adventurers only think about themselves. Akane screamed sharply that saving people, protecting Japan, all they know how to do is chatter and boast, and when there is a real disaster, the adventurers sincerely don't care about anything. Karaboshi said that if the person in trouble was in front of him, it would be one thing, but now he was far from that place, so why blame him for not going? And unable to restrain himself, he shouted that if he wanted to help the leader, he should ask the adventurers from Sapporo. Akane was getting redder with anger, as Karen was pointing her finger at the guy and calling him. Then she asked him if he couldn't leave the house because of that little girl. Karen, with tears in her eyes, continued to say that if so, then maybe they would take her with them. After all, she could move around in the pot. The guy answered that she could. But was that normal? Karen didn't understand. The hero explained that she was a monster. Karen, lowering her head, said that she had no reason to trust the plant. But if Karaboshi-san said that Rei was good, then she believed it too. Adding with pity, after all, they were a party. And she continued to say that it was true that the leader was far away from here. But she asked to see how Akane-san was suffering. Having said this, Karen almost burst into tears. And the young man continued to look at Karen. After patting Karen on the head, Karaboshi agreed to take on the quest. Both girls were delighted, but the guy added that on the condition that, on top of the reward for the quest, Akane would cover the search expenses. Akane happily said that it goes without saying. Guaranteed reward, 300,000 yen. For completing the task, another 200,000 yen. If they do it in one day, then he will pay 500,000 yen. Asking if it is tempting, the two are shocked, asked if it is serious, and in addition, Akane will buy all the items collected during the quest at 5% more. On top of that, the items' evaluation and equipment restoration are free, and the expenses for the night's lodging and food are covered, and he asks if they agree. The young man says at the top of his voice that it is excellent. At the end, he asks again, if so, will they take it? All three of them became serious and silently lowered their heads a little. Leaving the store, Karen thanked Karaboshi-san for agreeing to the quest. The hero replied that she didn't need to thank him, but the girl said thank you anyway. The guy smiled. She always told him that he was talented and doing the right thing. But now he will put all his efforts into thinking about others. Karaboshi realized that he now wanted to help other people. The girl looked at the hero with admiration, pronouncing his name. And Karaboshi said, however, what led him to such a thought were Karen's words. At this point, he asked to end things here, saying to go and get ready for the trip. They are leaving tomorrow. Karen's eyes sparkled, and she simply said, yes. Akane closed the drawer on the table, happy that she was able to send these idiots to search for a person. It was great. Introducing her leader, she continued to think that while someone was afraid of missing a contract, others were making money. What kind of narrow-minded people are these? Akane sat with a smirk. Akane happily pulled herself up and said that it was because of losers like her that talented people like her could truly reach their potential. In a word, she is a chaos girl. Coolly throwing glasses, she said that the others live for Akane to be on top. Looking out the window, she said that although she had lost her market, and the world, her world, had suffered a serious loss, the others would never break her. Her words could be heard on the street, where it was said that she was too resilient and determined. She would get out of any situation, and nothing would stop her. Introducing Karen, Karaboshi and his plants, Akane called everyone useless people. Karaboshi was fastening the belt in the car, in which Rhea was, and talking to her that it was time to get ready. Seeing the questioning face of the plant, he tells her if he is asking where, and he answers that in Chicago, it is far from here. Seeing what was happening, Karen's mouth fell open in shock, but she immediately headed to the car. Already sitting in the car, turning to Rei, she looked at her with a displeased look. Karen started talking about how the first 7 floors of Chicago are teeming with wolves. Will they cope, since they don't seem very strong? The guy sitting behind the wheel answers that they should cope, but unpleasant surprises will start from the 6th floor. Suddenly Karaboshi sees traps on the road. These are pits with traps. They're not fatal, but they cause a lot of trouble. Karen, holding a laptop, says that the monsters there are no different from theirs, but the difficulty of the dungeon is much higher. And then she found something like a tutorial for the game. The hero asked again about the game, adding that dungeons are often found in games, but in real life, they spawn monsters and somehow attract people. He does not believe that dungeons have no end. The young man can't wait to get to the dungeon. Karen, who was sitting next to him, asked how long it would take them to get to the right floor. Karaboshi, I think it's about a month. Karen also asks if they will make it in time, to which the hero replies that they should. They continue driving along the road. Having reached the building and entering it, the heroine asks what their plan of action is. In response, Karaboshi says that they will go there first. They enter the dungeon shop, Black Dragon Cave. On the windows there is an announcement about discounts and sales. And inside the shop there is various goods with a small advertising description. The young man looking at the things noticed that this was a specialized store. The guys continued looking at the shelves with things, and Karaboshi said that due to the decline of science, occult things have already become mainstream. Science cannot explain what is happening in the world, it was not ready for it. And the guy notices a large bucket. It had a type of monster, a slippery eel. The hero looked unpleasantly at the contents of the bucket and repeated the word eel. And he began to read the card, which said that people were saved by eels, and the action lasted about a day. Karaboshi decided to take 4 eels just in case. The guy, who was about to move on, noticed how the heroine began to pronounce bipai, and asked if everything was okay with her. The young man did not understand what the beep beep was. Karen turned to him and showed him the chicken in her hands, and said that it was he who beeped. Karaboshi said that he had already brought home Rhea, and that they would find a use for the chicken too, although it was too noisy. Afterwards the hero said that the price was too high, maybe they better not take them. The girl thinks that her partner is right. She just liked the chickens, and they are not that noisy. The chickens were squeaking all this time. In the dungeon on the 4th floor, the hero was already fighting a rabbit. Having hit the rabbit in the neck with a knife, the monster fell to the ground. The boss of the 4th floor was a giant killer rabbit, and he was clumsy, which did not compare to the rabbits from their dungeon. And then the guy noticed how Karen was standing frightened to the side, and asked her if she had fought with the boss. The girl answered that she had not, and therefore she could go further. Karaboshi said accepted. And a huge rabbit sat in front. The young man said that these rabbits from the 4th floor are weak and said not to be afraid of Karen because he is nearby. The partner said yes, please be nearby. And Karen stretched out her hands with a stick and began to concentrate. The hero standing behind her said that the better Karen concentrates, the stronger her magic. And her attacks can even be stronger than his. Opening the electronic panel, the young man said that before going down to the 6th floor, he should look at the skill points. And after looking, he was surprised. He saw the description of Rhea. Her gender turned out to be female. The guy was glad about this, because it meant that he had not made a mistake with the name. While Karaboshi was dealing with the panel, Karen was fighting the monster, and after striking him, the rabbit flew back. The girl screamed that she had succeeded, but the heroine's expression changed abruptly, and questions appeared. At first, the guy who had praised Karen now began to ask if something had happened. Karen says something is wrong. It's as if everything inside her has turned upside down. Karaboshi asks again. The girl answers that yes. It's as if she began to see the dungeon more clearly, and she sees the guy better. The guy became suspicious. Then he said that everything was fine. She could tell him everything that was happening to her. Karen happily said that she had most likely raised her level, and that was why her senses had become more acute. The hero added that it was great, and there were no problems. The guy thought that yesterday he had spent 1 skill point in advance. But apart from the improvement of his vision, he did not feel any changes. Now he can see even the smallest cracks on the walls of the dungeon. The guys were going down from the 5th to the 6th floor and noticed that there was grass growing on the road. Karaboshi suggested stopping for a while and assessing the area. Karen agreed. The hero noticed that the further he went, the more colorful the dungeon became, and the girl noticed that there was someone ahead. It was said from the front that they had been discovered, thus they lost the right to strike first. They turned out to be silver wolves. They ran at the boys, but the boys immediately jumped up and immediately entered the fight. They fought actively. After the hero stabbed the wolf, he said that these wolves were as strong as the ones in their dungeon. Karen asked if they would go to the 7th floor. The guy said that they should also draw a map of the dungeon and look for the boss. If something went wrong, they would come back. The girl agreed. Moving further along the map, the young man asks if Karen sees a trap there. His partner answered that she does, but barely. The hero said that it means they can go. The girl did not understand and asks to stop. But the guy does not listen to her despite the fact that she calls him. Karaboshi gets trapped. A frightened Karen asks if everything is okay with him. The hero answers that everything is fine. Then the girl asks if he got into the trap on purpose. The guy says yes, and he wanted to understand how the trap works. The girl asks, what if there were sharpened peaks at the bottom? The angry young man says, yes, but if he hadn't fallen, they wouldn't have known about it, and where the boundaries of the trap were. Karen, with a desperate look, thought that it was better not to leave her partner unattended. Then the boys saw a huge wolf sitting on a hill. It looks like it's the boss, a giant wolf. The heroine asks the guy what they are going to do. After thinking for a bit, she replies that it is a pity that they do not have a tank in their party, and adds that they need to bypass 5 traps and only then attack. It will be quite difficult. Still thinking what they can do. Spin like a top and hit at the same time. Then maybe it's worth pumping up the speed. The young man calls Karen and says that he will reveal one secret to her. But he asked her to promise that she will not tell anyone. They looked into each other's eyes, after which the girl made a promise. Karaboshi said to get Rhea. At first, the girl automatically wanted to say good, but then she came to her senses and asked again what had just been said. And she continued to carry out the order. The young man, looking at the panel, said to put in 8 points at once. Having looked at the table, the hero thought about the valuable stock and thought that it was worth trying. Then he began to address Rhea, but before he could finish his sentence, he got hit on the head with a potato. And then the hero apologizes for keeping Rhea in the bag the whole time. Then he asked Rhea if she could replenish her ammunition from this pot. The plant showed by action that it could, by shooting potatoes. The guys were happy and the young man said that it was an excellent shot. Having placed Rhea on his shoulder, the hero told her that on his signal, they would attack simultaneously. The plant nodded. Karen thought that if something went wrong, she would help them. The wolf that noticed them took a fighting stance. Karaboshi also moved forward, and the hero, shouting now, gave the signal. Rhea immediately began to attack. There was smoke and dust all around. The guys were shocked by what they saw. Ria sighed with relief. The hero says, and she's not even a year old yet. Small, but mighty. Karen turned to her friend and asked why Ria had been weak before, and now she's suddenly become strong. Karaboshi told Karen to look and open the panels with information and descriptions in front of him, and he said that it was his secret. The heroine looked at everything with interest and asked if it was a magic item. The friend replied that it was something like that, and with the help of the panel he could improve his skills. If someone had found out about his magical abilities, he probably would have dealt with that person. That's why he hid it. Turning to the heroine, he said, "But he trusts her." Karen screamed loudly in surprise, and then she became embarrassed, repeating his words that he trusts her. Looking at the panel, Karen asks if this is her skill tree. Karaboshi says yes, and if she wants to improve something, then... Before she can finish speaking, the heroine immediately says magic. She asks him to invest all the points into magic. He says that she might feel bad because of the sharp increase in skill. But the girl still insistently asks. The guy agrees and changes the data on the panel. Then the girl looks at her hands with delight and says that it's incredible, and adds that she is now ready to kill any boss. The young man laughingly tells her to relax, and that she should first learn to control her power. But then Karaboshi finds dead silver wolves on the ground and says with horror that she killed 3 bosses of the 7th floor. He asks, "Is it one hit?" and calls Karen-san. He suggests that she not waste her energy on small fish. He thinks that she should learn to control her new power better. He almost escaped from the dungeon. Karen still couldn't recover from her new abilities, but she agrees with her friend's opinion and apologizes. The guys are walking up the stairs. The hero says he's falling off his feet. It's already 6 in the evening. They've been underground for over 5 hours and haven't had a single clue about the missing Ui. The girl lowered her head and began to whine. The partner says that they shouldn't lose heart. He thinks that it's too early for them to go down to the 8th floor. He thinks that, quote, "From a stupid risk to disaster is close." At the store, a young man meets them and apologizes for the wait. He says that according to a preliminary estimates, the skins and fangs they brought are worth 44,000 yen. Are they satisfied with the price? Karaboshi agrees. The store employee adds that the workers were instructed to make a surcharge, especially for them. The worker hands them a calculator with the amount indicated. Karaboshi agrees and asks to split it between the two. The worker replies, "As you wish." And he adds that it's nothing. Your order itself is completed, and he can pick it up at the nearby weapons store. At first, the hero says yeah, and then, shaking his head from side to side, he doesn't understand what's going on. Then the deuce comes in, asking for forgiveness and saying welcome. Karaboshi and Karen looked in her direction. The new girl looks at the hero and asks if he is Nothing-sama, right? The guy is surprised how she knows his name, or rather his nickname. She replies that her senpai, Yuzuki Akane, told her about him. Senpai told the girl that if a guy in a BDSM mask came to her, then be polite to him. This is her little brother. The hero, hearing this, said that they are not close to her at all. The only thing that brings them together is the desire to fool each other. The girl who came says that she understands. But be that as it may, a senpai remains a senpai, and she said that Akane-sama made an order for the guys 2 sets of armor. The guys started trying it on and adjusting it on themselves, and the hero says that the armor is first class. Looking at the brand, he asks if it is probably expensive. The girl answers that the breastplate is made from the shell of a centipede. Karaboshi was surprised. The same armor he brought. Later he said that it was incredible, so fast. That girl answered nicely, because it was an important order. The armor was made by professionals. The young man can't believe that Akane took such good care of them and asks how much they owe for 2 sets. The girl replies, "Oh, no need." The guy asks why, and his interlocutor replies that they are forced to incur such expenses. She continues to say that all the strongest adventurers went to Shinjuku, and besides them, no one has reached the 8th floor. Many adventurers need help, but now there are simply not enough people. The hero, hearing this, thought about it. The girl in despair says that only Karaboshi and Karen have undertaken to fulfill their request. The girl bows low and asks to do anything, just let them save Ui, senpai. The hero said okay, and he will do everything in his power. As she was leaving the store, Karen thought that those guys really loved their senpai. And Nothing Sama kept saying that he would save Ui. Moto promises. There was a girl lying unconscious on the grass. The guy looked at the laptop, widening his eyes, and asked what this was, some kind of joke. On the screen was a post titled, "I'm rushing to help." The author was Nothing. He described that he had taken a quest to find a missing adventurer. And under the post, there were 14 views and 10 comments. Almost all the comments were negative. They wrote something like, "Adventurism is not for him. The article is crap," etc. But the young man was happy that he was finally being commented on too, and he was surprised how the guys commented so quickly. The guy happily responded to each commenter, thanking them for their comments, and that he agreed with most of what they wrote to him. Having closed the laptop and stretched, the guy decided that he needed to try hard today. Karen, having set off 2 explosions, called Karaboshi, San, to come. The guy seemed to be petrified by what he saw and thought how strong his partner was. After all, he didn't even have time to do anything. The hero called Karen and started saying that they hadn't completed the plan yet, But then his girlfriend interrupted him and told him to leave it to her. The guy walked along sighing and said that he actually wanted it himself, and even he takes other people into account better. Karen thinks that Karaboshi-san is having a hard time because of the criticism of his blog. If she were stronger, he wouldn't be so depressed. She raised her hands with a stick up and said that Karaboshi doesn't deserve angry comments. He's strange, of course, but a good person. And she decided that she would help him and thank him for saving her life. Now she has enough strength. Here the young man turns to Karen, and it doesn't seem to her that she's overdone it a bit. They decide to have a snack and have a picnic. While eating, they also have a conversation. The heroine says that the boss of the 7th floor was also a silver wolf. The guy agrees and says that there is no trace of Ui-san there either, and only the 8th floor remains. Suddenly, both have an epiphany. They found themselves on the 8th floor of the Chikaho dungeon. The guys were stunned. The young man said that the ceiling was so high. From floor to floor, something new appears. It's incredible. But the grass there is too high, you can't see anything under your feet. And they can please not notice Ui-san. Nothing Sama noticed another trap, and says that it is better not to rush there. Suddenly, Karen called him. 2 silver wolves appeared in front of them. The guy asks his girlfriend not to take action. Someone's fingers with long claws began to push the grass apart. It turned out to be a long-armed goblin. He has long arms and an ugly face. He lives not deep in the dungeon. The friends see the goblin, and then realize that this is not an ordinary goblin, but a dog walker. This type of goblin moves with silver wolves, and he is called that because from the outside it seems that he walks dogs. 2 wolves and a goblin were about to attack the boys. Karaboshi told Karen to step back. She agreed, then asked what now. The hero notices that they are wounded. It looks like they are, quote, limping wood. These are monsters wounded by adventurers. They are extremely dangerous. The hero only had to call his partner by name, and she immediately understood everything. Karen attacked and destroyed the wolves. Then she struck towards the goblin. He got angry, and the fight between the goblin and Karaboshi began. Their struggle continued actively. The girl, seeing the whole situation, decided to intervene and struck the goblin from the side, after which the goblin headed towards the girl. And the hero started shouting at Karen to run. And the young man hit the goblin hard from behind with a knife. Repeating the blow, he said he would not allow it. Finally, the goblin lay defeated on the ground. The tired Nothing fell to his knees. The hero, calming his partner, said that everything was fine. The level had increased, that's why it got a little worse. The level is good, of course, but fighting them one by one is just a waste of time. So they changed tactics a little. The hero put his hand in the backpack, intending to pull something out. The girl asked in surprise what it was. The hero took out the slippery eels. The heroine asked again. The young man said that the eels supposedly provide protection from monsters. Karen asks, why now? To which Nothing replies that the battle took longer than they expected. Karaboshi takes out another one just in case. The guy asks his girlfriend if everything is okay with her. Even though the girl is disgusted that the eels have climbed on her, she answers that everything is fine. The young man says that he also has Ria on his shoulder. She is calm. The heroine asked, why? Karen's partner said to grab the eels with both hands. The girl asked if it was possible to do it with at least one, to which she heard, you can't, and hold them tightly. After both of them took the eels, Nothing-san said fine and the search continues, and shouts to her friend to watch. Dominance effect. Meanwhile, Karen thinks that Karaboshi now looks more like a monster than those wolves. Elsewhere, Senpai Oe, who was lying in the grass, began to come to her senses, experiencing anger, and tries to crawl, but she realized that she couldn't. Her left leg was broken, and now she couldn't even move, let alone run. She barely tries to crawl and says that she paid dearly for her stupidity. If only there were medicines. No, if only she hadn't dragged herself here after the silver wolves. When the wolf's fur becomes dark, the quality of such goods increases. And the deeper you go underground, the more often you encounter such wolves. Ui-senpai imagined how people would say, if you go to a Mitsubishi store, they will get any high-quality goods. She would be ahead of her competitors. And would throw at the viper Akane. So, Ui, I thought about it, and here's the result. She took out the bottle, hoping that there was water in it. When she opened it, it turned out to be empty. Senpai remained lying there, thinking that there was no food, no water, nothing. She was saved only thanks to special equipment that masked the smell of the body. But then she thought, grinning, why would she need it? To prolong her life. No one would look for an ordinary person like her. Why would she waste her last strength in vain then? She kept saying that she had gotten herself into a hopeless situation with her rash decisions. That was fine. But what if it got worse? What if she was dishonored? She imagined a picture of monsters attacking her from all sides and biting her entire body. These thoughts made her scared, and she started calling out for anyone who was there. She screamed and asked for help. The girl did not want to die. Suddenly she noticed something, and it seemed to her senpai that it was a monster. Ui had already closed her eyes from fear and heard what they said, "Here you are." She opened her eyes, not believing that it was a human voice. First, a plant and a terrible face appeared from under the grass. I also saw slippery eels, which made me even more scared. After which the woman fell back, and Karen said that Karaboshi-san scared her to death. Senpai was lying unconscious. But gradually, she began to feel pain and wake up. Later, I came to my senses completely. The guy immediately started introducing himself to Oiso-san. He is an adventurer of nothing. They took the quest to save her. Senpai was surprised. Ui falls again. The young man asks her to wait and not to faint, because she is heavy and they will not be able to carry her. So he shakes her. The woman regains consciousness. She asks the hero not to touch her, and calls him a monster. Continues to say that if he wants to disgrace her body, then it would be better if he killed her right away. In response, Karaboshi says, "It's good that you are so cheerful, but please pull yourself together." Ui doesn't understand. The guy started explaining again that he and Karen had taken a quest to find her, so they were both here. Oiso-san asked again about the quest. The young man said, and that her colleagues from Mitsubishi are waiting for her return. From these words, the senpai's eyes become wet. The woman looks at her leg in amazement and says that it doesn't hurt anymore. Karen said that she used the restorative and asked if the lady was feeling better. Ui, already standing on her feet, answers that, yes, definitely, it looks like she can now walk on her own. The lady, having bowed to the guys, asks how she could thank them. Even her leg was cured. Nothing says that everything has already been taken care of in her company. After which Ui says, "I see, then just thank you very much." The hero asks the senpai, "Well, let's go." A positive answer is given. And then the lady is handed an eel, asking her to take it, which horrifies the senpai. They all approached the gate together with eels on their shoulders. The gate is equipped with an elevator mechanism. You can only move along the floors that they have opened. Karaboshi says that they only have to reach the gate, and they are on the surface. Oi-senpai is happy. Suddenly, Karen is attacked from behind and falls to the ground. Karaboshi and senpai turn around and call Karen, and they hear how they are told that they finally met. Two guys with huge swords say they haven't seen each other for a long time. A Kazel in a mask. Nothing remembers that these are the same ones. Nothing takes a fighting stance. and one of the attackers pulls his bow, as the second one, addressing the boys, advises them not to twitch. Ui senpai cursed. One of the attacking guys says, smiling, if Masatsugu says better not go to that shop, no one else will go there. And what if people decide to leave quests in other shops? It is unlikely that Oiso-san will fulfill the order. The lady, shocked, asks if customers will stop coming to their store. That can't be. The attackers laugh and say that they realized it too late. Senpai asks them, did you also anger those monsters and set them on me? In response, I heard, shut up. The other guy continued to draw his bow. Karaboshi thinks, that's it. Then Masatsugu-san saved us from them and asks the guys who came why they are doing this. One of them answers, and why is that so unclear? They decided to take revenge on him. He doesn't understand anything. One of the armed men says that they made them look like idiots in public, so it's time to pay. Ui senpai remembers that it's because of that incident. Karen continues to lie unconscious. The lady starts saying that it's so stupid, nothing will change if they do this. The hero takes off the mask from his face. The attackers say that they don't care. Are they doing anything bad? Senpai continued, saying that when she reports this, it won't end with just losing her adventurer's license. Those guys ask what? And does she really think she'll get out of the dungeon? The guys are fully armed. Lars approaches Shikamo with the offer that as a reward for their work, they touch two girls. His friend replies that Lars has only one thing on his mind. Grabbing Karen by the hair, he says that he will take her. The other guy agrees and says, but doesn't he think that Oiso is already a bit old? His partner thinks about it and says that she is just his type. Lars stands on his quarters on top of Karen, who is lying down, and says that since she is already 18, they can make a baby, and asks about the girl's status. Then he offers to help her enjoy a man. He wants her to no longer be able to live without his sword. Karaboshi, clenching his fist, tells Lars who he's talking to. He has a dagger there. Shut up and put your sword back in its sheath. At this point, Senpai feels sick and covers her mouth with her hand. And she thinks it can't get any worse. The other adventurers laugh. Ooh, calls the adventurers who came scumbags, and notices that Karen opens her eyes and immediately shouts at her not to move. Lars says that the goat in the mask must be removed. Lars kicks Karen, who is trying to get up, and tells her to lie down. The girl flies back. Ooh, scared. Senpai shouts for Nothing-san to run and go to the police. And the adventurers notice that the hero has escaped and wonder when he managed to do it. They say that they are done for if he gets out. Then they start threatening, saying that the girls will be fed to the monsters. Does he want to see it? In the end, they said, well, go ahead and hide. And they decided that before the police showed up, they needed to hide the evidence. Then they would think he was lying. Lars sighed and agreed. Lars sadly declared that he would shake his long sword in the evening in Susukino. Saying goodbye to Karen, he raised his sword, intending to hit the girl with it. Senpai, seeing this, screams. When the sword is pointed at Karen, the hero approaches Lars, thereby stopping him. Oiso-san and Lars are shocked. Karaboshi managed to protect his girlfriend. The adventurers ask where he came from. The hero tells his senpai to get Karen up. And the lady calls the young man by name questioningly. Nothing turns around and speaks sternly, and orders them to run. One of the attackers turns to the archer Haria and tells him to shoot them down. Haria shoots an arrow. The flying arrow breaks in half. All the adventurers are indignant. The young man praises his plant. The girls manage to enter the elevator and the doors close. Seeing that the girls had safely entered the elevator, Karaboshi was delighted. The three adventurers began to look for the hero in a rage. The young man calmly says that he is actually in front of them, and asks them if the detection skill is not pumped up at all. The hero puts on his mask, and one of those guys starts screaming. The guys, seeing nothing in front of them, ask how he ended up there, and they turn to him that he can only hide. To which the hero replies that he was standing there from the very beginning and never moved. The guys ask how many more times? Nothing will get in their way. Nothing replies that he didn't do anything last time. The guys laugh and say that he's being too generous and thinks that Masatsugu will help him out again this time. The hero says, if that's the case, he is ready and thinks he can handle them. Shikama asks if he is serious and says he must be joking. Karaboshi seriously asks if he is joking, and asks if they were joking when they wounded Karen. Lars replies that it was an accident, just an unfortunate incident. Think it over and you will forgive us. The hero watches silently, and asking him to spoil his blog is also a joke. Shikama asks what the hero is talking about. Nothing posts his analysis, that 10 negative comments and 6 readers. Not counting his regular observers, 3 new visitors were added pelters. Just as many as theirs. The 3 of them say that they sympathize, and they talk in turns. First they ask him if he has so few readers or something, and if he was glad that at least some comments appeared. They wanted to offend him, but in return they received gratitude from him. The hero said enough. Karaboshi, upset, decided that he would no longer talk about his blog. Suddenly there were rumbling sounds from above. Nothing had a premonition that it was a parade of monsters. They all realized that something was about to happen and they had to run. At that moment, the surroundings were filled with smoke, from which various monsters were visible. It turned out to be a parade of goblin walkers. Shikama, calling them impudent creatures, began to fight them off. Nothing says that they are surrounded and things are bad. Starts to use skill points. One-handed weapons have been pumped up, the hero asked. Or what? Saying just in case and pressing the panel. In front of him is a new description, which nothing knows about. A crowd of monsters surrounded the elevator. Karaboshi tells the guys to run there, pointing his finger. The guys say that he is not their commander. Shikama is attacked from behind by one of the wolves, but he fights back with shield and sword. Nothing is shocked by how the adventurer dealt with the monster. And the rest of the guys joined the battle. The adventurers are trying their best to deal with the creatures that attack them. The hero understands that in order to hold out on the 8th and 9th floors, the guys need allies and high skills. So he says that they will defeat the monsters and return back. The 3 repeat that it is enough to command them. Harya, fighting off another blow, says to be less complacent. And he notices how the goblin happily breaks his arrows. But at this moment, the silver wolf drops Hari to the floor and bites his hand. The partners notice this in horror. Lars came to Shikami's aid, and nothing stood next to him. Now the 3 of them were surrounded by countless monsters, and they wondered what would happen next. Lars with his sword heads towards Haryu to help, telling him that he is coming. Pobdagaya says that he is already here, but Haryu was already bleeding from the mouth and was no longer alive. Shikama, with tears in their eyes, Lars and Karaboshi looked in horror at their dead friend. After which Lars was overcome with furious anger at the monsters, and he rushed to help Shikamo. The hero noticed Shikamo's situation. Shikamo was completely overwhelmed by wolves from both sides. Nothing tried to intervene and save the adventurer. Luckily, the hero managed to help and asks Shikama why he is like this. To which the scared guy answers him that he has never dealt with such a quantity. Nothing seeing the army of monsters says, Shikamo, that he is right. There is no such huge parade of monsters. But this time it is not so. And if they do not fight together, then all of them will leave their souls there. He adds that he is still alive, and his comrade too. The adventurer, after hearing this, gets up and comes to his senses. Then he enters the battle against the monsters and angrily answers the hero to shut up, and that it's all because of him. Not paying any attention to these words, he says that if they get to the gate, then consider that they are saved. He goes on to say that no matter how much they don't like it, they will have to fight shoulder to shoulder. And they all do. The boys gradually clear the circle. Shikama panics when he notices that Lars has passed out and says that this is impossible. He desperately asks why. He asks why, no matter how many they kill, there are no fewer of them. Nikto agrees. Why don't they decrease, although he has already killed more than 300? The hero says that the dungeon immediately sucks in dead bodies, but the volume of the landscape does not increase. It seems that the dungeon immediately revives these monsters. So this is not an ordinary monster parade. The 2 guys were in great shock. Filled with anger, Shikama approached the group of monsters directly, asking what he had done and trying to deal with them. But the monsters overpowered him in an instant. The only one left alive, Karaboshi, turned to Rei and said that they would get out at any cost. Nothing tried to focus his gaze and said that he needed to look carefully and search. This was no ordinary parade. This horde must have a core, and here he seemed to find it. The young man notices that it seems that monsters appear because of that tumor, but they are not created in the tumor itself, and goblins with clubs approach the guy. Karaboshi guesses that the goblins are protecting that tumor. Resigned to this, he puts on a mask. Passing the goblins, he reaches the core. He raises his sword and says, "Please let this all end," and hits the tumor. The hero cut the core in half and created an explosion. All the monsters are in shock. Nothing's level has increased, and that's why he's sick. One monster after another is wounded by the blows of the explosion, and the young man, having fallen to the ground, bursts into tears. And he pays attention to his flower, which is on his shoulder. Karaboshi thanks Rei and smiles. Then, looking around, he realizes that the bodies do not disappear. They will not be resurrected. He is happy that it worked out. He tells Rei that they need to gather all their strength and get to the gate, and puts on the mask again. At that time, a squad of fighters comes down in the elevator. They say everything, as Masatsugu-san said, that the guys were not distinguished by good behavior from the beginning and how many times they were arrested. The eldest of them said that it was a pathetic story. How difficult would it be to change? Agreeing that in any case they must by any means capture Shikama's company. They arrived and the elevator opened. They immediately stood in a stupor from what they saw. There was a parade of monsters in front of them. The leader of the fighters, without losing his head, gave the order for the crossbows to fight. A voice was heard from the crowd, asking them to stop. He was a man. The commander looked in surprise at what kind of plant and hovering mask. Was it a monster? In response, he heard that he was an adventurer and thanked them for coming. One of the squad asks what to do with him, whether he is one of Shikama's company. But the commander shouts to Nothing-kun and asks what happened to Shikama. The hero replies that they could not be saved. The soldier asks the commander to pay attention to the hand lying nearby on the floor. The commander-in-chief tells the hero that they will help him, but the arrows can hit him. They will be able to provide him with a retreat. Nothing says that he understands, and will try. The senior gentleman announces that everyone should take up arms. Human life is the most important thing. And he notices a slippery eel under his feet. Finally, the young man reaches the fighters by falling right next to the elevator, after which everyone was ordered to go back in turn. All is well in the elevator. All the fighters began to interrogate the guy. Does he go to the monsters with a short sword? Is the mask magical, and does it increase his physical characteristics? They also got to questions about the plant, asking if it was a monster. The young man answered that yes, he had tamed it. Everyone was shocked and wondered if he was joking. The gentleman said quietly to everyone, "They will chat upstairs." And he thought to himself about the hero, that he looked like an average fighter. But he alone withstood a parade of monsters and tamed one. Suddenly, one of the fighters remembered that Saw-bat. Nothing was the very adventurer rumored. The commander asked the famous person. The young man did not understand about fame. The others added that Masatsugu-san had definitely noticed him then. The hero was embarrassed and said BDSM mask, but the others continued to surround him. Inside the room, Karen was sleeping on the bed and Ui was sitting next to her. Entering inside, Karaboshi immediately asked how Karen was holding up. Hearing this voice, the senpai immediately turned around and was surprised, and she began to ask for forgiveness for leaving him there. The young man answered that it was okay, she tried too, and he thanked her for looking after Karen. The lady began to say, if we compare what he did for her, but then Karen began to come to her senses. The girl opened her eyes. Nothing called her name. Karen asked if it was Karaboshi. Realizing that it was really him, the heroine jumped. And her eyes suddenly got wet and she turned away. Nothing asked if she was okay. Senpai said that she shouldn't move so abruptly. Karaboshi asked the lady how she was, if it was bad. In response, he heard that she had a lacerated wound on her back, but she had already applied the medicine, and a slight lack of blood. Thanks to good armor, the worst was avoided. Ooh said that despite everything, Nothing-san survived the monster parade. Before he came, the police told him how hard he tried, adding that the guy could have avoided taking on the extra pain. Karma knows everything. She said that those adventurers got their comeuppance for their behavior, and so did she, But nothing-san, chin up, please don't be upset. The young man, sitting on a chair, thanked her. Walking through the city at night, Karen says that it is her fault. If she had not been wounded, although she would never forgive that group, if she had been more careful, perhaps everyone would have survived. And if she had dodged. The crying girl continued that it would not have been up to the hero to save her life. She asked Karaboshi-san for forgiveness. Her friend did not understand what she was apologizing for. The heroine answered that she could not help in any way and that she was pathetic and did not deserve forgiveness. She said, sobbing, that if she hadn't been there, then all of this. And at that moment, the guy hit his interlocutor on the head. And the hero told his girlfriend not to say anything stupid again or he would beat her up. And Karen asked him not to snitch anymore. Nothing added that those guys would have found a reason anyway. And she didn't even think about what would have happened if she hadn't been there. The young man clenched his fist and said that he had not been careful this time. Because he had relaxed his measures, you were wounded. It was all because of me, and he also asked for forgiveness. The heroine objected, saying that she was closing the way. But Karaboshi shouted if he had been even stronger. The guy said with regret that no one would have died. Karen began to cry. The hero thought he should have acted more boldly, because he could have improved their skills and saved them. But he did nothing, and no one is to blame except him. No one. And at that moment, Karen touched Nothing's hand. The hero suggested becoming even stronger together. The partner agreed. They continued walking. Karen, sitting at her laptop, sadly read the hero's blog. She is worried about her friend. He has become more emotional in his blogs. And where has the serious Karaboshi-san gone? Looking at the screen again, she was surprised. The guy was rolling around in bed with joy that he had new readers and he was getting stronger. Various comments continued to appear under his post. Haruka sat tensely in front of the information icon. It showed how many points he had in various skills. Among them, he touched stealth, which did not particularly please the hero. It had been 3 weeks since they found Oiso-san, during which he had been irresponsible about leveling up. Karen said that even though she hadn't spent any skill points, her abilities had improved. The guy explained that many abilities can develop on their own, so he constantly told her to try. The girl was happy about this. She said that she had worked on her control and magic, and now a powerful spell would not cause the staff to fly off into her head. Karaboshi smiled. He was happy that her efforts were turning into real results. They returned to Akane. Thinking that they were visitors, the girl smiled warmly and greeted them, but after seeing the familiar faces, her expression immediately darkened. Akane asked her not to come to her when the heroes had nothing to do, because it was already hot in the room. Karaboshi got angry and asked if she couldn't say anything else. The girl glanced at the guy and then turned away, offended. Then she blushed and admitted that she was worried about them. Karen was pleasantly surprised, and the young man was shocked. Akane smiled creepily and said that because the guys were gone for so long, she thought Haruka had finally died. The guy was furious. He angrily replied that in that case he should make amends. 10 minutes later, the heroes showed off their spoils. Bodies were lying everywhere. Akane screamed that they would destroy their store. She asked how many there were, to which the young man replied 5,000 carcasses. The girl was perplexed. Nothing explained that he was interested in seeing her when they brought in the loot for the whole month. He thought that Akane would blind them with a smile, to which the owner replied that she was drowning in tears. The girl with a trembling hand was counting on a calculator. She calculated the amount and added the promised 5% on top. When Akane saw how much she had to pay, she fell silent, which the hero noticed. She shouted that their total was over 3 million won and accused them of robbery. The amount was incredible, so the boy assumed that she, the girl, had simply miscalculated. Akane replied that she would be happy if that were true. The shop owner was lying on the table, crying for her business. Haruka approached her. He asked her to pick out some armor for them. The girl's eyes immediately lit up. She asked what the clients wanted. The guy said that their next target was on the middle floors, so he needed the appropriate armor, and for Karen, a full set. Because they were attacked by Shikama's group, they had to prepare. Akane flexed her arms and said that she would do anything to get her money back. Haruka warned that if she did not do her job well, she would not get anything. While the girl enthusiastically started working, the guy told her to try harder. The guys started to leave when the store owner called them. Akane, hiding behind her tablet, thanked for Oiso, but Haruka still noticed the girl's reddened ears. He asked her to do everything by tomorrow, no matter what. The heroes began to overcome floor after floor, fighting with different monsters. On the 6th floor, they met with walking eggplants. On the 7th, with a rooster. On the 8th floor, a sweet melon was waiting for them. The monsters were harmless, and the guys were able to easily enjoy the fruit. Karen turned to her partner and froze when she saw a homemade necklace made from the feathers of a defeated rooster. After another campaign, the heroes returned to Akane. Seeing the loot, Akane sighed and noted that Haruka had filled her store again. The guy asked what she thought about the things that the boss dropped. The girl said that the stone that was lying among the things was magical. It was worth touching it, as it began to heat up, so it could be used for cooking. Akane continued to examine the loot. She picked up the ivy and said that a meter of the plant costs 10,000 yen. This surprised the guy. The girl explained that it could be used as a bowstring for a bow and other weapons. The shopkeeper moved on to the feather necklace and the coxcomb. However, she did not know what they were for. The girl looked questioningly at the adventurer. Akane hesitantly picked up the necklace and said that it might be cursed. She added that the boy had rather strange taste, and the boy objected to the curse. The girl said that she just wanted to remind him not to take everything and think. The shopkeeper held up the necklace and said it wasn't that simple. She suggested that it might be able to increase agility. The boy replied that that would be great. The girl laughed suspiciously. She took out an order form and said that she understood the work. Haruka wasn't interested in watching Akane play. He called Karen to go with him, and the boys started to leave. The shop owner tried to stop them and asked them to listen to her. She succeeded. She took out a case containing a dagger that the hero had once been unable to lift. Karaboshi extended his hand, took the weapon by the handle, and lifted it with ease on his outstretched arm. The guy tried a couple of techniques on the dagger and said that although it was a bit heavy, the boy would quickly get used to it. Akane noted that the dagger seemed to be made for Haruka. The hero understood what she was hinting at. Karaboshi turned and asked Karen if she liked her new clothes. The girl said that although they were difficult to move in, she was happy with them. The young man also received new equipment. The hero was pleased that he was now fully equipped. However, he had to say goodbye to his 3 million reward. The guy called his partner. He said that they were going to try out the new ammunition on monsters, because now the guys had to work off their empty pockets after visiting Akane's shop. Near the entrance to the dungeon, Karen asked if they were going to the 8th floor. Haruka said that they needed to move on, so they would go down to the 9th floor. The partner agreed, but it was not clear that she wanted to try the melon they had found on the 8th floor again. When the heroes descended, they were surrounded by a thicket of tall grass. Haruka suggested that they might encounter a new monster, so they should be on guard. Karen nodded, and at that moment she heard rustling to her left. She immediately warned her partner. An anteater came out of the grass towards them. When it stood up on its hind legs, Karen squealed. She thought the animal was very cute, and she was simply touched by it. Suddenly, the animal released its long tongue and pointed it straight at the girl. The girl was too surprised to do anything, but fortunately Haruka managed to react. With his new dagger, he cut out the tongue and then killed the monster. The boy was surprised at how amazing the weapon was. It cut through flesh like paper. The boy told Karen that she should not forget that cute animals are still monsters. She apologized. The hero said that they should go further. Ahead they met anteater monsters, who attacked the heroes in small groups. The guys dealt with the enemies without difficulty. After some time, they reached the last location. Karaboshi assumed that they should soon meet a boss-level monster. Karen added that he could say he was a giant compared to those they had seen. The young man agreed with his partner. At that moment, an anteater came out to them. He had a human build and held a spear in his hand. The heroes were surprised that the monster was half human, and also had a weapon. In combination with this, the monster looked quite strong. Haruka noticed that Karen was scared, and understood that it was because of the difference between her and his strength. He told his partner that they couldn't defeat the monster with their weapons, and Karaboshi couldn't see the enemy's weak points. The girl asked what she should do. The young man replied that they couldn't run into trouble with a direct attack. Haruka stood in front of the girl. He was the first to take a step towards the huge anteater, who stood and waited. When the monster saw the man's movement and intentions, he stood up, twirling his spear. The hero did not expect this. The closer he got, the bigger the monster seemed to him. The anteater pointed the weapon towards Haruka and struck with it, but the young man managed to defend himself with a dagger. The guy jumped up, leaning his weapon on the anteater's spear. He wanted to attack him from above, but the monster was too agile. The monster managed to leave a scratch on the hero's face. Haruka jumped back. Suddenly, something exploded near the monster's ear, catching its attention. It turned and ran at Karen. The guy immediately ran to his partner to save her, but he didn't have time. Karaboshi ordered Rhea to distract the monster while he grabbed Karina and escaped from the battlefield with her. The anteater stood and watched them. Once the boys were in a safe place, Haruka sighed in relief. He said that they should change their fighting style, but also work on their current one. Karen stood silently. She was upset about something. The girl called her partner and asked why he saved her. In the city, the people were whispering. A group of rangers who had returned from the dungeon was walking through the streets. They were tired and wounded. Kigamitsu turned to his team and said that they were in serious trouble. The guy looks at the girl and says why she asks, to which Karen asks herself if she is completely worthless and not strong enough. The hero answers her that there is nothing shameful in being confused in a difficult situation. Karen asks, "Are they partners, right?" The young man said, "Yes, that's right." To which his partner asked, "Then why didn't he trust her at the most crucial moment?" The guy is surprised and thinks that she means that she could have handled it herself. The heroine, with tears in her eyes, looks straight at her partner and asks him to trust her. A minute of silence. Then Karaboshi asks how she wants him to do it. The girlfriend, with a sour in her face, said that he should fight at his own pace. The hero responded to this questioningly. The girlfriend clenched her fist and insistently told her friend to fight and not to care about her. "But Karaboshi," San exclaimed, "how can he?" Karen said at the top of her voice that she was asking him and she had to cope. The boy understood and thought that he had always believed that it was his duty to protect Karen at any cost. However, he should not hinder her own development. As he was about to fight, the hero decided that all he could do was trust her and fight himself. The fight between Nothing-sama and the monster began. Karen intervened in the battle, striking the monster. The creature immediately turned to its offender. The guy decided to use the skill of exposure and took off his mask. Karaboshi stabbed the monster in the heart area, causing the monster to immediately fall, and he began to shake his head from side to side to come to his senses. Without making the guys wait long, the monster stood before them unharmed again. The girl told her friend that she would use her magic, and the hero should continue to attack. The hero, striking the enemy, said that considering their previous meeting, he was sure that this was a very smart demon. Well, he would try to use this against him. And after some time, the monster had already fallen to the ground, completely defeated. He lay between his partners. Both boys were happy, and they started jumping for joy. Level up disease. Suddenly, the girl notices the spears and asks her partner to look at them, saying that there are spears of different sizes. The young man says that they cannot use them in battle, since they do not own this weapon. The heroine asked to pay attention to the small spears. Karen took the spear, and Rhea pulled it towards herself. Noticing this, the hero said that the plant was not treating the girl nicely. Having examined the spear, the young man said that he could handle it and could keep it for himself. Of course, his partner answered. Then the guys simultaneously said to the middle floor and headed off. Walking through the meadow, a friend remarked that it was incredible there. Karen agreed. One of them said that they were still wandering around the dungeon, but at the same time they could see the sky. And all this on just one floor. Giorino was curious where this path leads. Opening the panel, the guy noticed something and immediately called Karen. After which, they both looked at what they saw in surprise. The panel showed the F rank, meaning that the hero had finally received the divine gift. The partner asked what kind of gift it was, to which Karaboshi replied, "It was a blessing from heaven." Masatsugu-san also had one, and it seemed that to get it, one had to go down to the middle floor. It was amazing. The hero noticed the fabric and wondered how to interpret it. Karen asked if there were gods who ruled the fabric. The heroine asked, "What about her?" The panel indicated a human being. The young man said that he did not understand anything. The girl said so too, but she still thought that it would be better than fabric. After a while, the information on the panel changed. The heroine happily told her partner to look at it, after which Rhea, who was nearby, behaved strangely. Waking up, Nothing made himself some coffee and sat down at his laptop to see how his blog was doing. and he noticed something on his page. It turned out to be something beautiful, which made the young man's tears glisten. Karaboshi was sweating from excitement, but he said that he needed to control himself. He quickly began checking the incoming message. A man started a conversation with him in the chat. He apologized for the sudden invitation. But the hero was surprised. He could not imagine that he would receive a message from Kagamitsu-san himself. The man did not think that he was so famous. Nothing suggests that the man must be joking. Hokkaido is unimaginable without three things: bears, crabs, and Kagamitsu. The man said he would take it as a compliment, but the hero asked why he was needed and what was going on. Kagamitsu asked the boy if he had heard about the monster invasion, to which Karaboshi replied that no, it was the first time he had heard about it, and asked on what floor. The gentleman said on the 10th. He learned of the hero's progress and decided to offer to participate in the expedition to clear out the monsters. Nothing asked why him, to which he was told that there were rumors that he had dealt with the invasion of monsters. The guy thought about it and said that he had only recently managed to reach a new level. He was afraid that he was not strong enough. The man said there was only one way to find out. They didn't have time, they had to do something. Karaboshi replied that he couldn't. He couldn't handle it. He hadn't even reached the 10th floor yet. The man said that was clear and very unfortunate. He thought that one day the hero would also become famous by practicing strategy. The young man suddenly changed his mind and said that he agreed. He asked to be accepted into the ranks of the master. Nothing rang the bell. A girl opened the door and said hello. The guy said hello and introduced himself. Then the young man met Kagamitsu and they shook hands. Nothing was struck by the sparkle of his interlocutor, and the hero felt like a non-entity compared to Kagamitsu. Kagamitsu decided to introduce nothing to their squad. First he introduced the archers, Yoshi and Becky. Then the swordsmen, Van and Dorineku, who wields a spear. All the guys greeted the guy. The hero asked, "Are they so modest?" The interlocutor did not understand what the hero was talking about. Kagamitsu then told the boy that he had certainly heard about his peculiarity, but to see him like that in person, the young man thought, that's the point. The interlocutor, pointing to his mask, asked if it was impossible to notice him without a mask on his face. The hero supported his words. The young man started saying that it wasn't so. The interlocutor asked what. The guy said that it wasn't a skill at all, he was born that way. The guys from the squad asked if he had disappeared, and Kagamitsu told him that he understood his feelings, because he always dreamed of becoming a real ninja. The hero was surprised. And he continued to say that, but he could not manage the skill of invisibility. The guy addressing the interlocutor said that he was lucky. The next one said that he too. Becca laughed and said that she thought it was time to start the meeting. The boys agreed. The gentleman repeated that, as he had already said. They wanted the young man to join the mission. The hero asked what kind of monsters they would have to deal with. The gentleman began to say that the Mon Parade would consist of man-eaters. He had fought one last time. Since hunting on the 14th floor was nothing new to anyone, it wouldn't be difficult. But the one who would create problems for them was their boss, introduced the lizard man monster, one of the rarest surviving species of half-humans. This monster usually appears on the 30th floor. The hero, in fear, asked again whether he was on the 30th floor, and he said that in that case he couldn't imagine how he could help them. He again asks why they chose him. They shouted at him because only he is capable of this. The hero was surprised. The partner says that he is eager to earn glory for himself, and he asks if he knows another simpleton who would agree to take part in such a meat grinder. The young man stood dumbfounded. Concluding his words, the gentleman said that therefore they decided to accept a minimum number of people into their ranks in order to simplify the task. The hero became clear. The interlocutor added that they don't necessarily have to win the coming battle. Becca said they'll take a break if things get too hot. Dorinek added that by attacking in bursts, they can thin out their numbers without taking too many casualties. The hero said that he had been working alone for a long time. It was unlikely that he would be able to immediately get his bearings and work in a team. The young man decided to fight shoulder to shoulder with the elite. Kagamitsu clasped his hands and said, "Excellent." And Becca was glad. The guy was told that they wanted nothing to deal with all the man-eaters. The hero began to fly with his fantasies, and asked what. Sitting at the table they discussed that they needed to deal with all of them. The hero asked him alone. and this is a bad action. The young man said that, in other words, to arrange a diversion. The interlocutor repeated that, as was said earlier, they will support him all the time. Kagamitsu said that their survival still depended on him. Nothing thought, despite the fact that he was only an adventurer, Kagamitsu still spoke to him as an equal and did not look down on him. Now the boy understood why he was so popular. This is what a top ranker of Hokkaido he is. And he also thought that this was his chance to compare their abilities with his, and he said loudly, "Good." They started telling him that they have 7 days before the operation starts. Until then, they want the hero to adapt to the monsters of the 10th floor. And they say that from tomorrow they start with the 8th, so that he takes the preparation seriously. The hero told Karen that he would leave the dungeon for a while, but she could explore it at any time. The partner said okay and thanked him. The guy was loading things into the trunk of the car. When his partner called him, the friend immediately turned around. Taking his main plant, the hero said goodbye, got into the car, and drove away. The girl watched him go. Kagemitsu squad appeared on the first floor in Chikaho. People admired the squad. The guy held out his hands. The guys standing next to him were surprised. The mask greeted the people. The guy in the mask started crying. They calmed him down, saying that everything was fine. And he asked why, and even if he was with Kagemitsu-san, his friend said that he envied him. The rest of the squad says that Kagemitsu diffuses the situation simply by his presence. Having met the goblin, they ask if this misunderstanding is the boss of the 9th floor. The hero was asked if he wanted to sort it out together, to which he replied that no, and wanted to observe, so that there would be something to take an example from. The young man thought that his friend had killed the previous one so quickly that he didn't even understand anything. The friend called Yoshi and Van to bury the monster. Kagemitsu cut the monster with his sword. Nothing got along that so quickly. But he noticed something, that the team is very experienced. He analyzed their actions. That Wan-san blocked the weapon Yoshi-san started shooting before the boss realized anything, and Kagemitsu-san finished him off. The 3 partners turned to the hero and asked how he was. He answered that it was wonderful, and he said that he wanted to fight. The boys came to the place where the monster parade was taking place. Karaboshi was given the task of killing monsters, but he asked again and asked if it was possible at all. One of his partners, grinning, said no, but nothing replied that he had to. The leader of the squad said to begin. Nothing said that he was counting on them. Karaboshi told him to wait, and not so fast. He told them it was the end if they were noticed. Then the young man asked what they should do. His friend answered that he would see them now. Yoshi launches an arrow. The monsters started to come out, after which Yoshi said that he needed to pull the arrow towards himself and lure the monsters out of the group. Kagemitsu, addressing nothing, said that now it was his turn. He added that there was no need for senseless heroism. After all, his death would only complicate their task. The young man understood. The hero says that everyone is focused on Kagemitsu and asks for help from Rei. The teammates support the newcomer. The leader of the squad is amazed by the hero, and for the first time he sees such a fighting style. Friends say he's interesting. They notice that the guy's attacks don't slow down. The squad member says that even though she has met gun enthusiasts, he has to say, because he looks like an expert in the matter, Yosh thought that their new friend had good eyesight, and they asked him how long it had been, to which he replied that he had been fighting with them for a minute already. Then they noticed that the guy is making unnecessary movements, and Becca says he might die at this rate. Then Kagemitsu wondered if he had made the wrong choice. Everyone noticed how nothing knelt down and made guesses about what was happening to him, and seeing a monster near him, they began to say that he needed to be saved. How nothing suddenly started attacking monsters. No one expected this. Karaboshi asked Yoshi for the next pack. At Kagemitsu's, they ask how many the hero has already killed. Isn't it too much? Then Kagemitsu went after the hero and said that that was enough for today, and the young man immediately falls before him. But suddenly one of the monsters attacked. Kagemitsu, I thought that he was really having fun, and he ordered to bring more monsters before the young man got exhausted. The guy began to speed up and parried the blows in a matter of seconds. Kagemitsu was curious as to how he did it, and he declared that nothing had become a key figure on their planet. Karaboshi began to come to his senses. First he saw a light that attracted him. He wanted to reach for it. Then the worried face of his comrade appeared before him. Kagamitsu asked if the hero was okay. He jumped up abruptly, not understanding what had happened. Friend tell me that he rarely fell in the middle of a fight. Nothing apologized. This had happened to him for the first time in a long time of fighting. The hero added that his idol had the situation under control the whole time, so everything went well. Kagamitsu said that the guy himself did a great job, and asked if he had already thought that he had died. Haruka turned pale and agreed with this. His comrade reassured him, saying that they were close now, so everything was fine. He asked about his impressions of the battle at Karaboshi. The guy started to tell. He thought he had learned all the intricacies of combat when he fought the bandits, but every minute with a weapon in his hands was still hard. Yeshe and Van were surprised to see that the young man had fought so fiercely before. The hero added that he was recalling the team's fighting technique and simultaneously refining his own. When he focused on it, he saw light. The guy fell silent and thoughtfully looked at the hand in which the dagger had recently been lying. It was as if he still felt the weight of the weapon. Kagamitsu didn't know what to say and suggested that they go home. The hero asked what time it was, and his comrade replied that it was already about 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Haruka said that he wanted to hunt some more. He added that if the team had other things to do, he could go alone. The captain was surprised at such an active mood, but he said that they would go with him. Yasha showed relief that such a fierce man was on their side. When Haruka came home, he started reading the comments and chats. Everyone there was surprised and did not understand how it was possible to go and hunt for 9 hours after such a battle, as if nothing had happened. This made the young man a little angry. He slammed his glass on the table. People were discussing the guy's fighting style. They compared him to Vanko Soba. Someone wrote that this adventurer must have been taking breaks, to which he was told that she was there when Haruka lost consciousness. The commentators began discussing how many monsters were killed. Someone wrote that there were more than 200 of them, when, as usual, the whole team dealt with 150, not counting the reincarnated ones. Someone asked how many more fighters like nothing were alive on Earth. 2 days later, Karaboshi went underground. The young man was thinking about the upcoming decisive battle. The guy sat down on the grass and opened the information window. During the day, he was in the team's sight, and if he had started pumping up his skills, his comrades would have probably noticed. Now, however, he was interested in the divine gift. The hero spent money on Ria. He asked if he should put 2 of her points into a divine gift. The flower nodded, and the young man pressed the button. After he chose the skill he wanted to level up, a notification came to him. It said that he had reached the maximum in the ability, and he had received the status of Underground Treasure Keeper. His name was Ptah. This surprised Haruka. The god of creativity in ancient Egypt was considered the patron of artisans. His body was depicted in green, so he was called the god of vegetation. So the god of vegetation and Ria have something in common. Nothing has lost the meaning of life. He began to think that if his gift fabric hid his presence, then when he reached the maximum level, no one would see him anymore. The hero began to deny and say that the gods could not be so cruel. The young man tells Ria that her skill has grown, she needs to try it out, and asks her to aim carefully. Ria hits 2 goblins with 1 shot. The guy thinks that now they are even more likely to survive the Mont Parade. They must not lose. The appointed day of the battle passes. Karaboshi tries to find Kagamitsu-san in the crowd, Becky and Doronenko in super gear. Their mood is different from every day. The squad began preparations. They brought so many eels in the boxes, all they had to do was lay the eels out on the ground in lines. And they would finish with a funnel, so they would line up the monsters in narrow rows. Nothing thought that they really did this to avoid the uncontrolled environment, but will everything go as it should? And the hero wondered how they would lure the monsters into a trap. Then the guy came to the conclusion that they were not needed at all. He would fight, of course, but most of the monsters would run past, not noticing him. And then he remembered about the squeak. The hero understood the meaning and now asked what to do with the boss. Kagamitsu took the boss on himself. The young man began to say to himself that he was not useless. Kagamitsu was asked how long the eels could hold off the monsters. He replied that it would be about 3 hours. Nothing began to count. If there are 540 individuals, then it means that in a minute you need to deal with 3 to 4. Karaboshi asked if he could attack the boss from afar. They answered, well, if he wants. The hero asked to trust them, because Rhea would give it her all. The group members were shocked as this creepy flower hit everyone with potatoes. The young man confirms and says that it will not calm down until it gets there. They start saying that it's still not enough for the parade, considering that there will be a boss, and nothing said that it was worth taking more people, see each other's strengths better. And he began to encourage them with his spirit, saying that he saw elite fighters in front of him who were worthy of being rankers. And he said at the top of his voice that they were fighting in Shinjuku. The squad ran to attack. The young man took out and squeezed the chicken. A parade of monsters was quickly running towards them. Yoshi asks the hero what happened, to which he says that it seems the chicken has broken, and the friend shouts that the monsters are coming. The monsters were getting closer. But Rhea also started to attack. Yoshi said, "What a flower." The boy told the flower that that was enough for now, and asked Yoshi-san to cover him. Having joined the battle, the guy thought that there were 5 seconds to 1, and he thought how many seconds he needed to hold out, and how much longer can his body withstand. That's it. All the monsters lay lifeless on the ground. The young man began to wonder where Yoshi-san was, whether he had gone to Kagamitsu-san. Then he gave water to his plant and realized that he needed to be treated. The eels have started to decompose. The guys in the group wonder if they have been fighting the lizard man for 3 hours already. Nothing watches the boss fight with great attention and intensity. He is surprised that 3 of them are attacking at once. Doronek back with its tail, and Becca is shocked. Next, the lizard man actively fights Kagamitsu. The rest of the squad members are worried about their mentor, shouting his name. Opening the panel, Karaboshi will not understand what kind of divine skill is there, and he understands that he urgently needs to increase Kagamitsu-san's survivability. Then the hero realizes that it wasn't North who got carried away with this and decided to look through his skills. And then the video that his stealth changes from 2 to 3, Nothing Panicking says that now is not the time to be sad. He tried to calm himself down and think of a plan. If he invested his points in leveling up, the boss would still be too tough. Their mentor had many skills, but his divine gift was only 1. And the hero says that a point decides the outcome of the battle. Mistakes are unforgivable. The invisible fabric turns on, and he thinks he has to defeat this system. Karaboshi, trying to concentrate, thinks that it is time to do something. Kagamitsu says that the enemy didn't miss a single blow. How strong is he? And he wonders what happened to his partners. Is he really the last one who can fight? He doesn't know how much longer he can hold out alone. He adds that he doesn't want to die, but he won't let his comrades be killed either. Nothing watches the battle carefully, but he himself is afraid. He has had that same feeling ever since. A few years ago, a guy calls the guys by name and asks why they are following him, to which they answer that he just caught their eye. The student is told to join their club and that there will be a party in the evening. They invited him, saying that it would not do for such a noticeable boy not to go. Because of this sign, the hero went to Sapporo, but it only got worse. He wanted to live unnoticed, like a ninja, and watching from above, he thought, maybe he's bald. Seeing huge creatures near the building, he wondered if this was some kind of movie production. But when he saw the body parts of people, the man screamed in horror. The monsters continued to hunt the hero, and at that time, the guy thought why he was so noticeable. Covering himself with a hood, he thought about where to run. He didn't understand anything, but he should have known what happened to his family. On the way, he saw a wolf tearing a man to pieces. The young man was surprised that monsters, even in the form of insects, exist, and noticed a girl in trouble. Then you will see a family, he thought. How good it is that a man protects his wife and daughter. But at that moment, the monsters grabbed that protector. The wife pushed her daughter back and rushed to her husband, asking him to stop this. And then the young man tried to intervene. Seeing that the wolves were targeting the defenseless guys, the hero drew the monster's attention to himself, after which he began to run away from them as fast as he could. But suddenly, a girl throws a hammer right at his feet. At first, nothing was outraged, because the girl could have killed him with it. But the girl threw it to him, so that he could fight with it. However, the guy didn't know how. Suddenly, the wolf noticed the girl above and climbed up to her, and the hero below began to call that monster to him. The wolf jumped on the young man, and he prepared to fight back with a hammer. After Karaboshi's memories added that before, that now. The hero began to say that on that day, at that moment, he found the meaning of his ability, that he would give his life for those who were important to him. So Seishon went out to the battlefield to protect his friends. While Haruki was fighting the monster, someone fired arrows at the creature. They hit him in the eye. It dawned on Haruki. The monster howled. This is the first hit. The hero wonders who did it and how, and what to do now, retreat or finish off. He noticed that the monster was still being shot at. He thought that this was a chance. But could he do it? Someone is attacking him from behind, and his blows are useless. All he can do now is distract the creature's attention. If he focuses on his series, then he won't be able to follow the attacks from behind point 6. A battle began between them. Their weapons touched, and the boy noticed that the monster had a strong blow. His movements became rougher. He was nervous. He wants to deal with the one behind him, but he can't lose sight of the hero. Suddenly, the creature uses its tail. Haruki fell, and thought that he couldn't hold him back for long. He asked that shooter to hurry up. The hero jumped up and began to fight back. He hits the monster's scales with his weapon and realizes that it can't be penetrated. His blows don't matter to him. Ria's attacks destroy his scales. Something else is needed. Haruki noticed a tail that wanted to attack him, but he dodged it in time. A little more, and he would have died. The next moment, the monster, swinging his spear, slightly touched and scratched the guy's face. The hero jumped back and mentally reassured himself. He didn't need to be afraid. He needed to pull himself together. Then something flashed on the monster's tail. The hero noticed it. He decided to strike at that spot, and the scales on the creature's tail flew off. He continued to strike. At the moment of attack, a glow appears for a moment, which can be struck. This light, which appeared in battles before, shines in different spots on different individuals. If you hit them accurately, it's the end of the enemy. Suddenly, he noticed a new glow. He couldn't miss the moment. He understood everything. He started to approach the enemy, and the next moment he cuts off his tail. The monster screamed in pain. He rushed to attack the hero. Haruki shouts for Kagamitsu-san to hit the enemy in the neck. The next moment he strikes the monster in the neck. He falls down without strength. Everyone is in shock. Haruki and Kagamitsu were breathing heavily. Suddenly, the hero screamed. He fell to the ground, exhausted, and a system window appeared in front of him, telling him that he had received a new skill. The adventurers gathered at the bar to celebrate their victory. They clinked glasses. There were a lot of people in the bar. Everyone was having fun. Someone says that they had a great massacre. The girl asked about who finished him off. Kagamitsu-san said that he did not remember. When the monster's tail flew off, he heard the voice of nothing. Then they began to discuss something heatedly. Suddenly a waitress came up to him and said that she had brought them some karaage chicken. Kagamitsu-san said that they didn't order it. The girl replied that the chef was a big fan of them, so it was on the house. Suddenly, one of the guys took the hero's mug and told him to mix him a cocktail. Kagamitsu-san was already drunk. People were having fun. Haruki was like a ghost who was not noticed. When they left the bar, people started looking for Haruki, who had been with them the whole time and was standing nearby. They didn't notice him and went in the other direction. The hero was upset and asked God why he hated him so much. He was standing right in front of them. Why didn't anyone notice him? Okay, during the battle, the enemies don't see him, but among people there's a reason. But what is this divine protection? A creature covered in cloth, striking everyone, remaining invisible to others' eyes. A god from the legends of ancient Egypt. He is called the God of Overthrow because he saw the weaknesses of his enemies. According to another version, he seemed to emit light from his eyes. So who is he? The girl came out of the dungeon and noticed that the temperature in the dungeon was completely different. She wondered how many days had passed since Karaboshi-san left for the quest. There are so many discussions on the internet about Montparade in Chikaho. The masked man who saved Kagamitsu-san is definitely Karaboshi-san. But no one believed it. But Karaboshi-san can do it. She also wants to be as strong as him when she gains the divine gift. But before that, she still has a lot of leveling up to do. She decides to sell what she's got, buy equipment, and hone her moves. She went into the store where Akin was sitting and saving her from the heat. The girl noticed that it was a bit hot today. The girl asked the seller to buy the goods. She started to take something out of the bag. Akane asked if she really hunted alone. She confirmed it. The seller thought that she lived with her legs hanging from the neck of nothing. The girl asked what Akane meant. She was outraged. She answers that in the most literal sense. Is she going to break up with him anytime soon? Akane asked about who she is to Nothing. A girl? The girl denies it. Akane said that Nothing is a rag. But here's what she'll tell her. The speed of his progress is abnormal. Plus, as a hunter, he has great potential. And his powers will only grow from here. Didn't she think that at this rate, she would become nothing more than a burden to him? Judging by her expression, she had thought about it. If so, then it's time for her to start thinking about her own destiny. The girl clutched the weapon in her hand. She screamed that Akane had no right to say such things. Suddenly, some energy burst out of the girl's body and Salajib broke the counter. Magic outside the dungeon. How did she do that? Was it because of the new level? Or was it because of the divine gift? Akane screamed. She asked about what she did to Mr. Mitsuri. Akane said that she would take revenge on her for the death of Mr. Mitsuri. They went outside. The girl apologized for Mr. Mitsuru. Akane said that an apology would not bring him back. Or was she scared? Was she really calling for help again for nothing? The girl denies this. Akane tells her to show what she can do. And when she wins, she will bring her a box of high-quality tangerines. The girl thinks that Akane is very strong. She was interested in Akane-san's strength before, so she searched for information about her on the internet. Akane-san was known as a, quote, sales warrior, but her true strength is to bring out the talents of unknown adventurers. She has already raised many adventurers who are not inferior to rankers. This is a chance to find out her strength and prove to herself that she is worthy of being next to Karaboshi-san. Akane rushed to attack, and the next moment, the girl hit her with her magic. She was thrown back a fair distance. The girl ran to her and asked about her condition. Akane jumped up abruptly. The girl sighed with relief when she saw that the girl was alive. The saleswoman started screaming that it wasn't fair. She didn't know her stick was shooting. It didn't count. Akane grabbed her hand and dragged her somewhere. Why waste energy when you can go to the dungeon to hunt? Her head was almost torn off, but she has more than enough strength. She really is strong. She suits Haruki better than the girl. The girl didn't want to go into the dungeon. Akane said that you have such magic. The girl cried. Akane thinks that nothing can really count on such power. The seller asked to show her her powers. With her experience and advice, she will make her stronger. The girl thanked the girl for what she deserved. She thanked the girl. Haruki arrived home. He thought that it was bad. It was very bad. But Kagemitsu-san mentioned him in his blog, and his page was bookmarked by 5 more people. Here it is, his path to recognition. Haruki noticed that Karen was in the dungeon today. He would probably come down later too. But first, he had to go to the store. He noticed that it was very hot, and there was nowhere to hide from the sun. He went inside and asked why the door was closed. He saw Akane and Karen sitting on the floor, shaking. The boy asked what had happened to the two of them. Haruki asked what they were doing here. The hero asked Karen what happened. She replied that they tried different training techniques. Then she said something about the 10th floor. But Akane told her not to talk about it. The guy decides to go and see for himself. Going down, he asked Akane why she was going with them. She answered that there was nothing wrong with that, and she continued to hold Karen's hand. Haruki noticed that they had become friends while he was gone, then turned around and asked the girl about her equipment. It is made by Banma. Can they use their competitors' products? The girl replied that there is nothing to be done about it. Their company does not produce such things. These are offensive-defensive tonfa with jet engine blades. Then they explained the appearance of the jet engine blade. The hero was surprised. Akane noted that the hero himself was dressed in an unusual way, namely, in the armor of a lizardman. Such armor should protect against chopping blows. But you have to be more attentive to the enemy's blows. After all, it is on a fabric base. She asked if it dropped from the boss. He breathed it in. Among their party, only he was able to make armor. He says that he is going to become a ranker. He then asks why they decided to go down into the dungeon together. Akane says that she and Karen had a fight. She hit her with magic, and so they decided that hunting would judge them. And there she saw what was hindering her growth. The hero clarified what she was talking about. Now Mitsubishi is considering her as a candidate for further sponsorship. The hero was surprised that the company is willing to sponsor an adventurer who is not even a ranker. Is it because she has magic? Akane confirmed. It was a sharp answer. Haruki said that Karen was a good boy, although he was offended. The girl apologized for choosing only her. She wanted them both to be so lucky. The guy asks her not to take it to her head, and asks Akane if she has any suggestions for him too. She categorically answers no, even though they can launch a balloon advertising column. No one lives here except him. They reached the 10th floor of the dungeon. The hero asked if the girls were coming. They answered that he was the first. The hero did not understand the reason for their behavior. Suddenly, a huge monster, similar to a worm, appeared in front of him. The girls screamed, and the hero called him a cutie. He starts attacking the creature. He thinks that his body is very elastic. Attacking with a blunt weapon won't help here. The girls screamed in fear. One of the monsters began to absorb Akane. The young man realized that he would have to save her. Suddenly, there was a thunderclap. The guy was surprised that it was thunder magic. It was Karen, standing holding her stick. Suddenly, she fell down, exhausted. Haruki and Akane were shocked. The next moment, she woke up, her head lying on the lap of the shop assistant. At this time, the hero was preparing the monster meat. And noticing that Karen had woken up, he greeted her and said that it was an amazing skill. The girl asked if the guy was really going to eat these worms. He answered that no, it wasn't their meat. This is Lutz. Lutz are sea creatures that often wash up on the shore after storms. This delicacy is found in the city of Ishikari. They look disgusting, but taste great. The guy offered her to smell them. They smelled like the sea. Then he offered her to try the first piece. The girl was surprised by this, and the guy noted that her contribution was greater than theirs. Karen thanked the guy. Akane asked where her portion was. The guy replied that she had done nothing. If she was so strong, why did she disguise herself as a hat mannequin? She replied that she was simply afraid of them. Suddenly, they turned their attention to Karen. She was delighted with the taste of this dish. Akane cried because she also had to eat. The next day, Haruki asked if Karen had used thunder magic yesterday. She confirmed it. The guy asked how long she had been using it. She thinks that it is since she received the divine gift. One day, she discovered that she can do a little bit of tea. The hero asked why she showed Akane that she has magic. The girl asked to keep it a secret. The guy realized that there was a reason for that. They had been partners for a long time, but he still didn't know so much about her. The guy agreed. When the divine gift is improved, physical skills also grow. He asked the girl about what he should turn on or not. Karen confirmed. Then she thought about it and told the guy to stop. The hero asked about the reason. She answered that she wanted to raise the level on her own. Find out how much work it takes to increase your strength, just like you could do with a skill bar. And what if it's so easy for them, now and then, once they cross the line? No amount of effort will bring progress. The hero replied that he understood everything. It is foolish not to take advantage of the attraction to power while it is still there, and those things for which they are now breaking blood and sweat will help out later, when life decides to drive them into a corner and tries to break them. This can be checked very quickly. He called the worms and told Karen to show them what she could do. After some time, the hero notices that she was so carried away that even the boss got it. Karen was surprised that Karajay defeated him with one attack. How did he manage to resolve them with a dagger? After all, their bodies are more than a meter in diameter. Does he really have a new skill? The guy denies it and says that it's a very ordinary attack, like with bamboo. The girl doubted that this was a normal attack. The ability to see the weak points of enemies must have come from a divine gift, and now even he himself finds it difficult to call himself a human. Why didn't he tell Karen about this skill? There are some reasons for that too. He is not very familiar with the basics of using cold weapons. This means his technique is lame, and he makes unnecessary movements. The hero decides to look for some dojo. Karen asked him about it. Haruki thinks that if he starts going there, Karen will have to hunt alone. The guy says that they won't notice him there. The hero gets angry and asks the girl to repeat it again, only louder. The guy says that there are many ways to learn other than visiting the dojo. Even without playing Go, you can learn by watching games. The hero suddenly said that the girl was a genius. The guy remembers how this once motivated him greatly, thanks to the skill imitation. The guy got up from his chair, took the knife, and started thinking about how the handle should be clamped like this, and when striking, the fingers should be in the following position. It seems that this is really more effective. The impact area and the length of the path for the blade to accelerate are increased. One detail of the attack can change everything so much. Even the sound of cutting through the air is different. But that's not enough. The people of the vial have their own technique. Following the technique, you can defeat the enemy with one focused flash, without wasting any extra effort. The hero adjusts his breathing, takes a step, and his foot leaves an imprint on the wooden floor. He decides to do it again. The girl destroys everything in her path. She is looking for a mask. Haruki tries to remember how the man in the video moved. He needs to concentrate on his arms, legs, and attack. He easily chopped the centipede. But everything was so hard. This is no good. Until he achieves mastery, until his body begins to move on its own, he will continue training. Walking towards the exit of their dungeon, he realized that it was already dawn, and he hadn't even gone to bed yet. This brought on sad thoughts. Then he looked at his skill points and realized something. It turns out that there are 2 ways to pump skills without effort. 1. Collect experience. 2. Improve skills. That is, if you do not want the skill to grow on its own, it is better not to use it. Then how can it stop being an empty space? He needs to throw the glasses, but first he needs to sleep. After waking up, he and Karen went hunting. They managed to defeat the boss of level 11. Next, according to their plan, is the 12th floor. They started to go down further and came out into an open field. And here is a grassy plain, but all the grass has turned yellow. The guy turned his attention to Ray and asked what was wrong with him. For the first time, he has such a strange feeling. He decides to try to open his detection zone. He told Karen to move away. A crowd of insects began to surround them. Karen covered her head and screamed. The boy recognized the creature, and Ray shot rocks at them. It was a locust. Locusts are very similar to locusts on the ground, but unlike the ground species, they have a body length of 50 to 70 centimeters. Locusts are Ria's sworn enemies. He noted that she was a country in rage. But locusts taste like shrimp. They began to fight off the insects, but there were too many of them. They decided to retreat and ran towards the exit. Suddenly, a huge swarm gathered in one spot. The guy doesn't understand what they've attacked. He then yells at Karen that they must stop the swarm. They are destroying a beautiful rice crop. The boy shouts at them not to touch his dinner. Karen looks at him strangely. After dinner, the hero offered to walk Karen to the hotel. She replied that she wanted to hunt a little more. The guy thought that she liked the dessert from the 8th floor and told her not to linger. The girl went into the dungeon and thought that Karaboshi-san had become even stronger. Just when it seems to her that the gap between them is closing, it immediately turns into an abyss again. It seems that after that incident, his levels began to rise even faster. She wants to get stronger too, and as fast as possible. Even if she fights all night long, it won't be enough. She slapped her cheeks, trying to push away the bad thoughts. He wouldn't back down a single step to get closer to him. Suddenly, she heard something and turned around at the noise. Haruki defeats the centipedes again and realizes that he has learned a lot. He threw the dagger and it stuck next to the little flycatcher, who was trembling with fear. The hero also decides to defeat her, but she has a strong shell that cannot be penetrated. The next moment, the monster quickly disappeared from the guy's sight. Haruki understands that it is probably a very rare species, and begins to pursue it. He found him hiding under a rock. He was about to kill him when Ria stopped him. The flower asks not to offend him. He is not bad. The guy said something that the flower could have made a mistake. Suddenly, Ria grabbed the beetle in her arms and said that she would take care of it. The hero asked the creature's opinion. Haruki repeated the question of whether he wanted to be friends with them. The monster made a positive sound. The hero didn't quite understand what he wanted to say, but he welcomed him to their team and offered to be friends. The creature began to climb on the guy and rub against him. The hero thought it was very cute. Suddenly, the characteristics of this creature were revealed. The guy was surprised by its starting set, some skills he saw for the first time. He decides to give the creature a name. At first, he suggested the name Multipaw, but Ria threw a rock at him. Then the boy had the idea to name him West, in honor of Vesta, the ancient Roman goddess, patroness of the hearth. He greeted West again. Ria continued throwing rocks at the guy. Akana went outside and said that nothing could ruin such a beautiful morning. Nature itself will take the biological miscarriage to itself. Suddenly, the girl noticed something on the roof. It was West, but she called him Deathbiter. Deathbiters are monsters that live in the middle floors of the Shinjuku dungeons. Their speed and agility make them difficult to attack. The jaws of deathbiters are capable of biting through any armor. Even a squad of seasoned fighters will perish in an instant if there is even one deathbiter in the enemy camp. Akane doesn't understand why he's there. She runs to the door and starts waking Haruki up. When he comes out, she asks what's up there. She said it was a deathbiter. Creatures like that shouldn't be living on the surface. The hero told her to relax. West is their comrade. Flycatchers are useful insects, and they are engaged in the extermination of harmful ones. And Rhea seems to have feelings for him. This is probably because it eats locusts, which are natural enemies of plants. He's nothing but a plus. Akane is shocked. Haruki shows Karen West. She is clearly taken aback. She asked what had happened to them. The hero answered that they had a new team member. His name is West. The flycatcher is a rare species. He will guard the house. She probably wants to argue that wolves are better at guarding houses. However, a wolf attracts attention. And if anyone is going to watch over a house, who else but a flycatcher? Karen thought that it would be better if he actually brought a wolf. She sighs and says that he cannot be left unattended for even an hour. The heroes are on the 14th floor of the garage dungeon. Haruki tells Karen that her divine gift has risen, probably after the boss of the 13th floor. The guy offered her to spend points, but she answered that she wanted to go on her own. They walk across the field, and it seems to the hero that there are traps all around. The whole land is in water. It may mean that they will come across evil sea creatures. At least it would be fish, well, or frogs. They say they are tasty. Someone jumped out of the water. Haruki asked what it was. It was a slippery eel. It has a body length of about a meter, black, incredibly slippery. Unlike the store-bought ones, it has 4 pairs of eyes. The young man noticed that it was different from those sold on the counter. The hero cleverly defeats the eels. Karen is shocked. The guy announces that there will be unadon for dinner. Akane asks the boys not to barbecue in her yard. Haruki says that it's worth the wait. She won't regret it. The girl says that because of them, her lawn is all slimy. The hero handed her a bowl of food and asked if she wanted to know what dropped from the level 14 boss. They look very similar to slippery eels. They contain something that repels monsters, and the effect is higher than that of processed ones. The guy offered Karen to try eel, but she categorically refused. Ray also did not want to try. And West ate locusts. The heroes came to the 15th floor of the garage dungeon. The air here is dry. The hero feels like he is in a desert. Suddenly they feel something. Karen asked what it was. He answered that it was something bad. An unpleasant feeling ran through the body. A large silhouette was approaching them. It was a werewolf. The guys are shocked. The hero thought that he would not want to fight him again after the last time, but now he was glad to meet him. The guy got into a fighting stance. Haruki wondered how much stronger he had become since their last encounter. How much closer could he get to the monster now? He charged. They had finally met. Karen noticed that Karaboshi-san looked so alive. She gripped her weapon. Ray helped the guy by shooting rocks at the monster. The hero continued to fight. He hit him, and suddenly someone called him. It was Karen who struck the monster with lightning. However, even the lightning strike did not affect him. But it immobilized him for a moment. Karen thinks that the monster is moving too fast to fire a burst. The guy called his partner. He told her that he would draw its attention to himself, and she would concentrate and fire again on cue. The girl agreed. The guy began to peer into the werewolf's movements. Suddenly, he noticed a glow, which was the enemy's weak spot. He shouted at Karen to act now. And the next moment, lightning struck the monster. He fell down exhausted. The boys were very happy. They started praising each other, when suddenly they felt very bad. Each new level is more terrible than the next. Ray and Karen are also sick. It's good that there were no werewolves nearby. Haruki suggests continuing, but not to go far from the elevator. He felt someone approaching. They continue to fight. Looking at the mountain of werewolves, Karen said that it seemed they had overdone it, but they got a lot of experience points, materials, and good combat practice. The perfect monster. The individuals did not have a single fighting technique. They were all different. Some with the force of their blows, some with their movements, all in different ways. A fight with each of them felt like a fight with completely different creatures. Karen said that it was very interesting. A week later, the hero suggested finding a new place to hunt. They still needed to find the boss. Suddenly, a bright light illuminated them. The dungeon lit up. It had been the same after the first boss had died. That must have been it. But who had defeated him? They began to make different guesses, but the guy noted that guessing wouldn't help them. They needed to find out. Suddenly, they noticed someone's silhouette approaching. It was top ranker Shigure-san. The hero was very surprised that this girl was here. First, she approached the wolf's body, and then she switched to Haruki. She touched his chest and told him that he was caught. Karen was shocked at the speed. Shigure-san said that she finally found him. She asked the guy about the rumors about the mask. They were about him. The hero asked Karen about the rumors. She replied that she had seen some information on the internet. The guy told them to tell him what they were talking about. They say that he single-handedly defeated the Monster Parade on the upper levels, participated in the battle with the Monster Parade in a team with Kagemitsu. And they also said about his special features. He flies through the air and fights with tentacles. And the scales on his body reflect blows. The guy denies it. He asked Karen for her opinion. She said that the description was very suitable. The boy fell to his knees in despair. He confirmed that he was the mask. Shigure-san challenged him to fight her. Haruki suggested that Shigure fight right here in the dungeon. Karen asked if the guy would really fight the girl. He confirms her words and adds that she went all the way to meet him. Karen reminded him that battles between adventurers are forbidden. The guy tells her not to worry. They will just make it look like a game. Shigure-san is warming up at this time. Haruki says that it's not every day that you get to fight a top ranker. The hero clarified with the girl that her sword is the famous Bloody Sakura. He thinks that swords are so cool. Their shine and tears literally lure to the dark side. A wonderful invention. Moreover, only professionals use the katana. After all, to use it, you need excellent weapon skills. Shigure says that this is a sword, 5 shikyus long, called Bloody Sakura by her partner. Completely by accident. It's not that she doesn't like it, though. The girl is in a fighting stance. The guy is excited. Haruki asks Rei to give the starting signal. However, the plant did not like it. The hero thinks that the fight will be short, but he wants to see Shigure-san's movements. At least a little. He wants to copy them. Rei gave the signal that signaled the beginning of the battle. In the next moment, Shigure's sword was already at the guy's neck. The guy was in shock. Karen didn't understand what had just happened. The young man sank to the ground and said that he had lost. It's impossible to even copy it. It's on a completely different level. He didn't even understand anything. Shigure-san asks for another fight. The guy does not understand the reason for her actions. The girl replays the moment of the fight in her head. She realized that Mask-kun had reacted to her first blow. Until now, no one, not even Masatsugu, could react to her shukichi the first time. And the mask not only parried the blow, but also tried to switch to evasion. If his dagger had been aimed at her at that very second, if his dagger had reached her, she would have lost. These are the ones she wants to test. Shigure-san wished them a good match, but she herself thought that the guy was just lucky. The fight continued. Karen thought that the difference in their skills was simply colossal. She wondered when this game would end, and Shigure-san seemed tired already. Suddenly, Haruki blocked the girl's blow. Shigure-san knew that he was special. He was able to keep up with her movements. The next moment, the girl hit the guy in the stomach, and he fell to the ground. The girl studied Ieido since she was a child. She became an adventurer to improve her skills. She specialized in heavy swords to improve her skills even more. The dungeon was the best place to strengthen her body and improve her physical abilities. She left her team in Chiba and decided to go on a journey to gain experience in order to fully know her craft. While she was wandering, she heard all sorts of things. While sitting at the bar, she heard some wallpapers discussing a guy in a mask. She asked these men to tell her the story. This piqued her interest. Why were there so many rumors about him, and why had even Masatsugu heard of him? But now she understood why. The girl was having a lot of fun. Haruki seemed very interesting to her. She demanded more. The guy was lying on the ground, covered in bruises. Karen was asking him to hold on. Shigure-san asked about his condition. The girl poured a regeneration potion on him. It should be more effective. The guy is shocked that she wasted this potion on someone like him. Although she only hit him with the hilt, it seems too hard. He can consider this her apology. The guy thanked her and said that he had learned a lot. The girl thanked him back. She smiled and said that she had a lot of fun. The girl said goodbye and was about to leave when suddenly Haruki asked her about the possibility of going to Tokyo. She confirmed it. She hasn't been to Chihao yet. The guy is just curious. She will be participating in the operation to liberate Shinjuku. Suddenly, the girl flew up to the guy and asked what was going on there. The next moment, she is already sitting dejectedly and saying that she didn't even know this. It's all over the internet right now. Apparently, Masatsugu-san was saved by Bacon. San, maybe she'll take the train to Shinjuku and join them? The hero asked her what she would do. She replied that she would go to Chikao. After all, that was her original plan. If Masatsugu is there, everything will be fine. The hero agreed, but added that the more people, the better. Shigure-san stood up and said that Masatsugu was a real expert on monsters. She would be superfluous there. Karen and Haruki were thinking about what was written on the internet, that Shigure-san and Masatsugu-san had a sparring match, and Shigure-san won. But Masatsugu-san specializes in clearing dungeon levels, while Shigure is an expert in duels and sparring. Masatsugu is the strongest when it comes to monsters. If these two work together, their power could not only liberate Shinjuku, but also do much more. Shigure-san said that she needed to go and thanked the guy for telling her about it. Karen asked if she was sure she would be okay. The guy didn't know. Suddenly, Akane appeared from somewhere and laughingly asked the guy how he felt after such humiliation from Shigure-san. The hero asked her what she was doing. She replied that she was preparing for winter. Summer logging, and Katora-san was here too. The hero turned away and walked towards the house, telling Karen along the way that they needed to cook dinner. However, Akane grabbed the guy and asked him to ignore her. She apologized for her words and added that she had something important for the guy. Haruki asked about it. She said that she had an errand for him. The Nakasatsunai dungeon, famous for its quarries. She wants them to go there. Haruki asks why she doesn't just ask the locals. She wants to, but most of the adventurers are in Shinjuku. Because of this operation to liberate Shinjuku, all quests that are meant for middle-class adventurers have been postponed. Akane doesn't say that this whole Shinjuku thing is bad. Otherwise, the monsters might spread all over Honshu. But at the same time, we shouldn't forget about the other errands. Thermal stones are essential for crafting armor. If the Shinjuku cleansing operation fails, there will be fewer adventurers to collect the stones, which means a shortage. Craftsmen will no longer be able to craft armor and weapons. Haruki pointed out that it would be really troublesome. That's why Akane wanted him to do it. The boy agreed. He asked how much she needed. She answered that she needed 100 kilograms. The guy turned to Karen and asked if she wanted to join him. She remained silent. And when he asked about pumping, she answered right away. The hero understood everything. The guy got into the car and drove off. Karen saw him off and waved after him. When they got to the house, Akane told her that Karen was late. She would be there while the girl pumped up. The girl thanked the shop assistant, and Akane at that moment was thinking about how she would train Karen so that Nothing-san would consider it entirely her merit and be in her debt. Karen thinks that it is reassuring that she is going with her. She should take care not to give in to her anymore. Just after entering the dungeon, Akane was swallowed by a worm. By that time, the hero had already arrived at the Nakasatsunai dungeon. He already thought that there would be no one here at all. But most of the people here are new, few of them even of average rank. He wished good luck to some guy. Other adventurers were afraid of West, who performed various tricks on the main character's back. Then they saw a flower on his back, and were also surprised. And the guy was looking forward to adventure. When he was fighting the creature, some monster just blew him away, and when he looked in the direction from which the blow came, there was this creature. He looked dangerous, but in the end, he turned out to be very friendly. And that's even more scary. Haruki wished the guy luck and apologized for scaring him. The hero thinks that he went down to the 10th floor in 2 days. He walks at a good pace. It was a shame that Vesta's divine protection hadn't manifested yet. Maybe it was because the dungeon was low level. He asked Vesta what kind of skill she wanted. It meant becoming even harder. Haruki decided to move on. The thermal stone should be around here somewhere. Karen asked Akane if it was safe to send Karaboshi-san alone to get the stones. She answered that it was quite possible. Karen read the forums yesterday and realized that it was hard to be alone there. However, Akane noted that it would be easy for a guy. Karen clarified the reason. There are two reasons for this. First, the magic backpack he carries has no weight, and second, he has excellent vision and reaction. The girl remembered the boy sparring with Shigure-san. In the second half, Karaboshi perfectly felt all of Shigure's movements, but that's not all. It had only been a few months since he became an adventurer. It was simply impossible to master the skills to keep up with Shigure's movements in that amount of time. Shigure became impatient. After a few moments, little by little, he began to imitate her movements. Akane feels that the secret to his incredible growth in skills is hidden in his eyes. It was very easy for him to find these stones. Now Karen understood everything. Meanwhile, the police interrogated the guy. They asked who he was. Haruki answered that he was an adventurer. They ordered him to take off his mask, and the hero became invisible. The men began to look through his certificate. They realized that this fuss on the forum was because of him. The hero asked for his documents back. They were scared and apologized for keeping him waiting. They told him to keep up the good work. They would keep their fingers crossed for him. The hero didn't understand what he did wrong, although they even wished him luck. Or maybe they were worried about him. Are people starting to recognize him on the streets? We'll have to throw a party to celebrate. One of the policemen reports that he managed to talk to the mysterious mask wearer. He confirmed that when he takes off the mask, he becomes invisible. Seems like a good guy. It was getting dark, it was time to close, but suddenly out of nowhere, this damned mask appeared. It seemed to be floating in the air. He said that he wanted to sell something. She almost died of fear. What's even stranger is that he brought 25 kilograms of thermal stones to sell. She had never bought so much at once. People doubt that Mask-kun collected 25 kilograms of stones by himself. In a day, one can only collect 5 kilograms. Now the girl eats chicken with soybeans to relieve stress. She had a strange day. Haruki was having a barbecue with West and Rhea at this time. Masatsugu, Bacon, and Shigure entered the room. They greeted each other. Bacon says that it has been a long time and he is very glad that Shigure is okay. The man asks her where she is now. She has just arrived safely in Shinjuku. Bacon thought that she was serious when she said she would not come. Her teammates scolded her. They said that the next time she forgot to charge her phone, they would throw away her sword collection. So she rushed to come here. Bacon called it cute. Masatsugu talks to someone about expanding it just in case. The boss looks identical to the rare deer that lives on the 24th floor of the dungeon. It has a special attack. It won't be able to move if it touches it. That's what happened to Bacon. Shigure asked for an explanation. Bacon said that he couldn't move at all. For example, it was like when he pulled or tore a muscle. Is it a curse? Masatsugu said that he doesn't know. There is a possibility that it is hypnosis. He tried all the medicines he brought with him, but the only thing that worked was the panacea. Bacon joked that it wasn't the panacea that worked, but the protein. The guy asks him to stop joking and focus. Shigure asks how long the symptoms last. He answers that it's been quite a while, so he collected as many medicines as he could. It took a long time. Shigure clarified her role in this plan. Masatsugu explains that they will surround the boss and attack all at once, and then the girl will attack too. If a deer spits out some purple lump, you need to run away from it, and if monsters appear, you need to leave them for others. Bacon would advise her not to underestimate him just because he was so young. Masatsugu said that they would act strictly according to the plan. Everyone agreed. Shigure and Bacon left the room. The boy was left alone. He keeps a log of all conversations. If the capture operation fails and they die, he would like this log to be used as a reference for further action. Don't despair and look forward. He will leave the future of Japan to them. Akane and West scream at the sight of the eels. The hero thinks that this is the worst fight for someone who has a weapon and a hard bug shell against a slimy eel. West is a monster that can destroy shields and armor, so if he allocates points to agility, it will be awkward. Suddenly, lightning flashed behind him. The hero thought that Karen had surprised him. She doesn't try to defeat them with one blow like before. She controls her power now. She changed her fate. She got better. So why couldn't Karen and Akane get through here? The hero is glad that they were able to break through the 14th floor. Haruki and Karen felt something. Akane asked them about it. Did they feel something too? The hero thought that the atmosphere was different from what it was then. He felt goosebumps running down his spine. He wondered what it was. He says that they should postpone their training. Akane agrees with him. Karen is confused. She asks what is going on. The seller replies that perhaps a rare species has appeared. The guy asked what they would do. Akane replied that they would run. That makes sense. The boy suggested that if it was truly a rare species, they would leave everything to the high-ranking adventurer. The girl said that was fair enough. Suddenly, the boy noticed something and told everyone to lie down on the ground. In the distance, the silhouette of an animal with large antlers was visible. The boys realized that it was a deer. Akane said that it was dangerous. The boy asked what she meant. TA replied that the deer was from another dungeon. The monster was usually on the 24th floor, but she didn't know if it was the same now. If it's a rare species, it could cause a stampede. Haruki and Karen are shocked. The hero asks the girl if she can defeat him. Akane replies that she can't. She says that if there was another person with the same attacks as hers, maybe they could. The hero asked her to resubmit the request. She said that she could do it, but that it would be up to Oiso to attract adventurers. Right now, it's not in her competence. Karen asked about what she should do. The hero answered that she would be the center of attention. Akane asked the guy if he was really going to stay here. The guy confirmed it and added that he would look after the deer. Karen said that it was dangerous. Haruki said he had a bad feeling about this. He watches the deer and thinks that the creature doesn't really do anything. He wanted to gather a little more information to distribute his skill points, but suddenly a system window appeared in front of him, telling him that Vesta's divine protection had manifested, so he had to distribute her points. Suddenly, another minor god, Shinshu, appeared in front of the boy. This is one of the pillar deities depicted on the Japanese National Treasury Scroll, the cessation of evil. The god of bugs is believed to protect the country from epidemics. Then the guy noticed some point in the system and thought about it. But he was brought out of his thoughts by Ria's blows. She said that she understood everything. They would raise her level too. Suddenly the guy noticed that a werewolf appeared in front of the deer. The wolf growled at the deer, but it began to greedily inhale the air. He formed a black ball in his mouth. The guy was shocked. He didn't understand what it was. The deer shot and hit the wolf. The wolf began to be covered in a black substance, and then it melted. The hero thought that it had defeated the werewolf by hitting him with a purple lump. He assumed that the deer had leveled up. This is bad. He is the worst opponent. Time will pass and no one will be able to defeat him. The guy did not understand what to do. Should he defeat him now? But what if he uses all the points and wastes them? He pushed away the thoughts of going to fight the deer. He understands that he doesn't need to be conceited. It's not that easy to defeat a higher rank monster, even with the skill board. He must stay focused. Until the very last second, Karen goes down into the dungeon and thinks that 3 days have passed. She hopes that the hero is safe. This is Karaboshi. Suddenly she began to remember different moments associated with the guy. But she pushed these thoughts away. She believed that everything was fine with him. Having reached the required level, she saw Haruki, who was looking at the system window with a crazy look and mumbling something. Then the young man noticed that Karen had returned. The girl asked him if he hadn't had a rest. He replied that living without sleep for 3 nights was nothing compared to what he had endured while he was a corporate slave. Karen asks him to rest. The guy said that he is fine because there is such a wonderful tonic drink that he received from Akane. Karen then informed the guy that the request was accepted. One person. The guy wasn't happy about it. The young man is grateful that at least one person accepted, but he doesn't believe it will change anything. Karen then adds that the operation to retake Shinjuku will begin soon. Masatsugu, Bacon, Shigur, and others gathered. The best of the best have gathered. Now the guy is confident that they will succeed. He slapped himself on the cheeks and drank the drink. He thought that the results were amazing. He would not lose to them. Haruki tells Karen that he will look after the deer. He will also leave an adventurer who will come to her. She needs to show him around. Karen heard a voice. And the guy at that time asked Vesta if she really wanted to try the drink too. Suddenly a strange force fell upon the heroes. They fell to the ground. It was bloodlust. Could this come from a deer? The boy shouts at the girl to run and go to Akane. However, it was too late. The deer was approaching them. It opened its mouth and began to accumulate energy. Haruki screams Karen's name, and then the young man covered the girl with himself, and the purple substance hit the guy. Haruki began to be covered in this liquid, and Karen tearfully pronounced the hero's name. Karen said the name Karaboshi. He was covered in mucus, which the deer had released. The girl did not understand what to do. After all, he had protected her. The deer was approaching the girl. She still didn't know what to do. The creature began to accumulate energy again, and the next moment it shot at the young lady. She managed to jump back. The ball landed next to Haruki. The girl ran away to distract the monster. She can't fight him. Karaboshi will be in danger. She ran and thought about how she was always protected. She couldn't do anything. She was always hiding behind someone's back. She doesn't change. Nothing has changed since then. She recalls an incident that happened several years ago. Karen thinks that school, for some reason, ended abruptly in the 3rd trimester, and for some reason they are leaving school. However, the teacher could not say the reason for this. He told her to hurry up and follow him. They were walking past a house and smelled a strange odor. Wolves were eating a man next to them. He was screaming in pain. The girl asked what it was, but suddenly her teacher turned into a spray of blood, .396. An unknown creature pressed him against the wall. She was very scared. She sat by the wall and mentally called for help. Suddenly someone called her. It was her parents. Dad stood up for the family and told them to run away. However, the wolves attacked her father. Then the mother pushed her daughter away and told her to run. And on that day, her mom and dad passed away. Returning to the present, Karen continued running, but suddenly tripped and fell. Karen, on all fours, thinks that she doesn't want to lose anyone anymore. He doesn't want to lose Haruki. She cries bitterly. Is this the end? A voice in her head asked her if she would really stop like that. The girl asked who he was. The man said that even if she had to defeat the monster, and even if she had to save someone's life, she didn't even try to risk it. Karen recognized the man's voice. Lately she heard him. A man floating in the air asked her if she was only capable of some kind of false role. The girl said that it was not true. The man asked what she was afraid of. She answered that she was losing those who were important to her because she was weak. The man flew closer to the girl and told her to get ready. He asked if she could give everything while she held on to these feelings. The girl did not understand what he meant. He told her to sacrifice her body, life, and soul. And then he asked her if she still wanted power. Karen confirmed this and said that she wants to protect those who are important to her. The man told her to be selfish, stubborn. Her fear of losing the people important to her and her weakness, he will take them away. He told her to come and take his hand. And then, to rebel against despair. The deer was advancing towards the girl. He was fierce. Suddenly, something stopped him. Karen stood up and said that she would not lose anything else. She never wants to lose someone important in front of her eyes again. So this time, she will protect everyone. The deer was struck by lightning. The creature fell to the ground. The girl was shocked that she had won. Then she remembered about Karaboshi. However, Haruki stood behind her and said that he was shocked, and that Karen was cool. The girl was very surprised and asked the guy how he survived. He asked her not to write him off. The adventurer reminded him that earlier he was covered in something purple and lost consciousness. She tells him that she was very worried. He was motionless, covered in dirt and turning black. Here she suddenly began to cry very loudly and felt relief. The guy smiled, stroked her head, and thanked her. Karen calmed down and asked the guy how he survived. The guy pointed at west. His weapon was quarantine. He covered him so he was safe. The boy asked her about whether she needed time to concentrate when releasing powerful magic. The girl confirmed this. However, she released it with high power right after he fell. Karen said that she didn't release it right away. The guy didn't understand. Didn't she do it right away when she turned around? She's shocked that she did it right away. She heard a voice. She can hear it every time she comes to the dungeon. When she answers it, her magic increases. The guy decided to look at her stats. Her divine defense is at max. Her protector is the thunder god Okikurumi. He is a hero god who appears in Ainu mythology, and among the Ainu, he is called a humanoid god. He fought for humanity and brought peace to the world. It is the perfect divine protection for those seeking someone from Hokkaido. Suddenly they heard something. The deer tried to get to its feet. Karen was surprised that it was alive. He can still stand against her attack. He is extremely resilient. Karen called the boy's name. She asked him to convert the power points she had earned into magic. She knows it is difficult to manage them when the magic power increases, but he had to do it. Haruki noticed that she had changed. She used to be nervous and afraid of fights, but now he sees her determination. The guy reported that he had allocated points. However, he put 1 point on luck. The heroes rushed into battle. The confrontation between Karen and Haruka against the deer begins. The guy struck, but realized that it was difficult. He couldn't cut him without being noticed. Karen struck the deer with lightning. The hero thought about Karen's powers, and if he continued to attack, they would surely defeat him. Suddenly, the monster screamed. The guy didn't understand what was happening. The girl told him to look down. Something began to appear from the ground. They were wolves. They suddenly appear from the ground, and their color is the same as what they saw before. Haruki understood everything. They don't just defeat their opponents. This deer turned the others into copies of himself that he can control. The hero told Karen that they would break through and head for the stairs. Those behind her were her task. Karen, West, and Rei helped fight. Haruki didn't lag behind either. However, he cursed. There is no end to the monsters. They continue to grow even if they do not defeat them. Things are getting worse. Karen was surrounded. There were also many enemies around the guy. The girl cursed at the monsters and hit them with lightning. One of the wolves rushed at the guy. However, some guy showed up and defeated this monster. The stranger said that it would definitely be interesting. Haruki recognized this guy as Kagemitsu, who asked the protagonist about his condition. The hero asks Kagemitsu what he is doing here. He replies that he heard that Haruki needed help. Karaboshi asked if he had really accepted the task. He replied that he was eagerly awaiting his reward. The hero began to press that he was almost like a brother to him, but would still pay the commission. Kagemitsu thought that everything that was happening was incredible. He asked his comrade what kind of attack it was. He replied that it was magic. 461. Haruki said that this was confidential information, so it couldn't be told to anyone. Kagemitsu agreed and was surprised that magic existed. Then he noticed West and asked if he was okay with carrying all this on his back. The guy replied that this was their new companion. His name was West. Kagemitsu doesn't understand his role in this battle. This girl's magical attack power and rank are no joke. And with a flower, even a beetle could be stronger. But the most important thing is air. His speed and durability are not the same as before. It hasn't been that long since they fought the lizard man, so how much has he leveled up in that time? Despite this, he is progressing even now. If one gets confused, it will be a failure. But the most problematic thing is this deer. Its characteristics are combined with the deer that Masatsugu and others talked about near the bulletin board. Why are these rare species as common in Tokyo as in Hokkaido? Now is not the time to think about what he does not know. The number of werewolves is no longer increasing. In other words, the habit is not infinite. If it were not for this dark purple saliva, this deer's strength would be equal to that of a lizard man. If he and air join forces, they will definitely win. So first of all, we need to deal with the werewolves. And then, when the deer is alone, they will attack him. He asks Haruki not to let him down. And then he runs into the attack and asks to leave it to him. Karaboshi thought about Kagemitsu telling him to focus on the boss while he fought the weaker ones. The hero is pleased to hear such wonderful words. With his strength, he will pour through this path with everything he has. The path to glory that is right in front of him. The guy took off his mask and started looking for weak spots of his opponents. Glows appeared on their bodies. He realized that these were the werewolves' weak points. A line of light connected them. The hero decided to simply stick to this line. In a matter of seconds, he defeated several monsters. However, the line of light was interrupted. The guy told himself that he should concentrate better. Karen noticed Karaboshi-san's actions. He burst in alone, probably clearing the way to the boss, but the werewolves were standing like a wall. She has to think of something. What can she do to help him? Akane once told her that her role was to control the area from behind. She had to be able to shoot well from a long distance. She had no experience with strategies before, but she believes in her strength. She raised her weapon up. Kagemitsu saw this and thought that it seemed like there would be a dangerous shot. Sparks appeared in the girl's eyes, and the next moment a charge of electricity pierced the werewolves. The young man was shocked. The girl shouted Karaboshi-san's name. The boy praised her. Everything is just perfect. The hero, with the help of his ability, saw the deer's weak spot. Tried to strike, but he dodged. It was close, but he made it. He apologized for keeping him waiting. Although the young man had seen Karen's thunder many times, now it was very dangerous. This pressure and power. The deer rushed at the guy, but he dodged. Kagemitsu called Era, but he was busy fighting the boss. The boss began to build up energy again and fired at the guy, but Wes took the hit. Rei also helped her comrades. The arrows hit the monster in the eye. The young man praised the flower. The boss revealed his weak spot, and the hero struck him. However, he got into trouble. Taking advantage of this, the monster threw away his weapon and smiled a crazy smile. However, the guy didn't lose his composure either. He smiled and took out his blade. And the next moment, he struck the boss in the chest. He was able to cut off his head. The monster fell down dead. The guy was breathing heavily. Haruki thinks that he is terribly intoxicated, and the next moment he faints. Akane stands in the tent and thinks that it's been more than an hour since Karen went into the dungeon. If something happens, she's ready to act too. She saw Kagemitsu enter the dungeon too, so they're okay. She went down into the dungeon and said that she was ready to help them. Kagemitsu-san stood on the mountain of those wolves. He reported that everything was already over. Akane couldn't believe his words. Was it because she came too late? The guy called the girl useless. She started scolding him. Karen smiled at the whole situation, and Haruki slept peacefully. Akane is crying. She was going to make a big entrance. She doesn't understand why things turned out this way. She's not the contractor for this demolition. There was a wolf sneaking up on her from behind. However, she defeated him easily. Kagemitsu asks about the reason for Akane's arrival. Karen was treating the hero at the time. He thanked the girl and said that he was now completely fine. The girl decided to go help Akane, since she needs it more now, and the guy needs to talk about something with Kagemitsu. Karaboshi thanked Kagemitsu. He told him not to thank him. He helped him during the Chikano incident. The next moment, the boy asked his comrade why he fought the boss himself. Haruki said that he told him to go and defeat the boss. Kagemitsu denies this. He didn't allow such a dangerous task. If they continue to reduce the number of werewolves like this, they can easily win, even without powerful attacks. 518. Haruki exhaled. His comrade grabbed his cheek and told him not to gasp. They had one after all. Kagemitsu confirmed the guy's rightness. However, it was Karen's magic that had helped them the most. He had already said this once. She could be dangerous. Nevertheless, he rushed into this thunder. Karaboshi says that in battle Karen never misses, so then he was confident in her and went forward. Comrade said that they are incredible. The adventurer stood up and said that he had to go. He had something urgent to do. He then asked the boy not to talk about this battle, and not to publish it online either. Keeping it a secret would ruin any chance of getting information about magic. Haruki confirmed this, and then Kagemitsu left, leaving everything to the main character. The girls did not understand why the guy was so upset about the guy leaving. Karen asks about the profit they can make from the fur of these werewolves. Akane answers that it all depends on the color, so it is impossible to calculate the price now. She can't buy them back, but it would be fair to lower the price, but that could be a big loss for him. The guy thought about it, and then said that he would keep the assessment for himself. And their most important trophy is the skin and antlers of a deer. The fur is very strong and tough. It is difficult to obtain because it is superior to werewolves. But the horns are not suitable for making weapons. They are not at all durable. Akane easily made a cut on the antlers. The boy asked about the reason. She answered that when the deer was defeated, they could change their properties and shape. This is unusual. The hero dreamed of them and cried. He thought that it would make a good weapon. But suddenly he sniffed and felt a spicy smell. He told the girl to be happy. For the first time in years, they would be able to eat it. Kagemitsu entered the secret room, the hero, and the wind room. The man inside greeted him. The man was surprised that the man addressed him in such a way. The one who entered the room said that he was about Shinjuku. The operation was a success, but they couldn't find the boss. Masatsugu confirmed it. The boss only released his assistants, the colorless monsters. Kagemitsu said that he had some idea about how to start the boss of this level. The missing deer was, in the Hokkaido dungeon, the mask team, and he teamed up to defeat it. The hair samples from the werewolves that turned purple will be sent to Ichibishi headquarters for detailed examination. Ono asked someone to confirm this. The guy asked if his friend doubted his words. He answered that it was connected with the dungeons. Nothing would surprise him. They started talking about the sky. They came to the conclusion that the sky looks the same in all the dungeons. Maybe that's why all these dungeons are connected to each other. Just like the occult, there is no evidence, but there is no reason to deny it. They don't know everything about the dungeons. But if it's the same boss, that's good news. Masatsugu wants to use this information correctly, otherwise everything will turn into chaos. Kagemitsu said that he was leaving it to his comrade. He noted that it would destroy his trust and that of his employees. Knowing that there are monsters that can easily move around the dungeons, he does not think that any traveler will be against it. Masatsugu hopes that the guy is right. Masatsugu asked his comrade to give Aira's team something from him. It's a pity that there is nothing for him, even though he also fought the Shinjuku boss. The man asked the guy for information about Aira's team, which defeated the boss. Masatsugu sits at the computer and thinks about Aira's team. He remembers Kagemitsu telling him that they had met before in Chikaho. He reminded him of the masked guy who wielded a dagger. The man remembered something. Then he stretched sharply and said that he was finally here. His height exceeded all expectations. He was a threat. He entered a room in which there were many different objects. Masatsugu thinks that if it's true, he'll do anything to have him on his team. Even though he's strong, it's not a problem. The man ponders the gift. They need to keep the boss's suppression a secret. Kagemitsu must remain silent. The man decides to try something. He wants to go meet. A package arrived at Akane's store. The heroes looked at Akane questioningly. However, she told them that there was no need to ask her about it, because she herself did not know. They took the boxes that had their names written on them. Haruki told Karen to open the box first. Inside the box was a ball. The heroes didn't understand what it was, but someone noticed a note. It said that it was a new item. The evaluation gave the result, completely unknown. Akane asked if what the note said was true. The guy asked the reason for such a reaction. Evaluation is when it is difficult to find something, but at least a little information can be obtained. She had never heard him give out, quote, 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 completely unknown. The note also said how to open this ball. However, it is unknown what will happen. It seems that the sender has already tried. It looks like a toy from a machine gun, and that is why it is completely unknown. Most likely, even if they try to evaluate it themselves now, nothing sensible will come out. Karen and Haruki decided to open it anyway. The girl opened the ball, and it was empty inside. However, the adventurer noticed something. She put her hand inside the ball. Akane said that it was the same as the magic bag. Suddenly, Karen stuck her hand out. There was a bracelet on her wrist. The guy asked Karen if she knew what it was. She replied that she had no idea. She thinks that he is directing her mana correctly. The power that she filled him with was distributed and spread throughout his body. An item for strengthening defense appeared. It was Haruka's turn. He hopes that there will be a weapon. When he opened the box, he saw a mask. The girls called it scary. This is a cursed mask. Karen reads a note that says that Shigama and his company once caused him trouble. He hopes that he will accept this artifact as an apology. When the Shinjuku mission is over, he would like to meet and apologize. The guy cries and says that his name is not Mask, but Air. But the fact that Masatsugu recognized him is good. Karen found the instructions. Name, hidden appearance type, mask rarity, legendary purpose, special effect, makes the user invisible. The hero threw the mask and told Akane to get rid of it. The girl asks him to calm down, because it is a gift from the hero Masatsugu. Throwing it away is outrageous. The guy replies that he will die just from wearing it. The hero didn't understand what kind of a terrible gift he had sent. Masatsugu thought that the guy was collecting strong masks, so he sent him one. However, the guy is not happy at all. Akane told the guy that he sent her away thinking about the guy. Karen confirmed it. The hero categorically refused. Result, the mask was given to Raya. Aren't werewolves a strong type of boss? Since they leveled up after the last battle, the hero thinks that they will be fine. They will try everything on the way. Karen agrees with him. They entered the dungeon. This time, everything was so different. The skill chart indicated that no hidden functions were available. The guy can't tell that anything has changed. The unknown is also fun. He is happy to meet the unknown. Karaboshi suggested that the girl warm up. They rushed to attack the werewolves. Rei and Karen were helping the battle. The guy thought that Rei and Karen's attacks were on another level now. His too. Suddenly the guy felt pain in his chest. A werewolf was approaching him. Rhea protected him. Karen asked the guy what happened. He said he didn't know. However, nothing hurt anymore. He decided to continue. While fighting, he felt pain again. His muscles were in excruciating pain. Karen noticed it. The boy was kneeling. His weapon was lying on the ground. Karen ran to help him, but the werewolf was already next to the boy. Returning to the store, Akane asked what had happened. The guy replied that he had been beaten. The merchant tells him to be grateful to his comrades. He caused them trouble. That's why he came for advice. When he moves normally, everything is fine, but during the battle, it hurts. It's like an electric charge is going through his body, like all his nerves are being pulled. The girl said it was like sciatica, what he felt when he was a corporate slave, but now he's completely cured. Karaboshi asks if she has any remedy for this, he would like to get some. Akane asked him if he was ready to retire as an adventurer. The guy didn't understand what was being discussed. The guy asks her to stop joking. She replies that she is not joking. The hero clarified the reason for her actions. Akane replies that it is because of his condition. The boy says that he will not leave. The girl asks that he will not leave even if he is no longer human. The hero fell into a stupor. Akane explains that this is a side effect of leveling up. If you level up quickly, normal creatures become monsters. Karaboshi was in shock, and Karen couldn't believe it. When he leveled up, his body became stronger. The monsters in the dungeons strengthen their bodies in the same way. No one knows why this happens. This body has evolved. What will happen after numerous victories over monsters? Animal experiments have shown that ordinary animals turn into monsters. In other words, most likely, the changes in his body are the same as those of the animals on which the experiments were conducted. The guy asked if he would really turn into a monster. Karen cries and denies it. Akane recommends the boy to retire now. It's the best way to avoid turning into a monster. The boy asks who else has the same symptoms. She replies that there aren't many. Most of them, like him, quickly leveled up. The boy remembered that his level was at its maximum. He asked if there were any ways to cure it. Akane replied that there were no drugs to improve it, since it was not an injury or illness. The boy understood that it was incurable. The girl turned to the guy and asked about his next steps. He replied that he wanted to continue being an adventurer. Besides being unable to fight due to pain, he will eventually become a monster. He may harm his companion or Karna. Akane asked if he was still going to fight. The hero remained silent. The girl knew he was not smart, but not to that extent. She understands how he feels. She has some information. She took out a map and pointed to the area where the hot springs called Kamui were located in the city of Asahikawa. She heard that a spring was gushing out from the dungeon. I say that bathing in these hot springs can prevent one from turning into a monster. She doesn't know if the hot water will dissipate the energy that wasn't absorbed by his body or something else. The guy jumped up, grabbed the girl by the hand, and thanked her for telling him. She told him not to expect much. Karaboshi decided to act now. Karen said that she would go with him. Maybe she would also start turning into a monster. The young man thinks that this is impossible, since she did not accelerate the growth of levels. Karen added that if she left him alone, he would bathe in the hot springs for a very long time. Who would look after him? The guy did not understand what she was talking about. Then he smiled and said that if he stayed in the water longer, he would recover quickly, and if not, he could drink water or something. Akane told Karen to keep an eye on the boy. The girl replied that she could be relied on. Two young people arrived at a picturesque place where hot springs are located. The girl exclaimed with delight that it was a beautiful place, holding her hat in her hand. The guy, leaning against the open car door, watched her with a slight smile. The young man, smiling a little sheepishly, asked Karen if she remembered why they had come. The girl looked puzzled, but the next moment, with an expression of sudden understanding, she exclaimed that she remembered. Karen and her companion approached a large two-story building surrounded by forest. The heroes stopped in front of the entrance, preparing to go inside. A young couple approached the reception desk at a hot springs inn. The girl said hello, and the receptionist greeted them, informing them that they were at the Kamui hot springs. He asked if there would be a single room. The guy looked a little embarrassed and answered hesitantly that no, there weren't any. The guy walked into the room with a suitcase and started to settle in. He thought about what would happen when others found out about his presence. Haruki clenched his fist and with a determined expression told himself that it didn't matter. He had to get it together. He decided to go to the hot springs. The boy approached the open hot spring, standing at the edge. A picturesque view of rocks and forest opened up before him. He froze for a moment, as if preparing to enter the water. Karaboshi read a sign at the hot spring that said the water heals muscle pain, restores fatigue, and reduces the effects of pain. It also said it helps with motor dysfunction and promotes beautiful skin. He let out a surprised exclamation when he read this. The hero, undressing before entering the hot spring, thought with excitement that perhaps the pain and motor dysfunction could be cured here. He admitted to himself that he could do nothing about it, but he was looking forward to this moment. Haruki finally immersed himself in the hot spring and let out a sigh of relief, enjoying the first touch of the warm water on his body. As he went deeper, he felt a pleasant warmth spread throughout his body and head. It felt like something inside him was starting to melt, and he thought how nice it was here. He sat relaxed in the spring, staring at one point. His face reflected a blissful numbness from the heat and steam. Gathering his thoughts, he reminded himself that he had to focus on healing. That was what he had come here for. Haruki looked at his chest suspiciously and admitted to himself that he wasn't feeling any effects yet. He wondered if he should try drinking the spring water. He came to the conclusion that if he drank more, the effect would probably be stronger. In addition, he thought that it was worth trying a massage. Meanwhile, a strange creature was splashing around in a tub nearby. Haruki reached his hand towards the tub with the strange creature, clearly intending to do something. The creature stared at him, startled and worried. Haruki, a little embarrassed, wondered if the creature was worried about him and was watching him all the time. He wondered if it was dangerous for him to be alone. At that moment, something suddenly caught his attention. He looked away in surprise, and the girls standing nearby, who also noticed him, were clearly stunned. One of the girls in the yukata looked away in surprise and asked what was going on. She was slightly confused and perplexed by what was happening. Later, at dinner, she asked Haruki if he had drunk the hot spring water. He replied with a slight smile that he was pleased that she was worried. When he confirmed this, the girl narrowed her eyes and said sarcastically that then they would have to continue to keep an eye on him. Haruki, hanging his head, quietly agreed, realizing that now he could not hide. While eating, the boy sighed, and the strange creature next to him, watching him, looked worried. He didn't show much enthusiasm. The girl watched with interest as he drank the broth and asked if the hot springs were helping him. He replied encouragingly that yes, it did feel good and the pain did ease. The girl beamed with joy. Her eyes sparkled, and a bright, sincere smile appeared on her face. She was happy to hear about the improvement. She exclaimed that she was very happy and suggested that they take their time and try to cure him completely. Haruki readily agreed. The girl laughed. The guy thought at that moment that his body might not have gotten used to it yet, but after a while it would pass. He thought about something of his own. He chewed his food and mentally asked himself whether he should try to learn how to handle a weapon while he had time. Haruki and the girl sat next to each other and enjoyed their dinner. They both said, "Yum," in unison, clearly pleased with the delicious food and the calm atmosphere. The girl thought with a gentle smile that she would be happy to continue the journey when he was fully recovered. She felt joy from his progress and improvement. Later, the two of them went out into the hotel's recreation area. There were guests around, quietly chatting or relaxing, creating a cozy atmosphere. When a poster caught their attention, they both stopped and looked up in surprise. The stand displayed a poster announcing the Asahikawa Dungeon Destruction campaign taking place in Kamui-Kotan, calling for adventurers to join. They came closer and began to examine the poster. Haruki was curious about what it could be, and the girl clarified that it could be a note from a monster extermination company. At that moment, an elderly man resting nearby approached them and asked if they were also participating in this campaign. He explained to the young men that there had already been an expedition into the Kamui-Kotan dungeon, and although the threat had been suppressed, the defensive forces were still lacking. The scene changed to a nighttime forest. The old man continued to explain that the terrain of Kamui-Kotan made it a virtually unexplored area even after the treks, and to this day, many monsters lurked in the forest. He added that he had heard that the local government would be giving out rewards for participation. Haruki paused, stroking his chin, clearly considering the possibility of participating. Kare-en stood nearby, listening attentively. The guy suddenly felt someone lightly touch his shoulder. He turned around in surprise and saw that the girl was looking at him attentively, shaking her head slightly, as if giving a sign. He looked at the group of campers participating in the campaign and admitted to himself that he would be interested in participating as well. However, he quickly reminded himself that he was there to recuperate, and that was his main goal. One of the men responded sympathetically and said that it was unfortunate, but he understood. As Haruki and the girl headed for the exit, one of the campaign participants enthusiastically declared that they would definitely participate. The others thanked them, happy that perhaps there would be more of them. Haruki overheard a group of people talking about the team's composition and noted with some tension that Kagemitsu would be with them. This made him a little wary. When he learned that the campaign's participants would be featured on a popular blog, his surprise turned to confusion. The idea that they would be watched by the public was unexpected. He realized that by appearing in open blogs, he might have a chance to become famous. If he could beat other participants, then sponsors would stop ignoring him. Even for already famous people, this promised additional popularity. The girl, noticing his reaction, became worried. She was wary of Haruki's behavior, and she assumed that he was planning something risky again. Meanwhile, Haruki was determined to devote all his energy to a full recovery. He wanted his preparations for the campaign to be meaningful, and for his every action to have a purpose. Later, he was busy with his equipment, mentally imagining how the girl was worried about him. He was focused on checking the weapons, preparing for the upcoming tests. Ordinary days passed. He rested, spent time in hot springs, slept and ate with a feeling of fatigue, but also internal restoration. One morning he sat down to meditate. As always, his companions were nearby, a creature in a tub and a pot with a plant. The guy silently looked out the window, absorbed in himself. His thoughts began to take him back to the past. He remembered monsters, fights, threats, and tragedies. All of this flashed before his inner eye, causing tension in his body. The hero clenched his fist. Despite everything that was happening inside, he came to a firm conclusion. He was okay. There was a loud knock on his room door, and upon hearing his name, Haruki turned around in surprise. His face showed slight tension. Karen stood at the door. She looked worried and obviously came to talk about something important. Karen, worried, asked about the extermination campaign tomorrow. She was worried that he was actually going to fight, given his condition. Haruki confidently reported that he felt great thanks to the 2 weeks of hot spring treatment. He looked cheerful and confident. Despite his confidence, Karen admitted that she was still worried. She reminded him that no one knew how strong the monsters were or how many there would be. Even if Haruki had recovered, there was still a risk. In response, he silently placed his hand on her head, making it clear that he appreciated her concern and understood everything. He then tried to calm her down. He reminded her that Kagemitsu would be on their team and assured her that they were under the protection of experienced fighters. He promised that they would be careful. Karen couldn't hide her worry. She mentally acknowledged that Haruki, as always, was going to do something incredible. He, smiling, asked her to take care of him and the entire team in his absence. The next day, the company gathering began. The assembled adventurers were preparing to begin the campaign. The atmosphere was noisy and filled with animated conversations. Some of them noted that posting Haruka's name on Kagemitsu's blog was perfect for getting attention, which they admitted was exactly what they expected after everything that had happened. Karaboshi Haruki noticed Kagemitsu acting strangely, hiding behind a tree despite the campaign that had begun. The other participants were surprised by his behavior and could not understand whether he was striving for glory or preferring to remain in the shadows. At the same time, some of those present recognized Haruki. They were amazed that the mysterious Mask-kun was standing in front of them. Haruki himself assessed the situation and realized that the number of participants was greater than he had expected. Noticing a familiar face among the adventurers, one of the participants exclaimed in surprise. Haruki stood in the crowd with a serene expression, wearing his characteristic mask. His appearance did not go unnoticed and caused a murmur among the others. A crowd of warriors gathered in front of the squad leader. Haruki found himself in the thick of things. The dungeon clearing campaign had begun. All participants were in tense anticipation and preparing for the upcoming mission. Before the start of the campaign, the commander called for caution and reminded them of the dangers. Haruki, despite his excitement, expressed self-confidence and complete readiness to take first place in the battle. At the same time, something ominous began to happen in the forest. Thick smoke rose from the depths of the thicket, and the atmosphere became increasingly tense. These signs foreshadowed the appearance of a dangerous enemy. Finally, A mysterious knight in black armor stepped out from the shadows. His intimidating appearance and menacing silhouette made it clear that the upcoming battle would be a serious test for all participants, including Karaboshi Haruki. Before the competition began, the participants loudly expressed their readiness, shouting words of encouragement. Two of them decided to repeat the explanation of the rules to avoid misunderstandings. The crowd responded with enthusiasm and attention. One of the organizers introduced himself as Kagamitsu and said he was in charge of control and management. The woman next to him, Becky, smiling, explained that she would be counting the results. The atmosphere remained organized and lively. He announced that the hunt would take place in the Kamikanan forests and that the monsters would be placed within a 2-kilometer radius. The participants listened attentively, looking at the dense wall of trees ahead. Yoshi, Doraneko, and Wang were assigned as lookouts. They were supposed to make sure the monsters didn't run away. Their positions in the trees and cliffs provided a wide view. It was also emphasized that observers were watching not only the monsters, but also the participants. This was to eliminate cheating and maintain fairness among all teams. The host announced 3 basic rules. You can't disturb others, you can't let monsters go abroad, and you can't use magic. Each point was accompanied by an illustration for clarity. The woman explained that points were awarded to both the participant and the entire team for each monster defeated. The top 3 teams were to receive awards. The instructor announced that the competition was starting, and all participants had until the evening. He urged them to be careful and get ready. After the starting signal, the participants rushed forward, each trying to prove themselves and begin completing the task as quickly as possible. Karaboshi Haruki felt an unusual lightness in his body and was pleased to note how well he felt. He rushed forward with enthusiasm. He quickly caught up with the monster, a rabbit with a horn, while confidently linking his energy to the effect of the hot springs where he had recently trained. Finally, he successfully made his first capture, skillfully slaying the monster with his sword and rejoicing at the result. This moment became his first achievement in the trial. Haruki continued into the forest, thinking about how his comrades like Karen preferred to act without instructions. He walked forward with enthusiasm, full of determination. At the same time, the girls from his team discussed the strange combination of monsters they encountered in the forest and came to the conclusion that only Haruki was capable of such unusual decisions. The girl tried to stop the creature that Ria was riding, warning her that if she transformed, others might mistake her for a monster and attack her. The huge flower with a face covering its head tried to disguise its presence with a mask, but this raised doubts. It was impossible to hide in this way. The girl with a bow on her head decided that they were making fun of her, looking at the strange behavior of the unusual creature, who was walking away with a satisfied grin. At this time in the forest, she encountered a mysterious shadow hiding in the thickets. The rustling and silhouette alerted her, and she prepared for battle. A huge monster bear emerged from the bushes, drooling from its huge mouth. The girl realized what a dangerous opponent she would have to fight. She remembered that she couldn't use magic and decided to resort to a regular staff, intending to use it as a club. Despite her uncertainty, she decided to strike. Running closer to the bear, she put all her strength into the swing, realizing that a lot depended on this strike. Her attack was accurate. The staff fell with force on the monster's head, and the blow was so powerful that it caused a visible reaction on the beast's face. After the powerful blow, the girl noticed that the bear did not fall. This caused her shock and bewilderment. She did not expect that the enemy would be so resilient. Suddenly, another contestant named Doraneko appeared and announced that the bear had been defeated. She easily approached the girl and congratulated her on her victory. It turned out that the defeated beast was an ordinary bear, but despite this, it could be handed in as a valuable trophy for which additional points were awarded. The participant then explained that before eating the monster, the bear did not pose much of a threat, but after that, its smell began to resemble monsters, which made it unique. The girl was advised to deliver the carcass to the starting point to receive the reward. She agreed, although she seemed discouraged by what was happening. The girl raised her head and expressed her concern for Karaboshi Haruki, hoping that he was okay. Meanwhile, Haruki scratched the back of his head and sighed in relief. Finding himself alone by the river, he looked around in confusion and wondered what he should do now, clearly not having a clear plan of action. Karaboshi Haruki was standing by the river when suddenly a huge fish jumped out of the water. He was dumbfounded by the surprise and the size of the creature, not immediately understanding what was happening. He recognized the monster he had encountered before. It was the salmon monster. Seeing it again, he wondered if he could catch it this time. His imagination immediately drew pictures of delicious fish dishes, fried fillets, sushi, and other delicacies. Thoughts about food awakened determination in him. He rushed into the water after the monster, intending to catch it, but a strange voice emerged from the cloud of steam, demanding that he stop. An unusual figure emerged from the steam, a creature with the body of a girl and the head of a fish, who introduced herself as Chep, a spirit and salmon princess. Haruki was amazed to realize that she could speak. Despite this, he grabbed her by the tail, still thinking she was a monster. She begged him to at least listen to her before he decided anything. Karaboshi Haruki was in a situation where a monster begged for its life for the first time. It shocked him so much that he decided to give the creature a chance to explain itself. They sat down on the rocks by the shore, and the spirit in the form of a fish expressed confidence that his destiny was to be eaten, but before that he wanted to tell him some important information. Haruki, without hiding his intentions, assured that after the story he would still cook him, which caused an indignant cry from the fish. The being in the crown asked Haruki if he knew of a place called Kamui Cliff. Haruki asked again, confused, hearing the name for the first time. The princess pointed to a cliff visible in the distance, explaining that this was where she needed to get to at any cost, despite any possible obstacles. When Haruki asked her why, she gave a vague answer, saying that she was the best princess. He was puzzled, and without really getting into it, he admitted that he didn't care what was going on there. However, the princess added that if others, including Kagamitsu, also followed the cliff, the situation would become dangerous. Her words worried Haruki. He, on the contrary, took it with enthusiasm. If everything goes as he thinks, then at the same time he can get not only points for completing the task, but also food. This prospect clearly pleased him. Amidst her wild thoughts and happy fantasies, Haruki suddenly and without warning grabbed the princess, causing her to scream in fear. On the approaches to the cliff, the main character enthusiastically headed towards the goal, not hiding his insidious intentions, which caused concern in the fish princess. He ran energetically through the forest, full of enthusiasm, not slowing down even in the dense vegetation. As he progressed, he realized that the dense forest cover was slowing his progress toward the cliff, which puzzled him somewhat. Climbing the steep slope, he shocked the salmon princess, who screamed in surprise. Despite the difficulties, he deftly climbed the rocks, clinging to the ledges, never losing sight of the target. At the moment of jumping from the tree, he demonstrated extraordinary abilities, which caused amazement in his companion, who suspected that he was not of human nature. When he reached the cliff, he was surprised by its height and noted the absence of other representatives of the salmon family. He reported that they arrived at the scene while the fish princess looked exhausted and admitted that she was on the verge of losing consciousness. When he inquired about her plans, she, without hesitation, declared her intention to sacrifice herself to the deity. The story then moved on to the myth. In this place, a great battle took place between the evil god Nine and the hero Samakuru, and the cliff itself was considered to be the trace of a destructive attack. On the cliff, the salmon spirit told Haruki that now the best salmon had arrived at the place of the ritual, ready to sacrifice itself. Karaboshi watched the proceedings with bewilderment as the salmon prepared for action. Something suddenly appeared in the sky that startled the hero. He instinctively raised his head up to better examine the source of light or energy, looking at what was happening with alarm. A mysterious object is seen falling from the sky. Karaboshi stands waiting until the figure becomes visible. It is approaching at high speed. The object crashed into the ground with a loud bang, causing a powerful impact. Karaboshi was thrown back by the blast wave and barely managed to stay on his feet. The impact caused cracks to appear on the ground. Haruki jumped back in fear, trying to understand what had just happened and how dangerous it was. He began to back away as cracks spread across the rock, each step echoing in the ringing silence as the rocks continued to crumble. The rift became even wider, and Karaboshi watched in amazement as the cliff began to literally split apart. He could not believe that the rock had actually given in to destruction. The hero realized with horror that something supernatural was happening before him. His face froze in tension, and his heart began to beat faster. A figure began to emerge from within the cliff. The outlines became clearer and clearer, and as the dust settled, it became clear that the rock was hiding something enormous. And then a giant paw, clawed and massive, appeared from the crack. The appearance of the limb inspired alarm, promising the awakening of a powerful enemy. Haruki watched in horror as a giant, scaly paw burst out of the stone wall, his face completely shocked by what was happening, as he clearly did not expect to see something so monstrous. A huge creature emerged from the rocky crack, resembling a fish with the body of a dragon. The creature stared at Haruki, leaving him completely vulnerable to its appearance. In a research camp in the forest, people were analyzing or studying the monster carcasses, which were laid out in numbered areas. One of the girls was recording data, sitting next to the body of a large creature. A man approached the girl and asked about current events. She explained that a large specimen had just been delivered, which clearly impressed those gathered. The girl explained that Maskun's unit was responsible for the capture, which she seemed proud of. She pointed to the people standing by the delivered specimen. One of those present recalled that the carcass was dragged in by a girl with a staff. This aroused interest, since such an event was unusual, especially for such a dangerous hunt. Kagemitsu was mentioned in the conversation, causing one of the interlocutors to pause. The girl, with a notepad, confirmed that Masuka-kun really does surprise everyone, no matter what he does. In the room, two men were discussing Masatsugu's possible move to Tokyo. One of them seemed to want to move him there, believing that his abilities deserved more than a life in the countryside. He argued that Hokkaido was wrongly labeled as easy, and that if Masatsugu was left behind, his potential would be lost. He believed that he would have achieved real success in the capital. One of the men squeezed the other's hand as if they had come to a common conclusion. There was a feeling in the air that their conversation would lead to further serious action. One of the participants, agitated and embarrassed, was worried about his own awkwardness, while the girl, noticing his strange behavior, asked in surprise what had happened. The man tried to hide his emotions, assuring that everything was fine, but deep down he was irritated by the fact that he could not respond adequately at the right moment. Looking at the situation, he expressed concern that Mask-kun's team was hunting large specimens alone, while the other members were not being active enough. The girl suddenly realized the importance of everything that was said and, agreeing, turned around sharply, noticing something alarming. At this moment, the entire crowd was shocked by a loud sound and swirls in the sky, drawing everyone's attention to what was happening. Signs of a new monster appearing in the direction of Kamui Cliff began to appear, causing everyone to be shocked and worried. One of the leaders, without wasting time, began to organize a search party and gave instructions to find the person responsible for communications in order to immediately respond to the situation. Internally, the guy felt growing anxiety and misunderstanding of what was happening, observing the sudden changes. As Haruki moved towards the cliff, he noticed a strange creature, vaguely resembling a mermaid, leaving a crevice in the rock. The terrible creature appeared before him in full growth, with scaly skin, sharp claws, and a sinister look, hinting at the impending threat. Karaboshi Haruki watched the strange creature that resembled the familiar dungeon boss, a large deer, and suddenly realized that it was something similar. Haruki took damage to the chest from a monster with scaly skin. The blow caused the hero's mask to be lost. The warrior reacted to the sudden attack of the large monster, barely dodging the throw. His sword was pointed forward, and the thought flashed through his mind that the creature clearly noticed him. He watched in amazement as the monster's eye began to glow. This made him suspicious, as normal monsters did not show such a reaction. His expression betrayed concern and wariness. As Karaboshi jumped back, the ground beneath him burst into flames. He recoiled in surprise, suspecting that the monster was using something forbidden. The flash of light only increased his suspicions about what was happening. A slight smile flashed across the hero's face, and the monster froze with wide open eyes. Karaboshi took a step forward, and the enemy clearly did not expect such confidence in the attack. The warrior looked at the enemy with interest, feeling a surge of excitement. He thought that the situation was becoming really exciting. There was no fear in his gaze, only determination and excitement. He rushed heavily into battle again. A creature that looked like a huge fish was moving towards him. It opened its mouth, releasing a charge of light flash to attack. Karaboshi launched a series of strikes at the fish-like monster. The flashes from the impact reflected off its armor. Both moved at high speed, without slowing down. The protagonist continued to engage in combat, attacking the monster from the flank. The blows came from different sides, and the fish-like creature had difficulty repelling the onslaught. The coordination between the fighters increased. Karaboshi noticed that his blade had only slightly grazed the target. He gritted his teeth in frustration, as he had hoped for a greater effect. Meanwhile, the enemy began to turn towards him. Soon, the monster made a powerful swing and Karaboshi was thrown back. He barely managed to stay on his feet, clutching his weapon. His gaze remained focused on the enemy, whose tail was in motion. He rushed forward again, confidently closing the distance. However, at that moment, the creature's mouth opened wide, emitting light to attack. The power inside the monster was clearly growing with each passing second. The creature continued to emit a glow that came directly from its mouth. It seemed to be preparing for a special attack. There was a dense energy in the air, as if an explosion was about to occur. Karaboshi analyzed the situation. It was extremely difficult to approach the enemy. He noted that the distance did not allow for a precise strike. Light from the enemy was blinding, preventing him from aiming. Nevertheless, he clenched his fist and rushed forward. His determination broke through fear and doubt. He believed that he could overcome the obstacle with strength and will. The main character rushed towards the monster, delivering his most powerful blow to counterattack the monster. The hero watched as the monster's body fell to the ground with a crash. He only managed to scream as rocks and stones began to fall from below. Several members of the team then realized that Kamui Rock had begun to collapse, causing them to become worried and anxious, as the collapse could pose a threat to everyone nearby. Then one of the heroes, watching the crumbling rock in the distance, reported that the monster, whose presence was felt earlier, had disappeared. This gave rise to speculation in the team about a possible connection between the collapse and the defeat of the creature. Kagemitsu then asked what exactly was meant, trying to understand what the situation was. The team then turned to him, asking what decision he would make next. In the last scene, Kagemitsu gave instructions. He decided to inspect the destroyed rock for wounded, while the others were told to return to the base and keep a close eye on the situation. The team agreed with his plan. Haruka was completely confused and couldn't figure out what to do next, looking at what was happening with fear and confusion. He noticed a black object rising up from the rubble in the background of the destruction. He thought that the sacred place had been destroyed. A mysterious black ball appeared in front of him, the appearance of which caused Haruka great surprise and tension. He began to wonder if this ball had come from the body of one of the defeated sea creatures, wondering about its nature. The guy took a defensive stance to withstand the powerful blow. A thick, dark ball hit his body and began to dissolve on the guy's chest. Karaboshi felt something penetrate his body and froze in confusion in the middle of the area. Suddenly, a strange creature, similar to a fish, jumped out of Karaboshi's body. The creature turned out to be alive and began to communicate with Karaboshi, explaining that it was not his enemy. Karaboshi grabbed the creature and lifted it up, trying to figure out what was happening. The creature began to convince Karaboshi of its innocence, explaining the situation completely differently than it seemed at first glance. It continued to explain, saying that it was a being meant to summon a hero to confront the monster. Karaboshi looked at the defeated monster silently as the creature continued to explain the situation. The creature wondered if the boy was the monster's assistant or minion, since he was able to easily defeat it. Karaboshi stood silently with the fish in his hands, which forgave him for his behavior and thanked him for saving Kamui Kotan. He and the creature watched the sunset, looking at the landscape opening up before them. Suddenly, the hero thought about the time and noticed that it was already evening. The guy realized that he urgently needed to go back, and quickly set off on his way. Finally, Karaboshi reached the people and the building, realizing that it was already evening. A girl approached the adventurer, surprised by his unexpected appearance and condition. The girl began to ask Karaboshi where he had been all this time. He was surprised to learn that the competition he had participated in had already ended. The guy felt tired and lost consciousness right in front of the girl. Meanwhile, on the other side of the area, another character noticed something unusual near the ruins. The mask, expressing surprise, attracted the attention of the young man, who was perplexed and tried to understand why he had appeared in this place at all. The main character was defeated and lay on the ground, begging not to be finished off. At this time, a girl was sitting nearby and, as if not noticing what was happening, happily shared that she had taken third place in the individual competition. Karaboshi sat on the ground and talked to the girl, who tried to calm him down, saying that everything that happened was just part of the competition. The girl was interested in the monster the boy encountered and wanted to know more about it. The adventurer explained that he had put a lot of effort into defeating the monster. Kagemitsu approached them, holding a mask in his hands. He asked Karaboshi if he really went to the cliff to defeat the monster, to which he confirmed. The boy asked if he could get extra points for defeating a monster, but Kagemitsu answered in the negative, since time had already run out. Kagemitsu also asked the boy about the reason for the destruction of Kamui Cliff, and he admitted that he miscalculated a little. Kagemitsu thanked Karaboshi for successfully defeating the monster, emphasizing that such actions were to be expected from an experienced adventurer. However, Kagemitsu expressed dissatisfaction with Karaboshi's actions, reminding him of the need for caution and pointing out that there is a difference between bravery and recklessness, advising the boy to be more prudent. Kagemitsu then advised the adventurer to return, adding that the girl was worried about him. When he left, Kagemitsu was left alone with the monster's body and wondered what he should do now. The guy was left alone with the monster's body, thinking about his next steps. The hero returned and headed towards the girl, who was interested in what Kagemitsu had told him. He replied that he had received instructions not to do anything thoughtless. The girl became concerned about his condition and began to assume that he was feeling unwell. Suddenly, a merfolk appeared from Karaboshi's clothes, making his presence known. The merfolk was unhappy with the fact that he had been hidden for so long and expressed his complaints to Karaboshi. The girl was surprised by the creature's appearance and asked Karaboshi what kind of creature it was, suspecting that it was a monster. The hero was confusedly trying to explain the situation, while the girl was already preparing a stick, intending to sort out what was happening. She did not listen to his explanations and seemed to begin to apply measures of influence. Despite Karaboshi's requests to wait, the girl entered into a confrontation with the monster, at that time the main character, to clarify the emerging misunderstanding. The results of the monster hunting competition appeared on the bulletin board. The winners were listed and the participants' achievements were noted. Some participants had quite unusual experiences and even encountered unusual creatures and phenomena. The board also contained comments from competition participants who shared their impressions of unusual encounters and incidents during the event. The guy was sitting in the room in the evening when he heard someone's voice calling him. A girl entered the room with great effect, attracting attention with her bright behavior. Her arrival was accompanied by comments about her behavior from those around her. He and the girl talked, discussing her appearance. She explained the reason for her visit, saying that she came to look after the student, pretending to be an ordinary person. After this, the adventurer pointed to something lying on the floor under the cloth, inviting her to examine it. They discovered an unusual creature under the cloth, similar to a monster, which they assumed was of high rank. The boy answered the girl's question about the creature's origin by saying that he didn't know where it came from. The girl asked why Becky's skill wasn't used, but she was told that it all happened too suddenly. The woman in the hat examined the cloth-covered object and agreed with the previous conclusion. He noted with a smile that he had expected such an answer. And his interlocutor said that they were facing a unique and very strong monster, comparable in level to the creatures from the Kamui Kotan dungeon. The woman clarified whether it was nothing that had defeated this monster, and pointed out that there was only one type of wound on the creature's body, which confirmed her assumption. Kogatsumi and the woman discussed whether nothing could handle it, and came to the conclusion that he had the ability to do so, and also noted that time was probably running out. She reminded that it was necessary to think about protecting the sprout and, if necessary, contact the headquarters. And her interlocutor promised to take this into account. The interlocutors doubted the possibility of receiving support and thought about the future. The hero expressed his doubt. Karaboshi explained to the girl how the meeting with the salmon princess happened, and why he took her with him. The fish girl happily approached Lady Rhea and admitted that she enjoyed being in this company. The fish introduced itself as the first princess named Chep, and said that it had fallen into the hands of a warrior. The main character was holding an unusual flower in her hands, which attracted the attention of those around her. Its unusual magnificence was noted, and the heroine herself was surprised by the reaction to this flower. She made a remark about the beauty of the flower, admiring it, and expressed gratitude to Poseidon. The girl holding the flower looked a little confused by what was happening. Karaboshi Haruki noticed that Rhea's appearance resembled Queen Cheppa. The people present discussed how not everyone could appreciate the queen's beauty, and Cheppa expressed her feelings about it. Rhea asked the boy about his plans for the day, noting that the atmosphere had become more lively. Haruki told about his intention to go clear the Kamui-Kotan dungeon. A lot of people had gathered near the entrance to the dungeon, which was unusual for this time of year, considering that the event had taken place the day before. The group decided to go straight down to the less popular floor to adjust their skills. Everyone agreed with this plan. Karaboshi and Karen chose the location for their preparation, noting that it was well suited for their purposes. The girl noted that there were only 10 floors in the dungeon, and shared her observation that people rarely came here due to the lack of strong monsters. Haruki noticed a message on the screen that he had defeated the evil god's messenger, gained skill points, and unlocked a new feature by fulfilling a special condition. 3 upgrades were now available to him. His companion was surprised and asked how it worked. He explained that a new feature had appeared on the skill board. The heroes discussed that this feature was most likely related to the skill tree improvement. Karen's board showed that she had gained 3 skill points, but the guy noted that the activation cost was too high and decided that until you try, you won't know. Karen enthusiastically asked to distribute points to her magical power, expecting to increase her abilities. The protagonist hesitated before the action, but the girl tried to encourage him, noting that even in case of failure, it would not hurt him, and it was better to try than to regret later. She promised that she would make every effort to earn the lost 3 points again. Karaboshi looked at the changes and admitted that he was impressed with the result. The guy explained that he usually counts on his losses more than his gains because he is constantly afraid of making a mistake. He replied that now she looks more like a real adventurer. Karaboshi decided to try the new feature first. Karen was hesitant but encouraged him, and together they began experimenting with the skill board. Haruki, listening to his condition, notices that after the distribution of points, he did not experience any pain. The girl with him asks how he feels. The hero begins to move to test the changes in himself. His movements become faster and more agile. He takes a dash to test the stat gains and notices that he is now able to move much faster than before. After checking the changes, Haruki notices that there are no significant changes in his physical condition, but the sensations are still different. The girl says that she will deal with his condition later, and now she will work on her own skills. The skill panel displays the distribution of points, and now the girl's magical power improves. She experiences new sensations and notes that it has become easier for her to cope with magical power compared to how it was before. Karaboshi assures his companions that he has not forgotten about them and is going to start distributing points for them as well. Haruka suddenly has a new opportunity to distribute points to other team members, which surprises him. The panel shows Ria gaining mastery and Vesta gaining strength. Karaboshi Haruki observed the characters' reactions. One of them imagined that Lady Ria was shining especially brightly, while the other mentally noted the unusual atmosphere of what was happening. The main character began to look through several virtual panels, analyzing the information received. Information about a character named Chep appeared on the screen, indicating her class, abilities, and various characteristics, which surprised the protagonist. The hero noticed that the character Chep not only had divine protection, but also the function of a protector, which aroused his interest in the origin of these abilities. The protagonist decided that it was necessary to study the new character's features in more detail, after which the group continued moving forward through the dungeon. In one of the corridors of the dungeon, enemies appeared in front of the heroes, and then the group approached a place surrounded by tree roots. After the encounter with the enemies, the heroes took a short break to replenish their strength and get some food. The heroes discussed that there were no strong enemies on this level, but they noticed that the tree roots were causing them some difficulty. Karaboshi Haruki expressed his hopes of meeting a strong opponent on the next level, as their path led to the lowest floor of the dungeon. The characters reminisced about home cooking and agreed that, despite the lack of delicacies, they had the opportunity to enjoy lamb upon returning home. The main characters climb up the stairs that lead through the intertwined roots of the tree and examine the picture that opens up before them. Massive tree branches spread out above them, filling the entire space. The heroes come out into an open area covered with roots and encounter a strong gust of wind with falling leaves. The main characters notice the enormous size of the roots surrounding them, realizing the scale of everything they see. The characters discuss how these are not roots, but branches of a tree that form the levels they had previously navigated. A huge tree appears in front of them, occupying a central place among the surrounding branches. One of the heroes notices one of the branches begin to move, which attracts their attention. The protagonist gives the command to act, and both characters rush to the tree, preparing for the upcoming test. The tree branches begin to move actively, creating obstacles in the hero's path. The branches of an ominous tree were approaching the heroes with incredible speed. Karaboshi Haruki and his companion found themselves among the huge branches of a tree, surrounded by a dense crown, and the path was difficult. The group concluded that the enemy was much more difficult than expected, but they managed to cope with the task. After discussion, the heroes decided to return the next day, as they considered it impossible to complete the dungeon test this time. The protagonist confirmed the plan to return, thinking that in the evening they should rest and gather strength before the next day. The main character, along with the other participants, thanked for the prepared treat and expressed joy before the meal began. He suggested that everyone enjoy a dish called jingisukan. During the meal, he noted that he had not tried lamb for a long time, and as a native of Hokkaido, he missed the taste. The cooks were thanked for the opportunity to prepare this dish, and the hero himself expressed modesty, believing that gratitude was not required. Later, he relaxed in an open-air hot spring and shared the feeling of complete relaxation, believing that this was exactly what he was missing now. The hero said that he felt no pain in his recent fight and now feels fully recovered. He demonstrated confidence in his condition by showing a gesture of strength. Finally, he shared his plans for tomorrow, indicating that after exploring the floor, they would tackle the giant tree. His companion reacted in surprise, thinking about what he had heard. A moment later, the hero was alarmed when steam rose from the surface, and a call was heard around him to be careful, so that unwanted witnesses would not catch them off guard. The protagonist found himself in an unexpected situation, imagining girls bathing in a bathhouse, and could not believe that his modest presence could be appropriate in such a place. He mentally exclaimed, addressing the higher powers, not hiding his embarrassment and confusion. He justified himself by saying that what happened was an accident, and then, noticing someone's figure in the water, he became wary and assumed that there was someone there. Later he realized that it was just a fish with romantic behavior, and noted with relief that he had been scared in vain. He felt ashamed of his excitement when he learned that the fish had come to the spring to experience its effect on its skin. He suddenly stopped abruptly, worried that someone might see her like this. The next day, the squad found themselves back at the root tangle, where Haruki suggested continuing their exploration, and Karen supported him, holding the fish and staff, confirming their readiness to work. The pair climbed into the branches of the giant tree and assessed the upcoming task as a second attempt, intending to find out the characteristics of the tree enemy and how to extract useful materials. Haruki suggested that the large branches and roots could be sold to artisans, since the boss's trophy was still missing, and they began harvesting wood. Karen cut down a massive branch and noticed something unusual in the distance. Haruki turned around, noticing the anomaly he had discovered among the roots. As he moved forward, he discovered a platform of polished stone that was different from the surrounding roots and rock, and began to examine its surface, trying to understand the purpose of this artificial element. Haruki and Karen climbed onto a monolithic rectangular slab, its smooth edges standing out among the tangled roots, and identified the structure as a rare artifact. Haruki noted the absence of seams and the complete symmetry of the slab, comparing the find with previously encountered objects in the dungeon, while Karen looked more closely at the edge of the surface. The girl assumed a more familiar origin for the object, but immediately noticed a change in the position of her companion's hand, as his palm involuntarily slid inside the smooth surface. Haruki noticed that his brush was slowly sinking into the whitish material of the artifact, and he reflexively tried to pull it away, struck by the unusual resistance. The sobering sensation forced both of them to jump back, as a small dark spot appeared at the point of contact, and the surface of the slab quickly closed. The couple looked at each other, and, having confirmed the safety of Haruka's hand, stated that the mechanism of the artifact remained unclear and required further research. On the pop-up panel, Haruki saw a notification recording the subjugation of the giant dark tree and the accrual of skill points for the first subjugation of the floormaster. The next message announced that the energy from the dungeon core had been absorbed, and a new item upgrade option would be opened after all prerequisites had been met, the boy exclaimed, stating that the core of the dungeon was in front of them. The slab was recognized as a potential core, which, according to literary descriptions, contains concentrated energy, although its true appearance had not been previously recorded by anyone. Karen recalled the articles where the core was compared to a gemstone, and Haruki confirmed that there were still no reliable observations, so the conclusions made remained speculation. The pair concluded that the object's apparent simplicity might have prevented other researchers from recognizing its significance, so they continued to examine the slab's surface more closely. The characters approached the elevated platform, but after interacting with it, nothing happened, leaving them confused. Haruka reached his hand out towards the platform, and the moment his palm touched the surface, an unexpected activation occurred, startling both of them. The system responded specifically to Haruki, reporting that he had absorbed energy from the dungeon's core. However, his companion was surprised that the mechanism only responded to him. The protagonist was surprised by a sudden guess. He thought that perhaps he had a chance to completely destroy the dungeons around the world. The companion didn't immediately understand what he was talking about. Then he explained that for some time now, his skill window has been displaying a message that he is absorbing energy from the dungeon core. He continued to think out loud and decided that if he absorbed the energy until it was completely exhausted, then he would definitely be able to achieve his goal. The companion became alarmed and tried to stop him, warning that if he continued to absorb energy, it would certainly affect his body. Haruki concluded that absorbing the core's energy seemed to be a necessary condition for the dungeon to disappear. Standing with his back to his partner on the walls, the adventurer clarified that he intended to try all options that could reduce the number of threats, while paying attention to details. Karen gently touched Haruka's elbow, then took a small step back, checking to see if the recent interaction with the artifact had affected the hero. The girl concluded that her contribution was insignificant, but she would continue to support, since joint work requires the presence of several participants, given the discovery. Haruki issued a safety warning, stating that at the slightest sign of a collapse, Karen should immediately leave the dungeon and minimize the risks to those around her. Having secured the internal order of actions, the adventurer raised his palm and slowly lowered it onto the surface of the artifact, preparing to slowly absorb the energy. The rectangular plate slowly descended to its original base, while a notification of complete energy absorption lit up above the surface. Haruki checked the sensations in his hand. After exchanging assessments, the adventurer voiced the conclusion that the dungeon would not be destroyed because the released energy had been moved to the skill panel. The girl concluded that the transferred energy reserve allowed the breakthrough to be delayed. Haruki, in response, admitted that he could absorb the energy of the charge and could serve as a fuse. To maintain the achieved stability, further takeovers would be required, and the adventurer mentally calculated the pressure he might experience. A notification flashed above the interface. The crumbling status pages reflected the appearance of a block for accelerated development of natural talents. Haruki, trying to calculate negative scenarios, assumed the risk that if the phenomenon was discovered by external forces, they would want to forcibly use it as an inexhaustible resource. Soon, the interface announced the introduction of a new function responsible for the gradual improvement of equipment and other material objects. The skill interface displayed a new tab that had the item upgrade option, and this news instantly inspired Haruki. The resource scale of the new panel reported the presence of more than 3,000 points of enhancement. And in the list of objects offered for modification, the first line was an ordinary pebble that lay right underfoot. Turning his gaze from the interface to the surrounding terrain, the adventurer checked to see if the function covered larger targets, which Karen confirmed. The next update to the list reflected several potato stone entries, followed by entries for a pot and a silver wolf book. Haruki touched the panel, activated the cell with the selected pebble, and saw a request to spend a minimum amount of points. He, acting cautiously, agreed. Ria received a stone with altered characteristics from her companion, and agreed to test it on the trunk of a giant tree. When Ria launched the enhanced pebble, a powerful detonation wave rolled across the bark of the wood titan, leaving a large crater. The effect exceeded all the researchers' expectations. Haruki came to the conclusion that for now he should avoid any acquisitions that might arouse suspicion in others, and the need to remain inconspicuous. The next second, the adventurer noticed how Karen seemed to be about to say something important, and this instantly switched his attention. It soon became clear that the girl was only trying to get details about the experiment from her companion, but Haruki, still shaken by his thoughts, was barely able to gather his thoughts into a coherent response. His confusion revealed a contradiction between his desire to share his results and his fear of unnecessary attention. After a short internal analysis, it turned out that the upgrade cost almost 2,000 points, and the young man admitted, such an impressive investment of resources for the sake of testing? The demonstration of the effect turned out to be ironic. A visual comparison of the improved mask with the original version revealed virtually no noticeable changes. Karen tried to cheer up her companion by reminding him that the points spent could have increased the protective properties of the mask. This remark dispelled his despondency a little. Haruki, having finally listened to the argument, took off his mask and, concentrating, tried to feel the difference on a tactile level. Ria and Chep, observing the experiment, noticed that the adventurer's body was shrouded in a barely perceptible glow, and the intensity of the light from it turned out to be lower than that of Karen. Haruki, surprised by Karen's ability to see such a glow, asked if this aura was permanent. The girl answered in the affirmative. Gradually, the young man came to the conclusion that, despite the lack of a striking visual result, the improvement of the mask still increased the overall quality of his equipment. Excited by the prospect, Haruki imagined that with more experience, he would be able to use a real magic sword, powered by the same principle. The sudden pulsation of the mysterious rectangular block attracted the adventurer's attention. The surface of the slab flared with rays, and a series of cracks appeared along the edges of the stonework. Directly above the mass of stone, a complex concentric disc grew, the shining circle hovering in space like a holographic seal. The sphere of light generated by this circle began to grow rapidly, forcing the travelers to duck behind natural cover. The formed beam cut through the thickness of the stone layers, pierced the exposed roots of an ancient tree, and created a similar circle on the opposite wall. Gradually, a massive door emerged, shaded by a multitude of rotating segments. The stone panels of the wall parted to the sides, forming a vertical opening. The adventurer pushed the door open with effort, feeling how the heavy mechanisms gave way without the usual creaking, as if the internal lock had been unlocked in advance. Inside the opening, a spiral shaft was discovered, going up into the rock mass. The cylindrical wall consisted of smooth concentric segments, illuminated by light. After a brief tour of the hall, the researchers crossed the mosaic floor and climbed to the base of the spiral flight. The companion tried to clarify the condition of her comrade, but he straightened up with difficulty, making it clear with a gesture that he remained ready for further ascent. The two moved up the spiral corridor, where numerous ring platforms were repeated one after another. The dark mouth of the shaft under the steps still hid the bottom. On the next flight, they encountered a rockfall, but the passage was sufficient. The pair carefully went around the stone blocks, passed part of the climb, and came out to an open crevice. Having crossed the platform, the researchers came out into the forest located above the dungeon. From external landmarks, it became clear that the path ended in the Kamui-Kotan area. A sudden rustling sound made the adventurer alert. On the edge of the weathered stone ridge, his attention was drawn to a barely noticeable dark depression, from which a muffled sound was coming. An inspection revealed a familiar creature with fish-like features, lying motionless in a thin layer of snow at the foot of the cliff. The researcher noticed that only a motionless body remained on the ground. Before he could take action, the adventurer sensed the presence of a new object. A figure in massive plates of dark armor materialized right in front of him. A heavy helmet with a closed visor hid the face, but a thin, decorative ribbon attached to the base emphasized the high hierarchical role of the armor wearer. Information that spiritual entities often arise in underground structures, formed by the will of the complex itself. The fish-like spirit that had previously accompanied the group also belonged to this set of guardians. However, under the influence of external divine favor, it had lost its original protocol control. An elder of the forest people once imbued a piece of protective energy onto the creature, allowing it to continue to assist travelers at its own discretion. The fish-like creature remembered swimming with the current of the river in a clear and clean body of water. The water spirit detected a signal coming from the armed explorer on the shore. After some thought, he concluded that the hero's level met the requirement. The fish, filled with determination, soared upward, feeling an inner call. She realized that her purpose, the one for which she lived, had finally caught up with her. The main character suddenly appears in a frightening mask, which frightens the girl, who screams in surprise. He remembers how everyone used to think he was weird and rude, and took him for a monster, which left him with mixed memories. Meanwhile, the fish notices that the girl accompanying him causes less difficulty, and it is convenient for him to move around with her. She continues to think, noticing that this girl is somehow different from him, and this attracts her attention. The fish fondly remembers the moment when she snuggled up to the flower, calling it Lady Rhea, and notices her cute little brother. She remembers the fun times she shared with the others and how she would like to be part of that friendly group again. Saying goodbye, the fish looks back at them, mentally wishing to stay nearby at least a little longer. She lies on a cliff, sadly realizing that soon she will have to part with those who have become close to her. At this time, a mysterious monster in black armor appears in the distance, which causes alarm in the hero and his companions. The girl feels a magical power emanating from him, claiming that he is more dangerous than anyone they have met before. Karaboshi Haruki notices that the monster remains motionless and concludes that it is not going to attack. His companion asks if he is sure of this, and he confirms the creature does not even move. They decide that they should retreat until they have enough information. Haruki suggests that they leave temporarily until the situation becomes clearer. As they begin to retreat, Haruki calls out to his companion Chep, asking him to come with them. At that moment, he notices that he is not responding. Chep suddenly stops and looks down as if he sensed something. Karaboshi is surprised by his behavior and calls him by name. They suddenly notice a brightly glowing magic circle under their feet, which activates right under their feet, causing everyone to be shocked and alarmed. The armored enemy activates magic. A stream of energy bursts out from the circle below him, and he suddenly rises into the air, preparing to attack. The protagonist noticed the clawed hand move sharply to the side and froze in surprise, not expecting such a sudden movement. His expression reflected confusion, and his armor did not hide the tension. The creature in dark armor struck with a swift blow, creating a powerful wave. The movement was so fast that the air seemed to be cut, and the force of the attack seemed devastating. Karaboshi sensed danger and pulled back, realizing that the situation was getting out of control. The creature on his shoulder watched anxiously, preparing for any outcome. The black-armored fighter charged with his sword drawn. Karaboshi, gripping the hilt of his weapon, braced himself for impact, while his companion soared into the air, escaping from a possible blow. The girl, having learned what was happening, became frightened and shouted Karaboshi's name. Her face showed concern, and tears glistened in the corners of her eyes. She was clearly worried about his safety. Karaboshi, having gathered his courage, rushed towards the enemy. He tried to anticipate the enemy's actions, deftly parrying his movements, and did not allow fear to get the better of him. The hero noticed that the dark figure moved almost imperceptibly. He realized that he was facing an opponent that could not be underestimated, and the situation was much more serious than it initially seemed. The armored warrior stared ahead, his armor gleaming. He didn't know who his opponent was, but he sensed that he was a threat that couldn't be ignored. The Dark Knight was preparing for a new attack. Karaboshi, standing next to the creature, did not lose his vigilance. He understood that he had to act quickly to protect not only himself, but also his companions. The enemy rushed forward with terrifying speed. The small creature watched its approach in fear, its eyes widening in the tension of the moment. The dark warrior watched his opponent in silence, his gaze focused beneath his helmet. The lines of his helmet emphasized the tension of the moment and the determination to act without hesitation. Karaboshi and his companion simultaneously sensed the approaching threat. The enemy pushed off the ground with force and rushed forward, closing the distance in a split second. The warrior in black armor was rapidly approaching, swinging his arm for a powerful blow. Karaboshi noticed his movement and immediately jumped back, trying to anticipate the trajectory. The creature accompanying the hero gathered its strength and resolutely rushed into battle. Its expression showed that it took the threat seriously and was ready to intervene. The opponents exchanged quick blows, each trying to seize the initiative. Karaboshi's sword described an arc, reflecting another attack of the enemy. Karaboshi stood face to face with a formidable fighter who held a huge sword in his hands. He tensed up, trying not to miss the moment to counterattack and accurately assess the enemy's strength. With his next move, the Dark Warrior threw Karaboshi aside. His body rose into the air and flew downwards, leaving a trail of dust and stones across the wasteland. Despite the fall, Karaboshi did not give up. He rose abruptly and rushed forward again, clutching the sword in his hand. Sweat was running down his face, but his determination did not fade. The hero understood that he could not forever repel the enemy's attacks. Even the strength of an ally was not enough to break through the Dark Warrior's defense, and this forced him to reconsider his tactics. Karaboshi realized that the enemy was not just strong, he clearly wanted to disrupt the team's cohesion. His appearance was different from the usual enemies, and his actions seemed deliberate and thoughtful. The Dark Warrior activated the power, and his figure glowed at the epicenter of the energy. The space around him distorted, as if the air began to tremble with tension and power. At that moment, the girl raised her staff to intervene, and Karaboshi fell sharply to the ground from a height. She called out his name, trying to get his attention and give him a chance to catch his breath. The girl reported that she was managing to distract the enemy and turned to Karaboshi. He realized that it was time to retreat, and his face expressed confusion at what was happening. The character with animal-like ears was then attacked by multiple projectiles. His body shook from the impacts, and he was thrown back by the force of the blows. Karaboshi was breathing heavily, aware that his strength was quickly fading. His gaze was tense and his breathing was ragged. He had not yet understood the full gravity of the situation. He tried to get up, but his body wouldn't obey. His thoughts reminded him that he hadn't fully recovered yet, and moving was difficult. The Dark Knight delivered a powerful blow to the girl standing in front of him. The whirlwind from the sword's movement cut through the air, and she was sent flying backwards from the force of the attack. Her body crashed into the ground, leaving a crater. She lay on her back, as if completely immobilized, and the staff fell from her hands and rolled to the side. The girl, lying in the crater, lost consciousness. A wound appeared on her head, and her face turned pale. She did not react to what was happening around her. Karaboshi screamed her name in horror when he saw what had happened to her, his face contorted in fear and worry as the Dark Knight continued to approach. He struggled to get up, clenching his teeth. His legs were shaking, and every movement was difficult. He ordered himself to act, but his body seemed to refuse to obey his will. The armored knight raised his sword, ready to strike. His posture conveyed strength and indifference to fear. The air around him seemed thick with tension and darkness, as before a storm. The creature with the rounded muzzle looked up in alarm, noticing the danger. Its expression betrayed despair and helplessness. Karaboshi tensed, realizing that there was no more time to think. Karaboshi was sent flying by the powerful blow dealt by the knight. His body flew away like a toy. The scattered earth resembled the aftermath of a lightning strike on a rock. Karaboshi called out anxiously to his companion, Vesta. Despite the tension, Vesta held firm, but beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Dust rose from their heavy breathing. The enemy turned towards the sound, catching movement in the distance. Vesta stood alone before him, drawing attention to himself. The silence was pierced by the dull thud of footsteps on the ground. The knight struck, releasing a wave of energy towards the ball of plant elements. A stream of light from the strike swept across the field, leaving a trail in the air. The surrounding landscape trembled with power. Karaboshi screamed as he watched the leaf ball fly away, his eyes wide with worry and helplessness. Vesta stayed behind, holding tightly to his comrade's shoulders. Karaboshi struggled to stay on his feet while his ally panted behind him. One of the opponents screamed as he took a powerful blow that sent him reeling. The smell of metal and anxiety hung over the field. He realized that their enemy was operating at a level far beyond their strength. The next frame showed his comrades lying motionless. Their state evoked an internal response in the hero. His gaze darted between them, his heart constricted with guilt and fatigue. Karaboshi, clenching his jaw, covered his face with his hand, realizing the inequality of forces. His eyes glazed over, and meanwhile the enemy knight struck again. The sword flashed, cutting through the air with an ominous whistle. Karaboshi raised his fist with effort and pointed it upward, aiming at his opponent. He concentrated all his strength into one blow, landing it straight into the enemy fighter's armor. He refused to give up inside. His gaze was determined, and his thoughts were focused on one thing. He was not going to lose, no matter what. The creature next to him remembered how much it wanted to live. His consciousness was illuminated by this simple but powerful desire, urging him to resist. Karaboshi charged, and his movement caused a massive explosion at the point of impact. Dust and debris flew into the air, obscuring the fighters' figures. The hero straightened up after the blow and stopped abruptly, looking towards the enemy. His face showed concentration, and his body was ready for the next step. The enemy slowly rose from the cloud of dust. Karaboshi watched his every move, realizing that the fight was not over yet and it was too early to relax. Karaboshi heard a voice that seemed to come from within. He was amazed when he realized that the creature had shared its will to live with him. He barely dodged a blow that almost hit him. He realized how quickly he had to react to avoid hitting the most dangerous spot. Karaboshi realized that he had to find a solution quickly. His thoughts were racing, and he was determined to do something to change the course of events, even if he didn't know where to start. He found himself on a strange platform, where patterns appeared under his feet. At the same time, someone else was approaching. The step was cautious but confident, attracting attention. Huge circles with patterns began to shine in the sky and around them. The magical structure was activated, filling the space with bright light and inexplicable energy. Karaboshi stood there, stone-faced. He watched what was happening and tried to figure out if there was a deeper meaning to it all than it seemed at first glance. He wondered if what he saw was an extension of the dungeon. The space and the magic circle were clearly part of something larger and more complex. In ancient times, an evil god who brought destruction came to the land of Kamui-Kotan. He tried to cross the river, and many inhabitants were in danger from his appearance. Samikuru, a spirit with a sword, stood up to defend them. Together with the Ainu, he accepted the fight, not allowing evil to enslave their land, trying to repel the onslaught of a powerful enemy. He was joined by other spirits. Together, they used their power to drive away the darkness and keep Kamui-Kotan prospering. From then on, the Ainu began to bring gifts to the spirits. These were the best gifts they could offer, as a token of gratitude for protection and peace. Karaboshi realized that the spirit calling itself the Salmon Princess was carrying out tasks for a deity. He also realized that the current battle was only part of a larger task. The heroes remembered that once upon a time a fierce battle broke out between the deities. One of the characters claimed that before them stood a monster, serving the will of a dark force that had done evil in ancient times. The protagonist sacrificed a fish to begin the quest. This act was significant for the ritual, linking divine powers with current events. A huge fish rose above the surface of the water, symbolizing the beginning of the test. A battle between a dark creature and a knight. The hero pondered the possible connection between the evil deity and the mysterious enemy they were about to meet on their way. In a tense scene, one of the heroes, wounded, expressed his desire to live and not leave this world. His words were addressed to the creature in front of whom he stood, demonstrating affection and a desire to continue the fight. The protagonist, having gathered his strength, firmly decided to accept the challenge. He recalled the legendary figure Samikura and expressed his readiness to take his place in a new battle full of determination and faith in his goal. The scene depicted a decisive moment. The hero extended his hand forward, ready to enter the battle. His gaze was focused, and his posture expressed a desire to act and change the course of events. In the dungeon, an analysis of the situation took place. The character reminded himself that there was still dangerous territory ahead of him, and despite the appearance of control, he had to remain vigilant, especially before a fight with an enemy. The next frame showed the hero lunging forward. At the same time, a battle was unfolding with a mysterious enemy in black armor who was confronted by several participants at once. The protagonist was hit, which was an unexpected turn of events. He was caught off guard, and the pain of the collision was palpable, although he tried not to lose his composure. The hero was thrown back, flying through the air, and the enemy watched. The force of the blow emphasized the difference in strength, and now the hero's task was to gather himself and continue the fight despite the damage. The hero realized that he was alone in front of the Dark Knight. His body did not obey him, and he could not move freely as before, feeling the tension from the approaching threat. Despite his weakness, he suddenly became animated and rejected the very idea of defeat. An inner voice urged him to fight to the end, not allowing fear or fatigue to take over. The character stats interface is shown, with agility being increased, indicating the activation of new abilities that may have opened up at a critical moment in combat. The enemy unleashed a powerful attack on him. The ground shook under the impact, and clouds of dust rose into the air. The tension between the opponents grew stronger. The hero found himself in the arms of his allies, one of whom asked worriedly if he was okay, indicating that he had managed to survive despite the force of the blow. The magical creature looked determined and collected. Its expression showed complete readiness to act, without hesitation in the face of danger. The protagonist noticed that his ally's body was damaged. He called him by name and said that a crack had formed on the surface of his body, which caused concern. The creature reacted violently, but the hero nodded calmly and agreed that they had to continue on their way. He then stood up and commanded them to move forward, meeting the Dark Knight's gaze again. The hero charged towards the enemy, his determination evident in every move, and his team followed him, preparing for another attack in this dangerous battle. The moment of the fight. The opponent's swords collided with enormous force, leaving behind vortexes of energy and particles, emphasizing the scale of the ongoing battle. The hero looked at the enemy with tension, watching his movements. The enemy raised his weapon, striking with great force, causing the earth to literally fly into the air. The Dark Knight remained eerily calm. His armor was intact, showing no signs of damage, which emphasized his superiority. The hero realized with horror that their attacks were useless. Despite all their efforts, they were unable to inflict even the slightest damage on the enemy, and this realization increased the tension. The ally tried to do something, but was instantly thrown back by the blow. The situation was becoming increasingly critical, and the team had no time to think. The wounded creature looked battered, new cracks appeared on its body. The hero desperately asked it to remain calm, trying to prevent another risky act. The enemy was steadily approaching, and the ally, despite the damage, resolutely rushed forward. His actions were desperate but sincere, reflecting a desire to help the team. The hero realized that not a single attack had produced any results. He stood before the enemy, wondering how to find a vulnerability and change the outcome of the battle. Suddenly, the enemy's expression changed, showing a reaction for the first time. The hero and the flower creature noticed this, realizing that there was finally an opportunity to counterattack. The guy suggested a new strategy. He said he would aim for the enemy's head, and advised the other to attack the body to try to break the defense from different sides. The hero, following the plan, struck with high speed. His movement was precise, and the attacking momentum was directed straight at the target, breaking a piece of the enemy's armor or weapon. The enemy received a powerful blow to the shoulder, and part of his armor was thrown off. The blows began to bring results, and the fighters felt that the balance could change. The protagonist noticed that the enemy began to react more often to Reia's actions. He realized that the distraction maneuvers were working, and this could be their chance to win. The hero shouted at Reia to hit the enemy's head with all her strength. This was the decisive moment, with each participant putting everything they had left into the fight. Reia quickly closed in on her enemy, attacking where it was weakest. Her blows cracked the enemy's armor, and the battle became more and more intense. In her next attack, she delivered a direct blow to the enemy's helmet. This action shook the enemy, causing him to lose his balance for the first time. The hero used speed to distract, and Reia focused all her strength on continuous strikes. Their coordination was precise, and aimed at the result. They decided to attack simultaneously. The protagonist admitted that he had doubted their success at first, but now he realized that their strategy was working. The enemy was thrown back. He felt pain and loss of strength. This indicated that the heroes had finally begun to overcome his defense. At the critical moment, the Dark Knight rushed at the girl in the fur coat. He brought down a powerful blow on her, threatening her life. The final shot showed the hero in shock as he saw the severed object fly into the air. This moment clearly foreshadowed dire consequences for the participant in the battle. The girl in the fur coat, despite the recent danger, sharply counterattacked. Her blow was unexpected even for the allies. They watched what was happening with amazement, not expecting such determination and strength from her. The hero watched the girl with concern as she just struck back, wondering how she could still stand after what had happened. The girl's face expressed determination and willpower. Despite the traces of wounds and fatigue, she did not allow herself to show weakness in front of her comrades and the enemy. She lost consciousness for a moment, her thoughts becoming unclear and her perceptions becoming intermittent and cloudy. As she fell, she felt intense pain throughout her body. Her thoughts revolved around her physical suffering, and everything that was happening seemed blurry and muffled to her. She lay on the ground, barely able to move her fingers. Her body seemed to be in pieces, and any movement was a huge effort. The girl heard the noise and tried to understand what was happening. Her gaze was unfocused, but her consciousness began to clear under the influence of what was happening nearby. The protagonist at this point rushed to attack, raising his weapon. He acted decisively to protect his allies and change the course of the battle. The girl watched the events in amazement. Her gaze widened in surprise as if she suddenly remembered something important or understood the meaning of the situation. She screamed and recognized the attacker as the hero Karaboshi. Her face lit up with realization, and she reached out to him, hoping for success in this crucial moment. The girl sat on the ground and held her head, realizing how badly she had been hurt. Her gaze fell on her palm, covered in soot and traces of battle. She looked at her hands in horror, breathing heavily. The shock of what she saw made it difficult for her to immediately comprehend how she had survived the blow. Looking around, she realized that despite the powerful attack, she remained relatively unharmed. She was surprised that everything ended with only wounds and not more serious consequences. The girl looked at the bracelet on her wrist and wondered if it had protected her. It seemed the only reasonable explanation for what had happened. In the distance, she saw the Dark Knight moving forward again. The look of his armor was unsettling, but at the same time it hinted at something familiar. She tried to use magic, but the spell was useless. This caused her great disappointment and doubt in her own strength. Dropping her fist to the ground, she realized that her abilities were useless against this enemy. She felt powerless and didn't know what else she could do to help. However, soon the thought flashed through her mind that there was a way out after all. Her eyes opened as she suddenly remembered something important. Fragments of memories surfaced. The mentor explained that her task was to control the situation from a safe distance. This required precision and composure. The mentor's last words came back with renewed force. She reminded him that control over what was happening should remain in her hands, and that was her true role. The girl, despite her excitement, reminded herself that she had to keep a clear mind and soberly assess what was happening in order to make the right decision. The enemy remained a fearsome presence, but her allies, including her flower and beast companions, had also gathered their strength, preparing to act decisively. The guy with the pets took off, rushing forward. He was not going to give up, and planned to distract the enemy to give his partner a chance. The girl noticed that Karaboshi continued to fight stubbornly. This inspired her, and she clutched her staff, preparing to join the fight. Overcoming the pain and fatigue, she stood up, leaning on the weapon, although her body could barely maintain balance. Then she ran towards the battlefield. Although the journey seemed long, her determination helped her move forward. She realized that magic was useless against the enemy's armor. Comparing it to her own bracelet, she made a logical conclusion about the properties of protection. The girl realized that it was not the spells themselves that were the problem, but the approach. So she decided to put all her energy into a physical attack, abandoning magical methods. Convinced of her decision, she charged forward with full determination. At that moment, she put all her strength into the blow, not counting on a miracle. Raising her staff, she rushed towards the enemy and delivered a powerful counterattack. Her actions were precise, confident, and became a real response. The comrade stood before the fallen enemy, from whose armor a strange part had fallen. The victory had been hard-won, and the tension was palpable. Karaboshi turned to the girl with concern, not understanding if she was okay. Suddenly, the enemy began to move again, causing the fighters to tense up. She gathered her strength and brought the staff down with a powerful movement. Karaboshi watched, amazed by her determination. This was an attempt to end the fight. Karaboshi, seeing the attack, acknowledged that it was accurate and powerful. He looked at her in surprise as she straightened up. Suddenly, Karen lost her balance and fell, causing Karaboshi to scream. He rushed towards her, barely hiding his alarm. She had given it her all. Her contribution to the victory was obvious.